Yeah. That car just swerved away from us. Lucky. Today's Orkiva. We started the live as we got onto the bridge. As we recognized there was no hot chocolate available at the bar tonight because the bar is closed, as per usual. So when I get to Tablones, I'll definitely stop by the public fountain and get a drink of water. Yep, for sure I will. Now it made sense to come along the road. It's quicker and more direct, much smoother on the foot, and there's a bit more light coming from the cars. Although the cars are not appreciating us on the road, we have just as much right to be. So, because it's coming faster down the mountain, if we walked on the up the mountain side, then evidently the cars are going slower. Okay? And over coincidentally, there's a lay-by lane. Well, a bit of a drainage road, a runoff road that we can use. I went into the blocked list today, and surprisingly, there wasn't any unexpected people blocked. So evidently, somebody that received their spanner last week was one of those ones that's blocking everybody. Now, who did they block? Huh? People they didn't know? They couldn't have known all those people. Unless that person was stalking me to everywhere I socialized and to everybody that came to me channel. As technology gets better, and we teach the AI our little secrets and our little sickly behavior, the AI will put out more rules and laws for us to abide by on these social platforms. So you may be having fun, but what about your next generation or the generation below? What are you committing them to? Because you're doing what you're doing, regardless to everybody else on the planet. Regardless. You create the upsets and disturbances, which for a lot of weak people end up going psychiatric units for mental well-being. A lot of people are written off because they can't work, because they have mental issues. One thing I recognized with social media, the person that invited me here was one of those prolific cyber bullies, trolls. And so being educated by his circle and the behaviors of the people that were attached to those circles, I learned the hard way very, very quick. Almost overnight, I learned the darkness that people are capable of with on these social platforms. So it brings me to an event that happened this evening. Yo, bare bones. What's happening, bro? An event that's happened this evening in the town. Very beautiful, very, very beautiful it was. Just getting ready to walk home when a buddy came and met me. Say, hey, how's it going? I'll be down for breakfast tomorrow. I'll see you down there tomorrow. I said, maybe I'm working tomorrow, bro. He said, for fuck's sake, Steve. So anyways, with that then, a fellow walks past us with his dog and his friend. And now, they'd been screaming on a woman, literally like fucking 10 minutes previous. Which is why I didn't move. The woman they were screaming on had her fellow with her. So there was 4 of them and a dog. I was speaking with a Spanish fellow at the bus stop outside the butcher's when I absorbed this. When I got up to go, that fellow walked past us with his dog, a husky, and he went straight for Captain Jack. And Grizzles defended Captain Jack, just like barking, pushing the fella. And then the man went all fucking psycho. I said, if you want to step around the corner, I said, we can have one too. But you got to give your dog over to that fella. You got to empty your fucking pockets. Because you see you, I can see the razor blades all around you. I can see your knives all around you. I says, you're a scumbag. I says, with your violent, aggressive behavior, let me guess where you're living. Beneficial hippie community. No alcohol, no drugs, and no violence. But yeah, you're here down in the fucking village fighting with women and now wanting to fight with me with your vicious dog. I says, I tell you what, you go back up to Beneficio and you ask your boss, Edgar Thomas, if you have permission to fight with Shitpit Steve. And if you have permission to fight with Shitpit Steve by your boss, Edgar Thomas, he's the chief of your town, then we can organize a bare knuckle box in any one of the places where I lived in Beneficio. And I'll meet you there gladly. How much training time do you need? The gypsy fellas that were hanging around were laughing because they heard my history. They thought they were coming to make an earner. Yeah, attack a fucking numpty. But like lads, gypsies, seriously now, huh? Seriously now. You remember when I left Beneficio? You were on beck and call, yeah, to watch me back. You think that's ended? You think those services are finished? Those services are for life, motherfuckers. You was told to watch me back once. That's all you need to be told. So when them fellas with the fucking teardrops and yeah came around, them's putting their sleeves back to their hands because their arms were getting cold. They were not going swinging in my direction, which made the little French fucker really more agitated. The fact that everybody was laughing upon him, I just kept walking. You want to follow me? Follow me. I'm going to the river. But the minute you follow me, you see your boys that you just came at me with, them's coming too. Understanding. They know what you got in your pockets, motherfucker. And they're coming for you. Nothing to do with me. They were told 4 years ago, watch my back. I'm nobody. But I'm a straight up character that don't look for no shit. But if shit come my way, huh? I'm willing to dig it. Can you? Would you? For who? So if you're computer illiterate, yeah, if you know how to do all those fucking Orkiva, what time? Blah blah time. Okay, I can hack into those CCTVs, no problem. Yeah, let's do it. If you can do it, do it. Hmm? Don't just sit around fucking talking about you can do it. Get on and fucking do it. Bearing in mind, Orkiva, like most parts of Spain, touristy grounds where they don't have control, they've turned it into a tourist attraction where you can watch 24/7. Cowboys 8 panel. Wickedy wicked. It's funny. I kept hearing this name Simba. Simba. You know, they were trying to call my dog Simba. That's what they were trying to call Grizzles. He's never been called Simba. He's always only ever been called Grizzles. The man was telling me that dog belongs in Beneficio. I said, get the fuck. 4 fucking years I've given this dog in my life. Get the fuck, you dumbass bitch. Seriously now. So maybe for the weekend, maybe I'll go for a night or two up in Beneficio and see what this boy got to say for himself. You get me? Would you like that, to see a bare knuckle box? Huh? I'll do it with one hand, my left hand. I'll save my right hand, I'll keep it in my pocket. Well, we just reached into Los Tablones. The drinking water is near. Oh, yeah. Bare bones first in the house. First in the house, the bare bones. Brilliant. All right. Fitness was in here on his own on the first live this morning, or this afternoon, sorry. Walking into the town. All right. Hold on. Pardon, merci l'agua. I don't. Huh? No, no. Solo estis. Like, me no gusta electrónicos. Ay. That's cold metal. I don't want to sit on cold metal. That one's wood, I think. No, that's metal as well. So, rode this joint leaving the town. I did. That's why I never started my life early enough. I wanted to roll my joint first. See, my joint comes first. That's the first proper joint I smoking today. So I add that tiny little bit of extra weed and that half the less tobacco. Yeah. But I do like my joints with excessive amounts of tobacco. Yes, I do. So, who's coming up on panel? Have a chat with us. Hmm? If people don't understand what happened yesterday, that's perfectly normal and okay. Being new to this channel, not paying so much attention to this channel, is perfectly understandable. That not everybody's following the situation, so I can give it a roundup from my knowledge and my experiences. Um, I don't like that the arguing kind of stuff. Okay, I get too involved in it. I don't take sides. I do look at both sides of things. But one thing about this channel is like it is there for folk that do enjoy coming to this channel. If they have got altercations with each other, they can come up on my panel and they can resolve it. I've said this time and time again. Okay, Peter Pope's done it. You know, he's been up on panel with folk that he can't bear to talk with, but he has conversations with them. It is brilliant. Henry Crinkle's been on panels with folk that don't want to be there for him. Is fine. Ultra's had the same. I've had the same. You know? So it's absolutely cool, really, what happens on this channel, in my opinion. But what happened last night, I think, is like two fellas that really have tried just being themselves. All right. The women, these fellas have given their time to, will rip them to pieces. This is a predominantly stoners channel, and I'll be being the host, and I am constantly fucking smoking the ganja. I am constantly THC'd. And I loves it. I lives for it. And so, you know, like having it as stoned as possible. You get me? Yeah. When these lads want to have a good stoning on each other, you know, like bring out the bats and yeah, then let them at it. Yeah, I still smoking. When it comes down to give us your postcode, give us your postcode. Listen, gentlemen. All right. Here's a word of advice. All right. Put your postcode in the back chat. Okay. And say nothing about it. Because if you put your word there first, people are jumping onto that live stream just to read your private chat. They don't want to come up on panel. They just want to see if they can see your DOs, your chat. Now I'm telling you, I watch and I monitor my back chat more than I monitor my chat or my panel. So I'm watching for stuff like that because I've had months and months of these sneaky little fuckers filling up the private chat with a load of gobbledygook. But anyways, we sat here, just finished that joint. I want to roll another one. Captain and Grizzles are having a little bit of a nap. You want to see Grizzles breathing? Yeah. So what's the story? Come on, lads. The what do you call it? The link is pinned. Yeah. And while you're deciding if you want to join me panel or not, I might freeze a minute while I go over and look at YouTube. So Cowboys 8 panel. You've got an old channel. Happy days. I've just subscribed. Got 331 things in your playlist in a title called Slavery. Interesting word. Interesting word. Aye. So now as we walk through the village of Tablon, as we're talking to ourselves in the darkness. As we go walking towards the river, we know that we'll be putting on our slippers when we get home. Or I might just jump in my blanket and get a good night's sleep. Although I slept all day today. And walk past the man who said if my dogs are off the leads, then he's going to let his dog out of the compound. We're going walking past there now for the first time since he said it on Saturday. Well, at the moment, my boys are on the lead, which is very unusual walking through this village, but it feels very nice. Considering after the ugly event that just happened up in the town, you know, that fucking dickhead and his vicious, viciousness. That's the moon. And that's a street light. Babette's in the house. Good afternoon, Babette. My accent is awesome. Yep. I think my accent's one of those things that kind of changes, you know, like if I'm hot, cold, tired, stoned, happy, sad. Yeah. Most definitely. I've been told my eyes change color. And I have been aware my voice changes a lot. Right? I think now that spliff just got me really stoned. Yeah, I'm proper stoned now. I don't need to roll another one. I need to appreciate this one. Yeah, that's the thing with me. You know, like it's very rare that I appreciate the weed because I just smoke it all the time. It's like appreciating it. Takes these little times where I'm a bit of time without a smoke. But I hate it. I hate being without tobacco and ganjas and papers and lighters. I hate it. It drives me mad just before I start running out of tobacco or weed. Yeah, it starts playing on me. It's a nice night for walking, anyways. And I'm still wearing shorts. It's a bit warmer than it has been. Okay. I'm only wearing t-shirt, a hoodie, and that's a very thin t-shirt. My hat, and my shorts and shoes and socks. My shorts are dry from earlier. You know, walking through the river. I got very, very wet. Up past me boat, up, yeah, not quite to the top of me butt, but nearly. Where the zipper pocket entrance is. Yeah, because I got a zipper pocket in my jeans. That's what I always called it anyway, zipper pocket. And if you've ever had a Zippo in a pair of jeans, then you knows that Zippo pocket that I mean. It fits in there perfectly. Feels quiet down here tonight. Normally there's cars parked up around here. That pile of stones new. What are they doing there? You're always working, Babette. Always busy, busy. Who's turned off the lights? Well, this is because we're walking fitness. Yeah, we're walking. We're taking a walk along the river. You get me? Well, I could say we're taking a walk in the park. You get me? Yeah, as in like we're taking a walk in the park, and because it's a nature park, isn't it? Right, we're approaching the athletic stretch, the area where Grizzles normally runs up and down barking with the dog. He's no longer invited to run up and down barking with the dog. That's okay. That's his wishes. I can walk past here with Grizzles on my lead. No problem. I can adapt. But can he? Captain Jack just gives a laugh. Yeah, look, that light there, that's kind of what we're heading for and way beyond. Because at the moment, that's a sign that we've gone too far. When we see, yeah, when we've got to that light. Because that light's in the quarry. You get me? We've got no purpose being in the fucking quarry. So, hey, how? See, we like walking that way. So should we walk that way? Come on, let's walk the way we like to walk. Yeah, every day. It's nice taking a walk like this. Um, like it would be nice if the town was closer, but then would it have the same paradise feel about it? That separation of leaving all that crap behind. Yeah, I want to live, so I make those efforts of like, wow, these are beautiful. It's like the philosophy of the wizard which I listened to this morning. Well, at least half of that video I listened to, because it was just making too much sense for me. So yeah, I had to kind of give up on it and go back to a later stage, is what I've decided. But it's exactly how I see, you know, like, I don't know, the way I live. Oh, that's a biscuit of sorts. You don't want that. It's already been stampled and sunburnt and all that stuff. If it was a bag of weed or a bag of tobacco, you know, like Happy Days, I would have probably picked it up. And definitely, if it was a €50 note, I definitely would have picked it up. Wow. They're quite collectible. I like those. I Although this area is all fenced, you know, it's like I don't know, much more appealing walk to see the trees growing. You know, I do like walking along the river, and I do walk along the river more often than walking these country roads. Walking these country roads is like, yeah, it's, I don't know, different. Now you see those bright lights over there? That's the quarry. Yeah, we don't normally get to see those lights. I always thought it was just one light, but now I can see that there's like 5 or 6, or you know, and that looked quite nice under the directly under Sierra Nevada, the white peaks of the Sierra Nevada. I don't know if you can hear them crickets, cicadas, maybe the occasional frogs. There's one pothole and another pothole. And more potholes. Hey, mystery. It was the sun. Yeah, the sun turns out the lights, doesn't it? Yeah, mystery. I didn't quite take a look at the playlist itself, but I did notice the title of the playlist. Oh, sheesh, mystery, busy. If not working, then living. Wow. Hey, nice one. Much appreciate you, Mr. E. Marie. I forget, is it Marie or is it Maria? I do believe it's a Marie. Right. Wow, good smells around here. Smells like somebody cooking curry. Oh. Well, they look very inviting. With their multicolored lights. Wow. Looking at all the lights in the hill now. Yeah, in the mountain. It's just wow, magics. I knew it walking past these fields a few times, and I was confused because I recognized that building. I'd sat down at that building where my mate lived in that field on his own. And now there's like 50 fucking settlements in there. It's like, what the fuck? Where's my mate gone? And it turns out he's passed on. Yeah, he died. Yeah. He was a Scouse fella. Yeah, he was from Liverpool. Uh, and proper old school English skinhead. You know, like, but not like skinhead. He was like the ska skinhead. Yeah, he loved the ska. You know, so he's one of those ones. Yeah, he wasn't the racist friggin'. No, he was anti-society, anti-system. So yeah, a bit more punk, but you know, dressed like a skinhead. A funny character. Yeah. Hey, beautiful peoples. Hola. These are nice areas. Yeah. And this is our little path. And if we explored more, we'd find a bigger adventure. But for now, we stick with what we know. Yep. Not so slippery this time. Yeah. Alrighty. Oh wow, they've been pruning their olive trees. That looks nice. Brilliant. Now they want to bag up those leaves and sell them. I think they're fetching like €200 a kilo. Just the leaves. Yeah, when you bag it up into little tea bags. Fucking comical, and what people capitalize on. I mean, for a lot of us around living in olive trees, it's rubbish. You get me, you know? It's like, but all that trimmings, there's good wood, there's all that tea and antibiotics that comes from the olive leaves. Mm, wood, the little sticks and twigs, that can all be done stuff with. Yeah, that's nice olive wood, nice, dry and strong. What's occurring? We's waiting for you to get up on panel, you gobshite. Huh? Leaving me here talk to a black screen on my own. We's waiting for the round two of you and Radio Fumin. I said, yeah. I had 12 people in there earlier looking for you and Radio Fumin. Now they're all running away. They're looking for other channels where you might be tuning. That's the moonlight. So I'm actually mooning you all right now. Yeah. And I know I can see the moon on the screen. Now I slide across, and there's 6 of you. Beautiful. No, 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 no. You rage quit first. You came back for seconds. Yeah. If I understand correctly, Radio Fuming got somehow knocked himself off panel and then was asking to get back up on panel. So no, he didn't rage quit at all. No, no, no. You was the first to rage quit. Nope. Yeah, you ultra rage quitted. Straight up, by. You had pizzas. Yeah, so what? Yeah, you came, you went, yeah, you refueled, and you came back for more. But you rage quitted, yeah? So you was more hungry, yeah, then you wanted to resolve it. And that's why you was talking gobbledygook and making no sense about anything that was being forwarded because you were hungry. Okay, to make a mental awareness. Okay, do not go into city freaking silly mode until you've eaten. Yeah, you might be able to handle the silly mode a bit better. Is for one reason I'm not smoking another joint now, because that joint just really fucking wasted me. And that's nearly my first joint today, really, that I've smoked. Because like last night, yeah, I rolled a joint and it lasted me until I left home to go and get tobacco today. Flip over, see what he said to that. Yo, good morning, Rao. Joe. Good morning, Joe. Good afternoon, Joe. I'm very stoned. Yeah, excuse us. We're walking back under the moonlight. We've just come back to river level, or where we can see and hear the river. Yep. We're roughly where we might be for breakfast tomorrow. Yep. We might come here for breakfast tomorrow. Even if it's just for a cup of tea. Oh, smells like somebody's cooking. Oh, oh. I do like the smell of food. Oh, yeah. Especially if there's a plate for me. I bet that's them working hard ready for breakfast, preparing things for breakfast. I bet that's what they're doing. Whoa, that smells great. Whoa, I'm like 100 yards away at least from where they're cooking. Phew. Now I can smell fire. That's moldy wood they're burning. Ugh. I wouldn't want a cup of tea from their fire. No way. How was your headache tonight, Joe? Or today? How was your headache? Did you said it's from a head injury? We've got a couple of folk comes into our chat with head injuries, and yeah, I bless you all. My father got a head injury, yeah, and I've had a few from my father. Yeah, And I don't really get headaches though, but I do know that I'm like semi punch drunk. You know, like yeah. Um, that's what I put down for a lot of the reasons and things that happens is due to the half drunkenness without drinking. Buenas noches. Hola, amigo. Muy guapo. Sí, mañana, mañana. Sí. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Yup, yup. Ciao now. Yup, yup. Ha, ha. Tu casa. And that's how we deal with them dogs. Tu casa means your house. Yeah. Mañana, mañana means tomorrow. Tomorrow. Huh. This is when normally Grizzle thinks he can run off home, go and check out my camp before I get there, go and disturb the neighbors. But I've still got both of them on the lead. Huh? That's not very normal. Walking along the river. Unless the bitches are in season. I've definitely insist on walking with them on leads when the bitches are in season. If I learn they are in season. Mm-hmm. Oh, we got somebody jumping up on panel. Hello, Joe.
Good afternoon.
Hey, and good evening. Where are you calling in
Crazy how
from?
that crazy how that time zone thing works out, huh?
I know, yeah. How
Like
far in the day are you at this time?
it is 2:34 in the afternoon on the East Coast in the United States.
Wow, 2:34, and it's like 8:34 here. So you've got 6 hours to catch up with us.
Yeah, yeah. How are you?
Yeah, Babs, I'm sound. Yeah, I'm taking a nice walk home now. Yeah,
You got
we just yeah, it's about 15, maybe even 16 kilometers there and back.
you
We
got a
were just
flashlight?
nope, we got the moonlight.
You can see well?
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I can identify these pebbles and stones and plants and bushes. I can identify how fat the road is. I can see quite far away. Like yeah, it's very bright out here, very silvery.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What have you been up to the last couple of days? You doing all right?
Yeah, I nearly died yesterday coming home on the other side of the river. Yeah, I made a bit of an ego mistake, thinking, yeah,
Uh-oh.
I've got I can measure how deep the water is, but I never realized how strong that water is coming. Yeah, and it took me off balance a couple of times.
No. Is it cold? Did you get wet?
Uh, Freezing. It is cold, freezing water coming off the Sierra Nevadas. Yeah. As it snows, it melts. Do you get me, Jan? Is falling down quite rapid, and that's where all this water's come from. Yeah.
Goodness
Yeah.
gracious. Well,
It's
thank
like
God you're
frozen
all
snow
right.
water. Oh yeah, I'm sound. A few things I had in my pockets disappeared. A few electronics got wet, and I'm hoping that they'll be okay. But yeah,
Awesome. Thank you for that, Babette. Actually, no, my head is not better. I have a head injury. You had two mods in here yesterday who were quite mean, and I wasn't trying to deal with their insensitivity. They were making fun of my head injury, and I was like, I'm out.
right. The English, I'm presuming they were English folk. They do tend to tease on our vulnerabilities, our weaknesses. So
But I'm
yeah, I'm aware
talking
that they
like,
might do that.
life or death injuries, I have a head injury where I have fluid building up on both sides of my brain. It's crushing the veins, and I could suffer an aneurysm and die at any point in time. And I just mentioned that I had a headache yesterday, and they just went all out. So I was like, okay, let me explain why aspirin won't help.
Uh,
And then they started making fun of the injury, and I was like, I can't play with these people. That's mean as hell. But
yeah. Yeah, very
yeah,
childish. Most of them are parents, and so you can expect this level of conversation that they have with their children that they bring to us is very
yes,
insulting. Really. But
and some of them are grandparents.
yes, yes,
I
which
don't
makes it
get the
even more
friggin'
exciting.
the evil mentality.
Mm, yeah.
I wasn't looking for sympathy. I was just like, hey, I'm stopping by to say hi. Got a headache, need to split. I didn't expect to get my ass reamed, and
I
I didn't
apologize.
want sympathy.
I apologize for them. This channel is built up from folk that I've explored from like so many channels, and they all comes here to explore what goes on here. And yeah, there are a lot of teasers that have been known to come to this channel, and it has
Tease
been
me.
talked about times. I've encouraged it. I've encouraged it to the highest at some points. So yeah, but
I
I've
mean,
said enough is
hell,
enough. Eh?
if I'm mowing the lawn and I fall in the bush, that's funny. That's worth teasing about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Not
Yeah, we like
life-threatening
moving in the bush.
injuries.
Right. So apart from walking the rivers and walking to the towns and stuff, eating fresh fruits, with me, yeah, walking around with my dogs, going to communal gatherings around the river communities. Um, I don't do much really. I'm quite lazy.
Did I see you pick a piece of fruit off a tree and just go to
Yeah,
town?
yeah, that would have been an orange earlier. I picked an orange off a tree earlier. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That is so cool. We can't just do that anywhere around here.
Oh, why
No,
not?
man. That is
Why
so
not?
cool.
Does nothing grow there, or what's the story?
In certain places, mostly on farms, or private gardens. But yeah, you can't just walk around and find a tree and pick some fruit.
Spain is covered in this. Spain is surrounded with fruits and vegetables just growing. It's like, yeah, it's phenomenal.
It's
There's not as much fencing and walls and stuff. It's not fair to go in there and fill your bags up, for example. But taking a
right.
refreshing fruit, nobody's going to begrudge you with that. And if I ever seen the farmer there, I'd shout him a smoke, or like give him a couple of euros and buy some kilos of fruit off of him. Yeah, mate.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing to just be able to walk up and pick a fruit, and that's God's gift to us. Is that not amazing?
Oh yeah. So check out later on in the year, yeah, when I'm picking blackberries or almonds or figs, pomegranates, chiamoyas, knee sparrows. Yeah,
Oh,
loads of fruit and veg growing. Cherries, walnuts, chestnuts, everything. Yeah, you walk around in this there.
and what
Olives
time of year can you pick those?
in different times of year. So like I think what is it? May, June. I was picking apricots, early batch of figs, and then like figs can go on then until September, August, September. They're normally finished.
Oh my
Uh,
gosh.
then you've got the almonds and olives. And then
We've
Christmas
got a
time, you've got orange and lemons. April, May, you got Nispero. Yeah. Now you've got avocados. Yeah.
we've got to do some live streams when you get some good stuff going on.
This is exactly why I need to be strong in environments where I can go on those adventures. Where I've been living for 3 years, it's very barren, very, very barren.
But
And I
beautiful.
say, hello, hello, perros. Hola, family.
Well, Babette's a nice person, would you say?
Yeah, Babette's one of the golden ones in the. Yeah, we're fortunate enough to adopted Babette. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
She
She's
seems
very
very
new to social
sweet.
medias, very new and very not involved with anybody really that I know apart from Motor City Maniac. Yeah, she's a lifelong friend of Motor City Maniac. So yeah, and I've been
Yeah.
going to his channel for about 2 years. Yeah.
Where is Motor right about now?
I don't know. Possibly having a nap. Possibly having a siesta. Yeah, or gone shopping this time of day. Shops are open. So yeah, don't know.
Babette, I'm on the East Coast, upper northeast, below New York.
All right. Okay.
That's all I can really say because I've got a stalker, and I don't even want to go into that. I just don't. It's terrible, but I can't say specifically where I am for my own protection.
All right.
But
That's understandable. Yeah.
it's nice where I live. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, in my backyard, I have berries growing on a tree, and I don't know what kind they are, but my husband said, "Don't eat them. You'll die." He
Oh, okay.
told me what they are, but I can't remember.
Okay. All right. Yeah, a lot of food is toxic. Um, that grows for decoratives. People made that mistake of making ornamental decisions rather than sustainable decisions. So yeah,
Right.
they plant these toxic things for defense and for for they look pretty, but
Yeah,
don't.
and I'm glad my husband told me that because I'd have been out there picking them and eating them,
Yeah, be making jam or make alcohol with them, innit?
killing everybody.
Yeah, Christmas hampers. Hey, you didn't get your present last year.
That wouldn't be too good.
You know,
Oh my goodness.
some berries, once you cook them, you remove seeds and, like you add lemon juice and stuff like that, or vinegars, they do neutralize a lot of toxins.
Yeah, we've got a lot of GMO bullshit over here. I don't appreciate that much.
Mhm.
But I do
Because,
have a Christian grocery store that has all natural everything, like unprocessed sugar and flour and, just all natural from farmers and Amish people is where they get most of their stuff. And
uh,
milk straight from the cows, unprocessed, no GMOs, no inoculations.
uh,
So eggs right from the chickens.
wow, yeah, that's offering it.
So I appreciate that a lot. It's costly, but it's worth it.
Yeah, this is something that I've noticed. It is very costly. Like I went into one of those shops here in the town a couple of days ago. I went there for a coffee, and wow, their prices are like freaking crazy, crazy. I couldn't afford a packet of biscuits or a bar of chocolate from that place. You get me? Yeah, I wouldn't justify eating it or a bottle of milk. But a cup of coffee for €1.50, it's €1.30 in most places. So, it's closer than everywhere else selling coffee. So happy days. Just
Right. Apparently, Babette and I aren't far from each other. That's awesome. Sorry, I don't hardly ever leave. I don't travel more than 2 miles in any one direction from my house. It's hard to get me out of the house. so we can't plan a visit. I'm a hermit.
Aye. Crazy dogs.
So how do you manage keeping warm overnight?
Well, put clothes on. Yeah, getting me blankets. Yeah,
You don't have a source of heat other than the puppies?
fire if I want fire.
Inside?
Yeah, well, I got an outside fire there.
Yeah, but you can't bring it inside.
I don't need much heat. You know, like yeah, it's strange to explain, but for me, like I'm in my shorts now. You know, I'm happy in my
Wow.
shorts. Yeah, my hands might be a bit fresh, but like you know, that's not a problem. They can warm up.
And you've been living like that for 3 years?
No, I was living differently than this 3 years ago. I was living up on the mountain 3 years ago. Yeah, but very similar. Very similar. Like I was living in my bus. Yeah,
So you're used to roughing it.
yeah. 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 I spent years roughing it, my dear. Yeah, I like roughing it lifestyle.
Right? It'll teach you some lessons, won't it?
For me now, like I've lived a kind of rough lifestyle, you know, like unsettled. I was born into the unsettled, and progressing then to where I'm at now. You know, I'm ready to settle, and I think the education that I've got by living, I can definitely progress.
Well, I can relate because I'm actually a gypsy, right?
Right? Yeah, I think you said this. Yeah, in your chat. Yeah, that was
Yep.
yeah. Time I came
I'm
to you. Yeah.
Hungarian.
The Hungarian. That's smart. Because one of my favorite butchers, he's Hungarian. Yeah. Like he's over in my other village. Yeah. And he's introduced me to a lot of the Hungarian meats. You know, like yeah, which is pretty smart.
Yeah, us gypsies can cook, that's for damn sure.
Mm, yeah. We knows what food is.
Sure enough. But I
And the
grew up
important
pretty, pardon.
and the importance of food as well.
True, true. Yep, I grew up pretty unsettled. We moved a lot and we roughed it a lot. But it made me stronger and it made me be able to tolerate things that most people can't.
Right, yeah. Mm, yeah. I got a sense of that. But do you find there's an intolerance to other things as well?
Um, too much. You know, Too much is too much. I still live on bare minimal just because, it's my choice. I don't have to, but I don't like to spend money either, and I can live without all kinds of things. What am I intolerant to? Too much, I think. Too much and people who want too much.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I get a sense of that as well. Ouch. And tell me, like, with this stalker you've accumulated, how long's that been going on?
What's up?
Your stalker.
Oh my God. Which one?
Okay.
Do you really want to hear the story?
Well, if you want to share it, then that's okay. We like listening, and this channel is about people opening up, sharing their situations. Like it's not a fake channel. It's not a bullshit channel. It is about people keeping it real and sharing real life.
Okay. Well, it started with me trying to share my story anonymously of having been sex trafficked because I didn't know how to heal. And I thought that if I shared my story anonymously, I could help others learn how not to be or how to get away. Um, I was just living in pain and I just couldn't heal. I was working several jobs because I had insomnia and I wasn't ready to deal with it. It was over, but I knew that when it was over, it would be bittersweet because one, it would be over, and two, I would have to heal. And I wasn't, I was just like, oh my God, now I've got to, relive all of this in a different manner. And I just wasn't ready. So I worked all the time, sometimes 24 hours a day, sometimes. Lots of times 20 hours a day. Well, then I became a wife and I became a housewife. And now I had nothing but time on my hands. And that's when the healing really started to need my attention. I used to scream and cry in my sleep at night. And oh my God, the flashbacks were unreal. So I was like, something's got to give. I've got to deal with this, and I don't know how. I'm trying. I'm in support groups. It's not, it's helping, but it's not, you know, you just don't see the light at the end of the tunnel until you get there. I'm doing so much better now, but it's only because of bad people forced me to relive it to the max until I finally got thick skin. And I'm so much better now because of it. So anyway, I tried to go at it from that angle, sharing because I'm not a save yourself kind of person. And I thought, if I'm doing something productive for someone else, and I've always been that way, if I'm helping you, I don't have time to focus on me, which was probably not the right way to go about it entirely. Because either way, I'd still have to deal with me at some point in time. But I'd really rather not. Just, I don't know. So I had some mutual friends with a friend, and they're all journalists and they're all online. And I've known them for a while, and they all worked for this mutual friend. But as a side project, they were going to cover my story and allow me to be anonymous so that I could try to heal and help other people, yeah, other women. Well, this person that all of my mutual friends worked for as producers, this person, his name is Dean Ryan. He's on social media. He began to sextort me. He was demanding naked pictures. He was sending some. I showed them to our friends. He said that he could squash my project, keep his producers busy, turn my whole life upside down, turn my story inside out, and make it look like, I'm stalking him and all kinds of hell. I've got a video of the text. One day I'll send it to you. Well, I thought, how dare you, you know, do these things to somebody who has been through hell? I decided to stand my ground and I went head to head with him. Unfortunately, he traumatized me as much as he possibly could. He did everything he said he would, and it kind of laid me down for about a year. I called the law. He was when he found out that I had showed people the naked pictures he sent, demanding some in return, which he never got. He lost his ever loving mind and went full speed ahead. Wants me dead, had me stalked by some of his people, and began to threaten my life and left a death threat on my voicemail and pretty much in other places. Law enforcement won't do anything about it. When I called law enforcement, they said I had to connect him to his social media um, platform and his LLC. Now that's a license to his whatever the hell it is he does for work online. If I connected him to his LLC, knowing that he and his friends were threatening me from, an online business, then they could serve him with a warrant. I said, I will I said, I don't understand why I have to do all this legwork. I thought you guys could prove that a man is trying to kill me and serve him with an arrest warrant. And he said, that's not how it works. And I'm thinking to myself, you're, wow, okay. I told law enforcement, now I recorded this call. I told law enforcement that I would hire a private investigator to help me with this because at this point in time, I'm emotionally drained. He's been at it for over a year, and I'm just, oh my God, being terrorized and traumatized. And I couldn't believe it. I was in a state of shock that someone who was a friend for over a year could turn into a nightmare that quick and actually go through with all the threats and harassment. I was just blown away. I just couldn't fathom how people could be so cruel. So after I spoke with law enforcement, a couple of weeks went by, and I'm in a Christian group, which I'd had been in for 5 years or more at that point. And I'm in other Christian groups because the Lord has gotten me through so many things. So one day, this private investigator comes in all shooting his mouth off and talking like he's a badass and he'll fight for anybody and he's about justice and he'll move mountains, and he sounds a lot like the guy who was trying to sextort me. So I'm thinking, okay, this guy sounds like a jerk. This guy I'm dealing with is a jerk. It's almost like they're identical. I couldn't have been, oh my God, more on target with that assessment. So I call this guy Jim Terry, James Michael Terry, and without doing any due diligence, don't know why he was in my Christian group. Turns out he was making his rounds on social media. He was doing a uh what the hell would you call it? Anyway, so he ended up in this Christian group. He sold me on his used car salesman bullshit. I believed it and I bought it hook, line, and sinker. I gave him the money and he never performed any work for me. So then I begin to expose him and learn about him at the very same time. And the more I dug, the more I found that I'm not his only victim, and he's a lifelong career criminal, and he steals money from women, and mostly women who have missing or deceased children, possibly deceased children. He would go on Facebook and look up these women who are looking for their children, and possibly over the age of 18, but still they're children. So he would seek out these women and promise them, the sun, the moon, and the stars if they just gave him a couple $1,000s. He knew that he was going to steal their money, and the minute he accepted it, the minute he reached out to them, it was intent to steal, and he was successful at stealing it and performed no work for them, strung them along, wasted valuable time, and basically put him through hell. And when they began to expose him, he began to stalk them and harass them and put them on social media, call their family members, embarrass them, get them to lose their jobs. Or, I mean, it was full on horrific harassment. And he's still doing that until this very day. Now, I have been dealing with him for almost 2 years now. He did the same thing to me, only not identically. He finds out what you love and what you need, and he takes that and uses it as a weapon against you. It's psychological warfare. So not only did he drag me through hell the first time I exposed him, and I'm learning more and more about him, about how he's a damn con man, a used car salesman. And I still blame myself because I didn't do my due diligence to begin with, but I was in fight or flight mode. I'm being terrorized by this man who I can't get arrested. I hired this man, and now he's joined forces with that man. They're both terrorizing me, and I'm just like, oh my God, how much worse can this possibly get? Wait, it does. It gets way worse. It's unbelievable. So let me see, where am I with that? I expose him. I find out all his other victims, and the horrendous things he's doing. We're all exposing him. He's dragging us through hell. He's got energy like you'd not believe. And here it's been 2 years with me. With other people, it's been 2, 3, 4, 5 years or longer. He's even robbed children. It's insane. This man is horrible. I don't know if you know the name Jim Terry.
Jim.
Yeah, Jim Terry, the private investigator, the fake,
Oh,
unlicensed.
Jim Terry. I was going to say the Ace Ventura.
No, not James Carey. James Michael Terry.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Wow. Excuse me, I smoke a lot. So where did I leave off? Let's see, that covers those two. So I call law enforcement back and I say to them, look, I've got a recording of that call. And I've also got a recording of the death threat. So I called law enforcement and I'm like, I need to file a police report on the private investigator I told you that I was going to hire. Found one, and this is what he's doing. So I get a police report, and this is like almost 2 years ago. So there's not much they can do. And I kind of don't want to talk about the legalities because I don't want him to know what I can do and what I can't do and what I am doing. But I can talk to you about that privately. But anyway, here we are 2 years later, and he's still harming other people. And I'm still being stalked by both of them and harassed and terrorized because they don't want me shining light on their evil deeds. Well, they fucked with the wrong person. Okay, because I don't have anything to lose. I've already been tortured as much as I could possibly be. They ripped open my wounds so many times, pissed in them, hit them with a hammer. And now my skin is thick and my wounds are closing. And because they're evil, I don't listen to the bullshit they say or do. And I'm organized now. My head is on straight. I took a break. My head is on straight. I focus on the evidence and the facts, not what they say, their barrage of psychological abuse and warfare, because that did work for the longest time. It shut me up, it shut me down, and it made me feel helpless and hopeless. Not anymore. Okay, I may or may not be able to get justice legally. Go ahead. But if anything, before I leave God's green earth, I'm definitely going to get justice in a way that saves other people because, again, I'm not a save yourself kind of person. I have got interviews out the ass scheduled to bring attention on these criminals for all of the things that they're doing. And hopefully, will save anyone else by showing evidence of their crimes and all of their other victims. And just, I mean, there's a story in Rolling Stones magazine. There's a ripoff report online where people go to voice their complaints against all kinds of criminals and fraud and what have you. So the evidence is stacked against them. When their psychological abuse worked, that kept me silenced. Well, since I got my head on and my ducks in a row and my evidence lined up, I can do interviews and bring them so much publicity and, make a lot of people aware of how not to be victimized by these people. But before that took place, I was exposing them on YouTube and I was doing a great job. So they sent in this girl named Vegas Girl, and they sent her to target me and make fun of me for being sex trafficked, talk about being raped and make rape jokes, and make fun of my son and my parenting, and basically just, oh my gosh, terrorize me with making me relive, all of that horribleness. And that also worked for since May of last year until about my diagnosis with my health back in, um, I want to say October. October, I finally laid that demon to rest. The Vegas girl stalker that my two stalkers sent to distract me which worked. And once I realized that they were sending this girl to terrorize me, to distract me and take up all my time, I was like, all right, now I'm really on my game. So I started to once again focus on the evidence, not listen to the demons, find a way to shed light on these evil criminals and keep them from harming someone else. And that scares the hell out of them. And I think I'm gonna, being that I can lose my life at any point in time, I'm going to focus on saving people if I can. At least I'm gonna try. And I think that kind of brings us up to date without all of the other stuff that I survived in between. Where'd you go? Oh shit, did I put him to sleep? Steve. Hmm. Okay, I think I'm talking to myself. Oh my gosh. Well, at least you guys heard the story. Maybe the puppy got him distracted, who knows. But turns out I'm the only one with tangible evidence against the private investigator. I have receipts, literally receipts. All these other ladies that he's still dragging through hell, they don't have any signed contracts. You know, they don't have any evidence against him tangible that can, they're not getting help legally. He basically got away with the crimes and the theft and all of their money and lost valuable time in the beginning stages of their searches for their children, missing and deceased. He's a very bad man, but I'm the only one that we know of out of all of his victims that actually has tangible evidence against him. Now, it would cost me way more money than he got from me to take him to court and probably stress me out and so on. And, I think there's a better way to shed light on him, and that's by, doing interviews and exposing him because he hates the light. And the very first time I exposed him, he came down like a ton of bricks on me. It was insane. He went for my throat immediately. So I know that's his weakness. He doesn't want bad publicity, and he's out there making money all day, every day still. And I think the good Lord will help me as long as I do right. If I don't play dirty like they play dirty, if I just show my evidence, um, and do interviews, constructive interviews where my evidence speaks louder than I do, I think I could reach way more people than they can. And I'm really hoping to be successful. I know I'm going to be successful. The person I'm doing an interview with this week has thousands and thousands of subscribers, and they know people and they know people, and I'm going, it's my dying wish is to make sure these people do not harm anyone else in the future if I can help it. And I believe that I can, you know? Okay, I didn't know that I was going to be talking to myself. Do you think Steve went to sleep? Do you think he went to chase a puppy? What do y'all think? I can't see how many people are in the chat. I can only see when you chat. Well, Babette, I wasn't always this strong. Before all this nonsense, I was pretty strong, but I was tested to my actual breaking point. But, when you're faced with, you don't really know what you're made of until you're faced with it. You could always say what you would do, but until you're faced with it, you have no idea what you'll do. But when you're in a life or death situation, you will rise above or you will break. And fortunately, I've always been um, a Bible believing, God fearing woman. So I almost broke, and I might have, I don't know, but I never broke so bad to where I could not come back from it. And I've always been a fighter, you know. I've always taken care of myself. I've been on my own since I was 14 years old. I've survived quite a bit, not quite like what I've been through this past decade or more, but it definitely made me stronger. And I knew that I was dealing with evil, and I had two choices, and that was sink or swim. And I was not going to sink. There was no way. Even when it felt like it, um, I had to pull myself up, and I didn't do it alone. God was right there with me. So I found out what I was made of, and I learned three very valuable lessons again. One, I'm not afraid to die. Two, I can live on bare minimal and like it. And three, I know how strong I am. I found out just how strong I am and how much I can take. So, you know, those were very valuable lessons that I thought I knew beforehand. Well, I found out to what degree afterward, that's for damn sure. Hmm. Well, I wouldn't change any of it. I mean, you might think, oh my God, you lived through hell. Why wouldn't you? Hi, King Charles. Because if I changed any of it, I wouldn't be able to fight the way I do right now, morally, legally, and with the strength and dedication, devotion that I have. And it's not for me, it's not really for me. It's not about the money. It's about, you know, good versus evil and saving anybody from going through what I went through. Because, you know, not everybody is that strong. Some people just sink and they don't come back from it. And I hate that. I hate thinking about it. It breaks my heart. I want to save people from what I survived, you know, and in the world we live in today, there's not very many strong people out there. And I fear for them, you know, because it's a different world, you know, than 10 years ago, even, you know, and I mean, gosh, the kids today, the teenagers, the young adults, you know, they're not what they used to be. They don't make them like that anymore, you know. And hell, we've got parents and grandparents bullying people online and harassing them just because they can. It's definitely a different world today. So, um, I am the underdog. I've always been the underdog. I know I'll rise above, but I will fight for the underdog until the day I die, and there's just no stopping me. You know, so they messed with the right person. They got the right person. Took me 2 years to finally get my head back on straight after the psychological abuse and warfare, and apparently they're skilled in it. Calm down, I'm so calm. Extremely calm. I'm the calmest I've been in a long time. You don't hear me crying. I used to not be able to tell my story without crying like a baby. Woo! But, yes, I'm very calm. But, yeah, they got the right one, that's for sure. It took a little while, but, I mean, I've always been resilient. I've bounced back from just about everything that I'd ever been through. If you knew how I grew up, you'd be like, "Oh my gosh." Okay, I'll give you a story. And you can say whatever you think or feel. You can believe it or not, but I'm one of 10 kids. I'm the last of the first five. I was 4 years old when my father remarried. I was a year old when my mother left. But from the time I was four with my brother and sister, my older brother and sister, um, from the time I was four, I worked hard and we paid the bills. We paid the lights for the groceries, the rent. I felt like I was a slave. And I did that until I was 13 years old. And I left home. I found a mom. I understood why my dad said she was bad. Only then. He said she was this, that, and the other throughout growing up with him. But I thought he was just angry and didn't like her because they fought and what have you. I didn't take his side until I had to see with my own two eyes that she was a nightmare. I lived with her for less than a year when she found that drugs and alcohol were more important. And she told me I was a waste of space and something more important could be occupying the space that I was in. She was very abusive. And I was like, oh my gosh. So I'd been on my own since I was 14. Um, but yes, most of my life I was a slave and abused, and oh my gosh, um, I survived that. You know, I wouldn't even change that. I wouldn't change anything that I went through. Looking back, now that I'm more healed than I was, I really wouldn't change the course of events because it would change who I am, and I'm very happy with who I am. And I'm glad that I have the strength that I do. I'm sorry I had to go through that to get here, but I'm alive. I'm stronger. I still have a heart and I still love people and I still will fight for the underdog. And I don't think I'll ever stop. I'm pretty sure I was born that way. I don't think I could change if I tried or if I wanted to. Yes, ma'am, Miss Babette. That is very, very fine to say. Thank you. It's nice meeting you all, too. It's nice being around people who can understand others and know that I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm going to be sharing my story all over the place, everywhere that I can, not for me or for what I lost or what I've been through, but to save other people and to shine lights on these little rats, these criminal rats. They're out there running amok and trying to hurt people. I mean, seriously, if you had a child that was missing and somebody come along and made you promises knowing they were intending to break them and steal your money and help you find your missing child and lied and wasted valuable time, oh my gosh. Wouldn't you want to help save people from going through that? I know I'm so repulsed and appalled that if I could save anybody from such pain, or making the same mistakes that most of us made with this fraudulent used car salesman, fake private investigator with no license. I mean, he's very good at selling himself, but and then there's us that are in fight or flight mode. When I hired him 2 years ago, I was definitely in fight or flight mode. I was so upset. I was being attacked. My life was being threatened. The law wasn't helping, and I feared like you'd not believe. So I gave him the money. I was like, he promised heaven and earth, basically. Not so much, but he said that he could do all kinds of things. And what really got me was he said, "Look, I'm going to talk to you like your brother would." My oldest brother, which is the oldest of all 10 of us, died at 39 years old of diabetes. He was in a diabetic coma, and I loved him dearly. So when this fake private investigator said, "I'm going to talk to you like your brother would," that comforted me almost immediately. It's like he knew what to say. Yes, I gave him my money. I believed in him. He lied, he stole it, and he ran and then drugged me through hell for exposing him. And that's his game. That's what he does. So Yeah, if you could save somebody from that, would you? I know I will, and I'm gonna try. I hope to save others, but I'm definitely gonna try. So, you know, ah, goodness.
Hey, Joe, you're
Where'd
doing
you
great.
where, where
Sweet.
did you go?
Yeah, I just had a visitor. So yeah, yeah. He's my landlord. Yeah,
Did you
yeah.
hear all of that?
We were listening as well as catching up. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I've only done 2 interviews about it, and I'm trying to get my practice on so that I speak clearly and well. How would you grade that if you could give me a grade?
May I give you 110 out of 10? 10. 110 out of 10. Yeah, you speak perfectly clear. You sound cool. Yeah, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for the vote of confidence. I'm trying to make sure that when I show my evidence, I don't have to speak as much, but when it's time to speak, I want to stay on point and on topic and be clear and not distract myself with, whatever. I just want to hit all the points and drive it home and hopefully do
You
it.
do know, but you do know when, like, I've been in court many a times, yeah. And for me, like, the judges and the jury, they're not there to listen to me. They're there to listen to the freaking solicitors. You get me? Yeah. So
Oh,
in
yeah.
my perspective, like, it doesn't really matter what I says to the judge. I got tea. I got green tea, or yeah, or man.
Well, I'm not preparing for court because I think I'm going to have to forget about that. Um, maybe for now, who knows? The way the case has been handled, it's been handled pretty badly, and I don't want to involve going up against law enforcement, but I do want to shed light, throughout social media on every social media platform, you know. So my story is for the public court, and that is going to help me save people from being victimized by these criminals. That's my end goal, mostly.
Mhm. You know, is yeah. Prob- I didn't catch the last bit of that because I was just sharing some tea there.
Oops.
But like,
I said that I'm probably going to have to forget about actual court. My story is mostly for the court of public opinion, where I
mm,
can talk to thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of people over time, sharing
mm,
my story to save victims from being harmed by these criminals. Because it seems like they've got a lot of experience. They know exactly what they're doing. They get your money. And then if you dare speak up, they know exactly how to shut you down
right.
and
So I
devastate you into
poten-
silence.
potentially would you would you like do like seminars and stuff like this? I mean, go to colleges and universities for educating the peoples. Is
Maybe
that,
through
that
uh,
is that a
I don't
place?
think I'd go in person,
Right.
um, because there's really not much I can with this diagnosis, my head injury and all of that, I could barely get around right now. My Christmas decorations are still up. Oh my gosh. And I'm working on getting a little bit down at a time. But yeah, there's not too much I can do physically these days. I'm very limited. But if they had me on a teleprompter, sure, I would do that. But
Mm,
right now I'm focusing on I've got an interview lined up where this lady has like, oh my gosh, 1.4 I'd have to look at it. I just took a screenshot of her platform, but she has so many subscribers and she reaches so many people. I'm talking thousands and thousands of people, and that's in the next couple of days. And if I do that every couple of days, the more people I reach, and if I keep doing this for years, eventually everybody's going to know my name. And I want them
mm,
to. And I
mm.
want them to know my story, not for me, but for the next underdog or the possible future victim. And my goal is to save people from these demons before they steal their money and then emotionally traumatize them because maybe these people may not be as strong. Who knows? Somebody could lose a life. And man, dear God, I hope that's not the case. But if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to do it right, and I'm going to do it with everything I've got. And I'm going to save people from being victims, or I'm going to save a life,
Do you
or
know
both.
what? Yeah, I tell you what, Joe. Right, that sounds exactly like me on this channel last year. Yeah, when I recognized the amount of bullying that was going on and the amount of off screen narrative setting and literally like bullying people to the point that people were suicidal. We had people making threats that they were going to have to be the example the people are looking for because nobody else was doing it. Do you get me? Yeah. And then
Yes,
Christmas time year before last, that person actually did do what they said they were going to do to set an example. I mean, like so many times I felt this channel has helped people to get things off their chest and not put themselves over the edge. Yeah, but like
yes, sir.
but folk like us, people don't want folk like us. Yeah, we're too straight and we're too real and normal for peoples. Yeah, it's like
Yes, sir.
threat. They want the dramas and they want to make the accusations and the bully bullshit. Where people like us, we can't be bullied. We've been bullied to the brink of like, bring it the fuck on. We're bullied the fuck on.
It's all or nothing. At this point in time, it's good versus evil. It's all or nothing. I'm all in.
Right? Yeah.
And there's a community out there on YouTube that are fighting this criminal, fraudulent private investigator, but they're going in circles and they're hitting brick walls and they're just back and forth bickering. They're not
Right.
really moving anything.
I've seen that
Nothing's
before,
changing,
my
you
dear. I've
know?
seen that. I was introduced to YouTube via somebody that was investigating, and it was prolonged investigations. And it's like, lad, you got to give up on that shit. You get me? Yeah, you just got to give up on that shit. It's killing you. You get me? You know. And the man says, "It's correct. Like this is what he told me. Like it is killing him. Everybody hates him. He's got no life whilst he's investigating that. He's singled off. He had a miserable existence. No matter how much good he was trying to convince the world that he's doing by doing what he was doing." Like he just got sour with it to the point
Yeah.
that anybody that's connected with me is responsible for the things that he was investigating. But it's like, hang on a minute, how did I get involved? Just because I met you? It's like, what the fuck?
See, see, I like progress. I like the finished product. I like the work in between. And I know if there's a problem, there's a solution or there's not. You fix it or you leave it the hell alone.
Mm,
And I'm a firm believer in there are answers to many of problems. And this one, there are answers. Because the minute I started really friggin' exposing these guys, they took my
mm,
channel. I'm like, you could
correct.
take my channel, but can you take my voice? I was
Right.
going to think outside the box and do these interviews. You just forced me to do them that much quicker. And the minute I started shining light on them heavy, um, they went below the belt. So I know their weakness. I know what to do. I've, honed my skill, and I need more honing, but
Can I
it's
say
a
something?
fight.
Can I say something as an observation over the years now? Like I've been penalized for being a dope smoker, a weed smoker, yeah, or being party orientated. You get me? And that's how I was penalized growing up. So understanding, like I understand the prisons and court systems. I've been in and out. I've understood the psychiatrics, and I tell you one thing I've noticed: there's a great big industry and a great big business associated that thing, the nightmares that you've been through, and it is the entertainment, it is politicians, the religion. These are the people at the top. They're it's within their grasp. Like the military, the law, it's within their grasp, but yet it goes on. You get me? And then
Yes, I do. And I'd like to address
it's an
fitness
on.
after 60 in the comments.
Mm,
Um, allow me a moment to address him. Uh, yes, some people do that, but that's not who I am. I'm a Bible believing, God fearing woman, and the law is slightly corrupt. Otherwise, they would have done something for me by now. Um, they're not helping. The courts aren't helping, and it's going to cost me more money. And if it was about my stolen money,
Mm-hmm.
um, I probably would have gotten it a long time ago if I invested way more than I lost. So it's about the life that I almost lost. It's about the hell and the traumatizing and the torture, the harassment, the stalking, the doxing. My whole family was dragged into this. Okay, they posted every address I had for the past decade alone. So it's not about the money, it's not about the legal system, because the legal system doesn't really care about us peons. Otherwise they would do more. So to call me a liar is to insult my intelligence, or to insinuate that I'm a liar is really kind of disgusting. You can take it for what it's worth. No one's forcing anything on you, sir, or madam. Uh, but word of mouth travels quicker than anything, and
Mm-hmm.
evidence speaks volumes. I will show my evidence to the public of how myself and many have been terrorized, doxxed, stalked, harassed, robbed blind. And when people see that, that word of mouth will travel faster than anything. And a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people will have then been saved
Mm-hmm.
from either being robbed, and if robbed, being emotionally traumatized into silence or worse. So take it for what it's worth. I don't have any reason to try and convince anybody of anything but the truth. And sorry, sir, you're not one of them, because you're not receiving what I'm giving, and I'm giving my all, along with evidence and my story. Take it or leave it.
Yeah. I don't understand. Like, for me, victims are victims. Do you get me? Where is the law? Like, I don't know. It's crazy. But
It is.
it's always subjects, isn't it? Like, the greatest of victims always, like, if these people are already making threats to yourself, like, what's to stop them make threats to the people investigating them then? That, like, we're having, it just moves up higher chains. No, like, no individual law really wants to take on stuff like that, so.
Exactly. Now, this private investigator, he lives in a camper shell on his pickup truck, and he doesn't have any address tied to him, and he's been running and hiding to keep from being served from these women who have lost their children, can't find their children, or have deceased children, and a lot of stolen money. So the law is not helping these women. Um, what makes you think they're going to help me?
Mm,
This guy is running like you'd not believe. We have no choice but to, we've gone to the courts, we've gone to the law. We've no choice but to go to public opinion, where word travels faster than anything, and people say, hey, this guy's a criminal, a con man. Don't give him any money, or make him do the job and then pay him afterwards. But that could go bad on both ends. If you don't pay up front, you know, you might not get the work. If you pay up front, you might not get the work. But all I know is this man is a lifelong career criminal, and he needs to be stopped, and law enforcement is not doing it. The courts aren't doing it. He's running around free out there doing it to more people, and if I don't stand up and do everything that I know that I can to help stop it, then I'm a pile of shit, and I'm letting my people down, and I'm not going to do that. So if the courts and the law aren't doing anything, I'm definitely taking it in my own hands and going to the court of public opinion and sharing information.
One
I don't
thing
know
I
how
know.
many.
One thing I know is you don't go interfering with the business of families, and you certainly don't go down those personal lines of interfering with personal family stuff like what you're experiencing. That, like, whoa, them people, they got bad karma. Trust, they carry the deep darkness with them. That's horrible.
Yeah. And you know what? Fitness after 60. I've been dealing with people like you for the past 2 years while I was traumatized and going through hell, and you're not the first, you're not going to be the last. I've had to learn to turn away from the people who aren't willing to help share information about criminals and who attack me. I've got to turn from it. If I let you harm my mental health or discourage me, then I can't help save other people from being victims. So I have to let you go and I have to ignore you and I have to not even try to speak to you because obviously you're shut down. You don't want to hear it. You've already got your opinion and you've labeled me, and that's okay. That's your choice. I don't want to waste time trying to convince you of anything
I
because,
don't think, Joe. I don't think
yeah,
he'll have labelled you. I think he may have labelled the situation. Do you get me? So, you know, like he seems to be like a clued up fella. Do you get me? In my perspectives, and like he's very respectful. Yeah, like for me, if he's talking on perspective of the law, you know, like or the court systems, then like that's what you're getting from him. You're not getting an attack on you as a character, as you as an individual. Trust. That's what I
okay.
know. Fitness, okay.
Well, I did
People.
briefly scan, so I didn't,
Mm,
really look at what he exactly was saying. So,
mm,
pardon
Me,
me.
me neither. Do you know, like, but I do know the folk that I've generally got in my chat that are blued up. I know who these folk are. You know, old school Pete. You know, like he's been with my channel from day one. Yeah, he seen me the first day that I came onto YouTube under invitation. So yeah, yeah, he knows.
I think he's also missing a point. I was traumatized, and that's what lit a fire under my ass. I'm over it. I'm healed more. And because I want to save other people, I'm going to keep working toward what I said I'm going to work toward. I was traumatized. I did take a break from social media, but being that social media is how these criminals are reaching more victims, social media has to be a tool for me also.
Mm. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah. Social media should be a safe environment. You know, like you've got those areas where you can go and play with the darknesses if you want, but there should be an area where people are safe. You know, like, and this is what I like to be promoting. You know, like, yeah, I can't help the malicious people out there, but I can remind them that if they're abusing, you know, what goes on in this channel for their own sick entertainments, and you know, that's what they're doing. You know, it don't
Yes.
impress people. You got me, yeah.
I do,
Mm,
I do. Okay, maybe I said it wrong, which is why I'm glad that I'm practicing and learning from what it is I'm saying so that I know how to, properly speak. The court of public opinion, you're right, doesn't matter at all. Word of mouth keeping people from being victimized or robbed blind is what I'm after. Public opinion, not so much.
mm. Here, we've got a lady that attends this chat and comes to me panel, yeah, and yeah, we won't mention her name, but she had a situation where she come into this chat and she be saying about this romance that she's got online with foreign folk, and she's paying for them to get a license to come over here and all this whatnot, and it's straight up, do you get me? Yeah, we all knew straight
Yeah.
away that this one's being scammed, do you get me? Yeah, and we all kept saying you're being scammed, but we had to play along with her romance as well. So when people kept going on, you're being scammed, you know, like it get monotonous, it gets boring. Let's turn it around. Let's like live up the romance, do you get me? Yeah, what if? You know, when he does come, you know, like yeah, let's live the romance instead. But you know, like that was just as bad as you know, like the folk going in all day, every day, reminding her that she being conned. I mean, yeah, and now
Yeah.
she. Now this one, she want remorse for the. She wants vengeance, or you know, like she wants to go through that system again with with another one. Another time. Yeah, I mean, like people sometimes really don't freaking learn. You get me? You know, like
Yeah.
yeah, and yeah, it's really good that you're coming here to share what your experiences, what your intentions are, and it is for the better of other people. You can't better your situation, you know, from your experience, but you can better the knowledge of what people need to be looking out for.
Yes, sir. Now I'm
That's
trying to find a middle ground with you on fitness after 60. I think he's picking at every, almost not every word that I say, but here he says, "Your people." Are you are I think he meant to say, are they your cult followers? I think you're taking that a little too far, Mr. After 60. My people, meaning my fellow human beings, anyone who's human, who needs a helping hand, a voice for the voiceless, someone who can stand up, who has experience, someone who's lived through hell and survived it. My people would be my fellow human beings,
Mm.
whomever I can help by standing up for those who can't stand up for themselves. Cult, no. My Bible says don't do that. It's wrong.
Yeah, this channel's been targeted as being a cult. Yeah, ever since it started, people were saying Steve started a cult. Yeah, a lot of folk now hold back from interacting with this channel because, like, yeah, it was too much of a cult.
Somebody said they're bored. I think that's cute. I had, before my channel was taken, I had 277 subscribers, and 270 of them were dickheads. And they're like, we're tired of hearing your story. I'm like, nobody's forcing it on you. You're subscribed to me. You can unsubscribe. You're not a hostage. Nobody's holding against your will, and you're free to leave. You have the freedom to go away. Don't listen to my story and then tell me that you're bored, because this story is not for you. This story is for people who do not know about these criminals whom are hurting people and, taking away from the quality of their life and stealing their money. My story is not for you. If you're bored, leave. You've got that freedom. You're not a hostage.
Well, actually, this channel is very addictive. Yeah, I've had it said to me loads of times. Yeah, that he's addicted to this channel.
Well, I'm not talking leave your channel. I'm talking about the people that would say that to me on mine. I'm like, just go. Why would you listen to my story and then harass me about it? This story is not for you. This is for the people who haven't heard it. And not my story, the story of the criminals that are out there waiting for, innocent people, naive people. That's who they prey upon. Weak women, and I'm a voice for the voiceless, like it or not. Here I come. There's no stopping me.
That was one of the old school Pete. Yeah, they sees me in my Baba robes and them's gone. Yeah, fuck you, leader.
Fitness After 60, my channel was taken because I was posting too much good evidence, and they said it was bullying when it was their evidence that I got from them and shared what they had already shared. The bullying, the harassment, the, shit that they would post and delete, but not before I could capture it, threats and what have you. So they, I don't know how they had it. I really don't know how it worked, but I posted the shit that they said and did, and I got penalized for it. And after 3 strikes, it was gone.
Wow, I had
Oh
the
well.
same. I had the same, but YouTube and StreamYard recognized that the persons were just taking the piss and taking the piss out of the attempts to report and block. Yeah, and yeah, so it backfired on them. I got a lot of restrictions on my content, but like over the last 2 years, but generally, like yeah, I believe YouTube is monitoring what I do and who interacts with me and how it backfires upon them.
Yeah, right. So, Fitness After 60, no, I was not bullying. I was taking their evidence and exposing their bullying and got accused of bullying. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
So, no, I'm not a bully. I'm not mean. I love the Lord. I mean, oh my gosh, I'm not a part of organized religion. I just know that I was pulled out of the depths of hell looking demons in the face. And I know I couldn't have done that on my own. The Lord helped save me from, sex trafficking, for crying out loud. I could have taken my own, life. There's a million different ways this could have gone. It went the way of my survival. You think I believe in God? I damn sure do. He saved me from. I'm not going to become the evil that I fight. I almost did. I risked that a long time ago, and I learned from it. I almost loaded it up and took them out, as many as I could. I decided that that is horrible and that is no way to go about this. I have to do it the right way, God's way, the best way I know how, and with all the strength that I can muster, because I cannot risk becoming the evil that I fight. How am I any better than them? And I'm better than them. I know that. Hey, I do love the Lord. If you don't, I don't care. That's your prerogative. I do, and I'm proud to say that, and I'll scream it from the rooftops. I love the Lord. Make fun of me. That's a demon spirit. You shouldn't do that. It's mean, but it doesn't affect me. You might affect somebody else who loves the Lord as much or more, not me. But you have freedom of speech, so I
You
can
know,
handle myself.
many times when I tripping on the mushrooms, I get reminded that my spirit's free. I've got no control over it, and if there is spirits controlling the earth and stuff like that, then or higher powers, then then that's the continuation of life and death. And for me, that's out of my control. The damage, yes, yeah, recognizing that it is just our physical form and our mental states. It continues our daily activities. I think, yeah.
Well,
Great. Anyways, for sure.
I hear you and I respect you. I will not force my belief on anyone, and we all have free will, and God gave it to you. I can't take it from you. Whether you believe in God or not, either way, you have free will. I have no right to take it or force anything on you, and I'm not gonna do that because, um, yeah, I'd be a hypocrite. And that's not what I'm about. But I respect what people believe, and I'm not going to condemn you or give you my opinion, or you know, I just respect you to freely speak of whatever it is you choose to and share your beliefs and how you feel, and you know what I mean?
Mm, fair play. I'm the same. Whatever folk want to be doing and believing, it's up to them, you get me, and I appreciate it all. Like, I've got many friends of different cultures and nationalities, a lot of different nationalities and cultures. Yeah, I take them all on board. I've been blessed by many of various religious types as well, being in their presence and spiritualists. Uh,
I'm going to address some of your people in your chat. First, let me
yeah.
go to where is it? Fitness after 60. Who said I don't believe in God? Not me. I don't know what you believe in. I can't accuse you of this or that or whatever. But when you said that about me when I was speaking of the Lord, I assumed, which is generally not a good thing to do. I just don't know anybody who would make fun of someone speaking of the Lord and, think that they were for the Lord, because if you believe in God, you wouldn't do that to another person. And then we've got
I don't think it's
Joe.
about believing in God. I think it's about believing in your own peace and your own peace of mind. Like how you like to sleep at night, or how like with peace that you haven't done wrong. Like you have got no darkness following you. I mean, that's more of what I recognize. I mean, if you want to go to battle and go to wars, like there's darkness. If you want to go to, be a thief or whatever, like inflict upset on people, well then that's like darkness that they carry, isn't it?
All
Unfortunately.
right. Yes, sir, I do. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not going to promote or condemn anyone's religion because that's a fight starter quick. I just know that I believe in the King James Bible, and that is my belief, and I'm not going to force that on anyone. And I'm not going to elaborate on what I think about other religions because, again, that's a fight starter. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to upset anyone. You know,
I
Hey,
Mr.
appreciate
hey,
it.
hey, how you doing there,
360.
Steve? How you doing,
Hang on.
Steve?
Yeah,
Hello,
good,
Joe.
good
Hi,
business. Yeah.
Hey, listen, Joe. Are you familiar with the Ten Commandments?
I am.
Okay, so which commandment is it that we're not supposed to work on the Sabbath, Sunday? Is that number
Um,
9?
the Sabbath is not Sunday. The Sabbath is from Friday night to Saturday night.
Okay, for you, that's the Sabbath. So on the Sabbath, do you actually observe it the way it's explained to be observed in the Bible?
No, I don't because I'm not perfect. Um,
Oh, you mean so you're not perfect.
no,
Nobody's
I'm not.
perfect.
But
No, nobody's perfect, right?
I don't
Nobody's
work on the
perfect.
Sabbath, nor does my husband.
Okay, but listen, so nobody's perfect, right?
Of
The
course not.
thing, the thing that I'm trying to understand here, and listen, I'm not trying to judge you or anything. I'm not criticizing you. What I'm trying to understand is you've made mention of the Bible numerous times,
I
and
love the Bible.
and you love the Lord. And that's really great. But what I'm trying to understand is, do you live by that Bible, or do you pick and choose what you want to believe and do and abide by, and the rest say, "Well, I'm not perfect."
No, I'm not a cherry picker. I do the very best I can. I am a godly wife. I honor my husband, and he is the decision maker in our home. I do the very best I can, as much as I can. Yes, for the most part, I do. I very much do.
I see. So let me ask you this: once again back to the Ten Commandments, right? So, which commandment is it that thou shalt not covet thy neighbor?
What are you getting at? You
I'm
want to use
just
that in like a set? I
well,
mean,
I'm not.
I got to understand the context.
I'm going somewhere with this. Is it number 3?
It's hard for me to remember which commandment is which, but I do know them for the most part.
Oh, because I figured since you live by the Bible, you would actually know not only the order of the commandments, but you'd be able to recite them.
I used to, but I have a head injury and I've been very forgetful these days, and it's very
Oh,
upsetting. It's very, very upsetting.
I
I
see.
can't remember things that I wish I could, and it's frustrating because I'm losing um my memory.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But
Sucks.
the next thing I'd like to ask you, Joe, nothing to do with the Bible now. So I had asked you in the chat, why was your channel shut down by YouTube? And you explained it accurately. They don't just shut your channel down the first time you violate or their terms of service. You get 3 strikes within 90 days, right? And on that third strike within 90 days, your channel is permanently removed. I always have a problem with everybody. I don't care who it is, what genre I'm in, who says, my channel was struck or my channel was permanently removed, even worse. And it's not fair. It wasn't my fault. Baloney.
No, it
Okay.
was my fault. I violated terms of service by posting what they posted. I just copied their stuff and put it on my channel. I am not tech savvy, and apparently you got to have a Twitter account or some other account to be able to
Okay.
report them. I
Okay.
can't report them the way that they.
Let me
I'm
ask.
sorry, I'm not done. I'm not done. Please. I cannot do the things that they can do technically because I'm just not capable of it. I don't have the equipment and I don't have the other social media account to be able to report ultimately like they did. And they mass reported me for shit that I shared from them.
Okay. Did you actually read the full service, the terms that YouTube requires you to abide by? Did you actually
No, I
read
did
that?
not.
Oh, well, that's
Nope.
not really but you did you did hit the X at the bottom that you read it.
I knew what I was doing when I did it. Yes, I knew
Okay.
very well what I was doing. I was
Right.
violating terms of service. They were getting away with it. It was their shit. I took a chance and I got,
How long
yes,
was
I
your
helped it
chat?
go down
How long was your channel up?
since 2014.
What was the premise of your channel?
Before all this bullshit, I was exposing corrupt government and friggin' major what the globalists, the technocrats, the elites, and crime. Just basically government crime and corruption.
Okay, cool. So we're having a good conversation here now. So now we're flowing here. Let's keep it rolling. So I'm assuming I'm not asking you where you live, but I'm assuming you live somewhere in the United States.
That's correct.
Okay. So what did you think about the last president we had?
I'm a gypsy. I'm Hungarian. We don't do the left-right divide thing. We believe there's
That's
more
not what I
Amish
asked
out
you.
there.
That's not what I asked you.
Okay,
I
well, I'm
didn't,
not going
okay.
to answer your questions the way you want me to. I'm going to answer them the way I know how, if you don't mind. Do you know how Amish people live government free? They don't abide or bow to a government. They
Yes.
don't adhere to the laws that the
Yes.
government.
Yes, I'm quite
Okay, well, I'm
familiar.
like that.
Okay, so I'm just curious, and I'm not asking you who you vote for, but do you vote?
Absolutely not.
Okay, okay. The Amish, I'm not sure, like the Pennsylvania, like in Lancaster County, which is loaded with Amish. Some of them do vote, I think, just mainly for the president, but they don't always vote,
No, they don't.
and most of them don't vote. But you
No,
know,
they don't vote.
they break their code too, though. You know, like for instance, I know this to be fact. What I'm about to
It's
tell
today's
you.
generation. Of
No,
course,
no,
they're
no, no, no,
influenced.
no, no. It's not. Let me hear me out for a second. So the Amish, you know, they live by the Bible a lot more than any other group of people or person, for that matter, that I've ever met or known. But they don't live by it fully. For instance, they're not allowed to, you know, to drive cars. They're supposed to get around solely like they did 400 years ago with the horse and buggy, with their quarter horses and their buggies. When they need to go someplace, snowing, raining, it's far away, it's 150 miles, they have one of the local people, who they refer to as the English, drive them to where they have to go and they pay them in cash. So, you know, back 400 years ago when there were no cars, they did not have that option, right? They had no choice but to go on horseback or horse and buggy.
Yes, but
Now
do you
they
understand
have
that
the
you
option.
just said that they
Now
can't
they have the
own?
option. Now they have the option, and they explore it. So how are they completely living by the Bible like they claim?
Their Bible doesn't say what you're saying. They can't, according to their laws, they cannot own a vehicle, but it doesn't mean they cannot accept a ride
And they
and
also,
pay for it.
not every Amish farm, but every Amish community, and sometimes it depends on the community, right? The bishop leads the community, and each bishop reads the Bible, interprets it slightly different from the rest, and controls his flock, right?
They go
Okay.
by an old order Amish,
No, no.
German
There's
dialect Bible.
okay. The old order Amish are they run around in the black buggies. Wait a minute. Yeah. And
No, that's Mennonite.
the old order Mennonites run around in the gray buggies.
Okay, can I interrupt you please for something really important? I think you ought to hear this. This is a really good thing. And I think it'll change the way you're speaking to me about your knowledge of the Amish, because you'll then understand my knowledge is great, not greater than yours, but I have personal experience with the Amish. It was the Amish that saved me from sex trafficking.
So what state did you stay with them?
I hid out with the Amish for a year. I
Oh wow,
can't
it's
say what.
almost like that. It's almost like that. It's reminding me of that movie now. You know, not with a guy. He was a cop and he was being framed, and he ran to the Amish farm, and he fell in love with the Amish girl. You remember that movie? I can't remember the name.
No, I don't.
Harrison Ford, I think, was in it, if I remember correctly. Okay,
Mm.
so just out of curiosity, did you hide out in an Amish place, a farm in a community in Pennsylvania?
No, I'm originally from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and I know all about the Amish there. But no, it was a state many states away,
You know, one
because
thing, yeah, one thing I
I was
really,
being.
yeah, one thing I have to say about the Amish, if I could, that I really respected, is I was out in their community a number of years ago. I don't know, 14, 15 years ago on Christmas Day. And the Amish on Christmas, they actually celebrate Christmas the way I think it's supposed to be celebrated, to be honest with you. They don't have any Christmas tree with any lights and all decorations. They go to church Christmas morning. They each give each other a very cheap gift, one gift each. That's it. They get one gift. And then they go on about their day. It's just another day. right?
Not the Amish that
Because
I know. They don't celebrate
because
holidays.
okay, well that's what exactly. They go to church. You didn't hear what I just said. They
They
have
don't
no
give each other
Christmas tree.
gifts.
They have no Christmas tree. They have no Christmas decorations. Okay, they go to the church Christmas morning. They probably spend 3-4 hours in there. Then they come out and they give each other one cheap, like I think they're only allowed to spend like $5 or something, and most of it, what they're giving is woodwork that they made themselves. They crafted themselves. They're expert woods craftsmen. Most, not all of them, but many of them.
I don't know of any Amish that exchanges gifts on Christmas because that would be celebrating a holiday.
It's not like they
No,
listen. It's not like they wrap it up. They each gives each other one thing. It's
nope.
very
I spent
cheap.
Christmas
Okay,
with them.
okay. So then, okay, fine. I'm wrong.
No,
But
I
I'm
don't think
right
you're
in what I'm saying.
wrong. I
I'm right
think
in what I'm saying. I'm right in what I'm saying is that they have no Christmas tree, no Christmas decorations. Christmas morning, they wake up and they go to church. Whether it's a Sunday it falls on Christmas or it falls on a freaking Friday, it doesn't matter. They're in church Christmas morning. They have their sermon, and then they go on about their day. It's just another day. They go to work. They do whatever they have to do there at the farm. If they have to run the town, they run the town, right? But see,
um,
see out here, right? With the different Christian sects, you have the Protestants, you have the this one or that one, the other one. They have a Christmas tree. It's all decorated with light bulbs on it, which they didn't have way back then, by the way. And it's they have Christmas decorations, and they wrap the gifts up, and in the paper, the fancy paper with the bows, and it's like it's a pagan holiday. And
it
then
is.
Santa Claus comes in on his sleigh, and he lands on your roof, and he comes down your chimney. If you don't have a chimney, you got to leave your window cracked open so he can flow through the window.
This is crazy, man.
Well,
Okay.
okay, then you have Easter, right? The resurrection of Christ.
I personally
Where do
don't
we get this
celebrate
giant?
holidays.
Okay, where do we get this giant bunny rabbit, the Easter bunny? How does that have
Ishtar,
anything to
a
do with the
pagan god,
resurrection of Christ? It
a
makes no
pagan god.
sense. Okay, let me ask you this now. Hold on. I'm on a roll here, right?
All right, but
Okay,
you got to give me a break in between, all of your statements and so on,
okay,
so that we can have
okay,
an actual interaction.
okay.
Well
We're
well said,
interacting. Okay,
well
so let me ask you this. So in the Bible, right, it says something to the effect of. Now you correct me if I'm wrong. Feel free. That Noah built Noah's Ark. And Noah was a man who lived to be approximately 950 years old. Actually, it was Noah and his son that built the ark, and it took them 75 years to build the ark. Does that sound right?
No, but you're jumping around. I don't think
No,
we
no,
finished
no.
the
Wait a
Amish.
minute. Okay,
Wait,
okay. So
wait,
then
wait, wait. Okay, you're
tell me, how old was Noah? How long did it take to build the ark? And did his son or did he not help him build the ark?
first of all, he had three sons. Okay, and they helped him build the ark. How long
Okay,
it took, I don't know, but it took a long time. How old was Noah? I used to know. I know the oldest man in the Bible was Methuselah, and I think that was his grandfather or great grandfather, or was Enoch. And he
okay.
was
So
969 years old. But
this is.
I'd like to still speak about the Amish before we jump onto another topic,
Oh,
if you
sure. Go
wouldn't
right
mind.
ahead. Okay.
Okay, so
Let's shift the second gear here.
do you personally know Amish that exchange gifts on a gift on Christmas?
No, no, I don't personally know any Amish. I don't know if this counts or not, but when I was in the, what was it, the fifth or sixth grade, we went on a 1 week class trip, a school class trip, and I've been on an Amish farm. You know, I've been to an Amish smorgasbord, but bigger than that, actually. Let's just say a family member uh, was well, let me not say a family member. Let's just say a really, really close friend was raised not by the Amish, but in an extreme in an Amish community, in a community where 9 out of 10 people that lived in the county were Amish. or that's maybe not the county, but that town were Amish. And that's what this person told me, that, and it varies, each Amish community is run, and they are run by a bishop.
By a
The
bishop, yes.
Right. Okay. And each bishop, like I mentioned earlier, kind of has a slightly different spin when they read the verses in the Bible, right? For the most part, it's the same as the other bishops, but there are differences, right? And the Amish, like I said earlier, to me, live closer to how the Bible says to live than any other group of people or person that I know, but they don't fully, completely live by it. I don't know anybody that does. And you're saying, and I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying that you're saying that, well, when you do things that are against the sayings in the Bible or what the Lord wishes, it's because you're not perfect, right? Well, nobody is. Everybody knows that. Nobody's perfect, right? So I would say that when like let's say what's a rule? Okay, when it says thou shalt not covet thy neighbor, right?
Yeah, you don't steal their stuff. You don't take their wife. You don't friggin' stab them in the back. You don't play dirty. You treat them, like family.
Okay, but isn't that
You
basically
love them.
this? Isn't that basically the same thing as the other rule? One of one of the other 9 in the Testament, which says
Like,
thou shalt not steal. Can't we
sure.
condense? Couldn't we condense those two and now bring it
Oh,
down to
come on
9?
now.
No, well, think about it. Don't they mean? No, well, wait a minute. Don't they mean the same thing? Thou shalt not covet, and thou shalt not steal. Right? It's like the same thing. We could condense it down to 9. Well, let me explain something to you. Do you know why
Well,
there are 10? You know why there are 10 commandments and not 9 or 11? Because 10 is a powerful number. That's why. You see,
are
it
you
wouldn't
from New
make.
York?
Yeah, you didn't see in my comments? I'm born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. You're talking to
I,
Brooklyn right now.
I knew by the accent because I'm from South Philly.
You sound well. I wouldn't have taken you for South Philly. I would have taken you for, I
I
don't know.
spent a couple of decades in Florida, and the rednecks got me. Now I sound like the reddest Yankee I know.
Yeah, you sound a little more southern than
Make me mad, and you'll hear my Yankee.
Philadelphia. No, so
Yes.
okay. So let's see. So back to the Bible if we could now.
Okay, you've
Okay,
been talking
so
for like 10 minutes. When is it my turn?
well, I came up on panel to ask you some questions. I mean,
Yes, but we take turns. How do
I
you?
got. Wait a minute, Joe. I gotta get answers. I'm writing this stuff down on a pad
Oh shit!
on a pad over here.
Yankee on Yankee.
Okay, so now, okay. So we went through Noah. Okay, so now let's go to the next story in the Bible. Right? We have
We still
what was
skip
it?
the Amish.
Oh, we're gonna
Well
go back to the
done.
Amish in just a minute. I'll come up with. I'll think of something else. Don't worry. So like in the Bible, it says that Jonah, was that his name, lived
Jonah, yes, in the belly of
okay,
the whale.
in the belly of a whale for 3 days.
Uh huh.
Now, am I to believe that this man, Jonah, actually lived in the belly of a whale for 3 days? Is that
I
even humanly
don't care.
possible?
I
No, but
don't care.
I'm asking you.
Intercept
I'm asking you.
Can I
I'm asking you.
intercept? Can I
I'm,
intercept something? Can I
Yes.
intercept something? Right now, I've heard something about this, and I've heard it quite recently as well. And the reason they says that you could survive in the belly of a whale, because people do. People use it as a therapy to go into a decaying carcass of a whale for is good for your body or something like this.
well, I hear what you're saying, but see, a decaying carcass of a body means that it's out of the ocean. How did a man live in a live whale's stomach? The whale is under the water most of the time. And then when it comes up with the blowhole, like, to exhale and grab some air, Jesus. And then when he came out of there, he must have stunk like hell, for crying out loud. I mean, 3 days
You
inside the.
damn Yankee.
And I'm wondering, I don't think the Bible says, but I wonder, where did the whale go with him in his stomach for 3 days? Did he cross the
All over
Atlantic?
God's creation.
Did it cross the Pacific? I mean, or did it just swim around in one little area? I'm curious. These are things I want to know.
I don't have all the answers. I wish I did. But when I say that I'm a sinner and I'm not perfect, that doesn't mean I don't repent for my sins at the end of the day, or even right when it happens. Because, for an instance, back when I was a teenager, I used to get road rage. If I did that today, I would probably be so upset and ask God to forgive me right on the spot. I don't have road rage, but I'm just using that as an example. When I commit a sin, I ask the Lord to forgive me, and I'm very sorry. And I do my best not to commit that sin again, but I am human and I'm a sinner. God said, "You're not perfect. Don't try to be. You're never going to be. It's a waste of time." He knew that we were born sinners and we're going to be sinners. All we could do is the best we can and, pray for forgiveness,
Okay,
ask for forgiveness.
yeah. Just for a second, could you run by me again one more time? What Christian sect, SECT, you're a member of?
I am not a member of organized religion.
Okay, but you read the King James version of the Bible, right?
I, I have it on DVD. It reads itself to me.
Okay, can you explain something to me? I'm just curious what your take is on this, right? So the King James version means that
I
this
get
is
you.
not. Hold on, I'm trying to understand where you're at with this, and I'm not criticizing you in any way, shape, or form. I'm not making fun
That's
of
okay.
any
I get
religion.
you.
Okay,
I get you.
so if it's the King James version of the Bible, that means that it's not the original version of the Bible. It's King James's version of the Bible.
Exactly.
Okay,
Now,
so
I've
now,
questioned that myself.
so now let's go back. Let me just hold on. We're making progress here. Okay,
Yes,
so
and I questioned that myself.
like here in America, and there's 195 countries in the world. 63 or 62 of which, actually, believe it or not, are run by women. Their
That
president,
sucks.
or the president or the prime minister, however they term it, in the 195 countries, 62 or 63 of them are women. Anyway, okay. That was just like a little trivia for you. Okay, so now, where
You're
was I?
really not
Where
bringing
was I
anything
going?
new to my table. I
Okay,
promise
so
you.
where was I going with this? Okay, so now the King James version, right, of the Bible is his version of it. We've established that. Now, the only country that I know of, I can name offhand, that still has a king and a queen would be England, right? We've pretty much,
Scumbags.
yeah, right. There you go. There you go. Exactly. Well, I wouldn't
I'm
say I'm not
telling you,
gonna
you're
I'm
not
not gonna
bringing
listen.
anything.
Listen, I'm not gonna use that word to describe them.
I will.
But okay, you're entitled to.
They're
Okay,
demons.
okay. I'd rather go with demons than scumbags. But anyway,
Same
okay.
difference.
So
All right.
now, the king, right? We go back in time. We look at the different kings in history throughout the world. Were they really good to the people that lived underneath them? Were any of
Not
them?
all of them. Some of them. Some of them were honorable. Yes.
So
Um,
would you put King James in that group?
I'm having a hard time with that because I've been through hell for the past decade, and for the last couple of years, I've been able to start looking into history again. I'm a history buff. I love it. But I've been on that subject for a couple of years, and I'm still trying to, put pieces of history together when it comes to the King James Bible and King James himself.
Okay, well
I believe they were translating the Bible, and he picked all the scholars that were the best at their skill at that time, so they say, and they translated the Bible into the King James version so that the newer generation could understand it.
okay. Well,
I kind
here's
of
the
have a
thing.
problem with that. I
Here's
really
the
kind of do. I'm just
here's
not
the
sure
here's
what
the
my
thing.
problem is.
Here's the thing, Joe. Okay, what would be a king's top priority to remain king, to control the people, the masses. Okay. Do you think it's possible, Joe, that much of what's in the King James version of the Bible was input that he demanded be put into that Bible, into words that would help him control the people? You think there might be a little bit to that? Just a little bit. A little possibility, maybe?
I, well, being that it makes sense to me and some of my stories are in the Bible, I couldn't believe it when I would be laying down at night and I wasn't working because I had insomnia, and I worked to keep my mind off the hell that I had just survived being sex trafficked. So when I did lay down to sleep at night, it was right beside this little tiny TV that I had with a DVD player hooked up. So the Bible would play to me, and I would actually hear my stories in there and wonder how in the hell is that possible?
Okay, so, I'm curious. You don't have to answer, obviously. I'm just what you said your job. What do you do, or what did you do for a living, or what
I
field
was
were
a
you in?
subcontractor. I worked all over the United States building big box stores, mostly Lowe's home improvement stores. I did a lot of their electrical, and it was just basically ground up crew.
Okay, so
I built
are you
Family
like a
Dollar,
are
Dollar
you
General.
are you something of an architect?
No, I would have been making all kinds of money, but money's not my thing these days.
When you say wiring, were you like laying out the schematics, or were you installing the wiring?
Anything that you could plug in inside Lowe's Home Improvement, I put there.
Oh, so you're a licensed electrician.
No, I'm a subcontractor. I was a subcontractor, multi-skilled and allowed to work without a license. I was not required to have a license. It was general electrician skills, and I displayed.
You mean to tell me that Lowe's department stores, Lowe's Home Depot, I mean not Lowe's Home Depot, Lowe's department stores are being built by unlicensed contractors?
No, Lowe's Home Improvement Stores gives out. They accept the bids. They offer to all kinds of construction companies.
Right.
Whoever will build this for the least amount, they accept the lowest bidder, and then those people get subcontractors. And for the most part, a lot of them are licensed
I
for
see.
whatever it is they do. I myself was contracted in to do a job that required um, electrical work, which I am skilled.
I just,
Um,
I don't know, living here in New York City, you know, amongst 8.5 million people, I would think it would be very dangerous to have any kind of store, quite frankly, wired up by somebody that wasn't like a licensed electrician. That's all I'm saying. So I
yes,
didn't know. I
but
mean,
you also have the union, and there was a time when I crossed the union in one or two stores, and the rules were different. If you weren't a part of the union, then you weren't required to be licensed in this, that, and the other. Some of us, not all of us, and they came behind us and made us redo all kinds of things, and a lot of people got the boot, and yes, they changed the way things were done, but we didn't cross their paths that much. um in the northern states, you have union mostly, and the requirements are different, so they are required to get fully licensed people, licensed and insured, people to do those jobs.
probably the best way to go about building something, right? With licensed and insured contractors, wouldn't you say?
I think that if you have the skill, you should be qualified in some manner, but you shouldn't have to pay to be licensed. I think that's a racket. I think that if you can
I,
prove that
I,
you're qualified to do a job safely, you shouldn't have to pay to do
Well,
that job.
I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you that it's a racket. But I also think that knowing somebody that, well, he actually passed away, that was a licensed electrician, he had to go to school for that. And I do know that, like, let's say your father was a licensed electrician, and he taught you wiring, from the time you were a teenager, let's say. Now you know
Mhm.
what you're doing. right? Because in my eyes, with most things, not everything, but learning something hands-on
Beautiful.
is better than learning it in the classroom. Okay,
Beautiful thing. Yes.
but uh, on the other hand, I do believe that for somebody to be wiring up a store, right, where there's going to be, I don't know how many people, what the capacity is, but I would, quite frankly, if I was building a building, a store, house, whatever, everybody's licensed and insured. Otherwise, you're not touching my property, because if I bring in a non-licensed electrical workers, right, and there's an electrical fire, well, they're going to get sued, and I could get sued as well for hiring electrical workers that aren't licensed and having them wire my building. I mean, it's great. Like let's say once again, your father was a licensed electrician and he taught you how to do it. It's great, but we don't know that, right? So
Well,
there has to be some kind of a test, right? Now,
I think that somebody should be in training for at least 6 months and maybe pass a test to
well,
prove
okay,
and demonstrate that they can do a job safely.
okay. So did you do that? How did you
Yes, I
prove?
did. I was
Okay,
under a licensed contractor for years
okay. So
before I was
yeah,
let loose.
yes. Okay, so you were an apprentice.
Yes, you could say
Yes,
that.
yeah. That's great. That's great. I just, like I said here, like, I'm not doubting your ability and your knowledge with electricity, for lack
I
of a
don't
better
feel
way of
like you
saying it.
are.
Okay, I just, like I said before, like here in New York City, especially with the density, the 8.5 million people, that would be a very dangerous thing to have.
Damn right.
Yeah, yeah, because
I agree.
yeah, because you're just going on with somebody's. Oh yeah, I can do it. I'm an expert. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a license, but I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. Don't worry.
No, no.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. I would be terrified. No, you have to demonstrate for a long period of time that you can do this job and do it safely, and someone can turn their back and trust that you're not going to screw up. Let you out in the field to do your thing, and
Okay,
you
okay,
know,
so you have, like, in a car, in a combustion motor engine, right? Whether it's a car or a motorcycle, you have a battery, right?
yep.
Okay. Can you explain to everybody how that works? AC to DC. What is AC? You should know all this. This should be like child's play. What does AC stand for?
Oh my God. Anyway, have you ever had to start your car by the solenoid with a screwdriver?
No.
I have. I've had a lot of
Okay.
jalopies
So
and things failed,
how
and
does
they were
how does
rigged.
how does the battery work in a car? How is
Do
it that
you know how a battery works in a car?
I'm asking you?
Okay, just because I'm trained in certain electrical.
you're the electrical expert, not expert, but
Okay,
you're the
well, it
person with
didn't
the electrical
involve
knowledge.
batteries. It involved positive and negative. How it works is how it works. It didn't involve batteries. No, I
Okay, so
cannot
so
explain to you
so
how a
so
battery works.
okay, so how does what is okay? I'm asking you. What does AC stand for? Like, there's something that with the battery, AC and DC. I'm a little confused. What does AC stand for?
Okay, you're up here grilling me. I'd like to grill you some. Why don't you tell us what AC and DC is?
Hold on, because I heard it's AC stands for alternating current. Does that sound like maybe that's what it
Okay,
is?
tell us what DC is.
Well, I'm not sure, but what I heard is that stands for direct current.
Yeah, okay. Anyway,
So, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Tell me,
did I
please.
just tell you that I don't know how a battery operates because my electrical skills has nothing to do with batteries?
Well, a battery is an electrical device extremely important to any kind of a combustion motor engine, right? I mean, I mean, as you well know, you said you started your car with a screwdriver on, I don't know which terminal it was, or both terminals,
It
or whatever.
had nothing to do with the battery. My alternator was bad and it would
Oh,
fail
yeah,
me.
yeah, yeah,
And
okay, yeah, that's yeah, it's an older
yeah,
car.
so
Yeah,
I
yeah,
used the
yeah.
solenoid. I bypassed the alternator, used the solenoid, and started the damn car.
Nice, very nice.
Okay.
You're mechanically inclined. It's just, you should probably uh
Did you come up here to test me or to have a conversation?
have a conversation. What do you mean? It's not a
No, it looks like
test.
you're putting my
I'm
skills under the
trying.
test.
No, I'm trying to gain some knowledge because
Okay, you could use that as an excuse,
I'm
but this
talking I'm talking to a woman who knows how to wire department stores. I mean, that's like big time. You're like,
you want me to come to your house and rewire your damn house?
no, because you don't have a license.
And I hate New York, so no, I'm not coming.
Okay, have you been to New York?
When I was very tiny, too tiny to remember, I just know that I don't like people from New York for the most part.
Well, how could you say that if you've never been to New York?
What the hell are you doing to me right now?
Okay, wait a minute. Am I?
You're
Are you
grilling me.
saying? Are you saying that I'm representative of all 8.5 million people in New York
No,
City?
of
I'm just
course
one
not.
guy. I'm just one guy.
I know what New York. I've seen New Yorkers in Philly. You guys are rough and you're tough and you're grilling the shit out of me right now.
No, I'm not grilling you.
Yes.
I'm just trying to gain some knowledge.
If I were from Florida, you would definitely win every point you're trying to make.
Okay,
But I'm
so
not. I'm from
let,
South
let, let,
Philly, man, where we bootlegged everything.
let
Come
me
on.
ask.
I'm
Let me ask
I'm
you.
I'm you.
Let me ask
I'm
you this.
you.
Okay,
Okay?
let me ask you this, Joe. Okay, like so. Let's say I sent you an electric bicycle. Are you
Oh
familiar?
God help.
Okay, hold on a second now. And let's say there was a short somewhere in the wiring. You rode it for like 6 months. It was great. You loved it. But then
Fuck the
one day,
bike, dude. I can't
okay,
help you with the bike. I can only do what I was shown. And I went off memory. I did my job, and that was it. If I'm not wiring up a damn chandelier or a ceiling fan with or without a light fixture, or friggin' where you can fucking plug in shit in the outlet, I can't help you. I don't know
uh,
what to do with your bike or your battery. I
okay,
don't care.
so you're like a chandelier outlet specialist.
That's what you want to call it, okay?
Okay,
That's a little
so
passive aggressive, but
no, no,
whatever.
wait a minute, wait a minute,
Come
wait a
on
minute,
now, man. You know
wait
what
a
you're doing.
wait a
You might
minute,
as well
Joe.
be from Philly.
Joe,
I might as well be from New York. You're
Joe, wait a minute.
talking to your own.
Joe, wait a minute. So I want to understand something because up here in New
No, you're
York
trying to make
City,
me look like an asshole, is what you're trying to do.
no,
You're
no,
talking to
no. Listen,
bullshit.
up here in New York City, none
I'm
of the
not
lows,
embellishing my
no,
skill or
no,
acting like I know something that I
okay, but
don't. I know
wait a
what I
minute.
know, and that's it.
Wait a minute. You were wiring up
Oh, hell.
chandeliers. Up here in New York City, none of the lows has chandeliers. Not even one of them.
They They don't have a
Chandeliers.
free floating ceiling anymore? Because I used
Oh,
to drop the ceilings, a free floating ceiling. I would drop those and then wire up all their chandeliers with and without ceiling fan fixtures.
so down south,
No,
the lows have
whatever.
chandeliers. There must be fancy stores.
Dude, all I know is there was a 32 square foot free floating ceiling that I dropped, and they had tracks in them with outlets, and you could friggin' do a pigtail on the chandelier or the ceiling fan. You hooked it up, and then you plugged it in, and the shit worked. Whether they have chandeliers, it's been years since I've done this work, mind you.
Okay, well, listen, I actually have a very serious thing down. I actually have.
Okay, if you're not going to insult my
No, no,
intelligence
no,
or be
no, no,
passive
no, no,
aggressive,
no, 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 no. Hold on. I actually have a problem with the ceiling fan, right? So here's what
oh
happened.
God,
So listen, at my girlfriend's house, right? To turn the light on in her room, there's a switch on the wall, but there's also like a this metal chain that you pull on the ceiling fan because there's a light on the ceiling fan as well, right? And then
yeah,
there's another chain that you pull to
for the
turn the
ceiling
fan,
fan itself.
right, to turn the fan on and off. And then there's a button where you can reverse the speed. A lot of people don't know that. Like in the winter, you want
Yeah.
the air going up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the last time I was there, it was a big problem. She got really mad. I pulled the chain, right, to turn on the light, and the freaking chain broke. Okay. So I said, "Oh, no problem. I can fix this." So I got out the screwdrivers and the pair of pliers, and this roll of duct tape and a
No, not the duct tape.
wait, hold on a second.
Oh my God.
WD-40 like
Duct
any
tape
good
or super glue?
I got my channel locks, my WD-40, and my duct tape like any good home mechanic does, right? So I start working on this thing, Joe, and I take off. There's like a bulb on the bottom that holds all the wiring inside, right? So I
What?
and I take the bulb off the bottom. I get the lights off. There's like a bulb on the bottom of the fan. It's like a not a light bulb, but like a metal bulb, like a bowl. Instead of calling it a bulb,
That's just a light cover. There's no wires under that light cover.
No, so I pull this thing off, and there's all these wires, right?
There shouldn't have been.
No, that's how this fan was made. This is the design of the fan, right? So I'm not messing with the wires. I'm trying to figure out how I can reattach this chain. But you see where the chain broke is right where it goes inside this like metal piece. You can't get at it. So
You
now,
can. You gotta replace the whole damn chain or use a clamp that clamps what you broke off of the other end, and that's a piece that goes in between and connects the chains.
what I ended up doing was there was like this, I don't know, this plastic piece in there that the chain ran through. So I foolishly took this plastic piece apart, and then when I went to put it back together again, it was like Humpty Dumpty, man. I couldn't figure it out. So needless to say, I'm now, I got to replace her ceiling fan. And,
Unless you broke it further.
screwed up because the way I look at it is this. It's like, girl, this is a cheap freaking design. You pull the chain, eventually the chain's going to fucking break. So I happen to be the one that pulled the chain. She goes, "No, you're too strong. You pulled it too hard." No, I didn't. I just pulled it. I could pull the fucking thing to turn the fucking light on. Now I got to pay.
You know what you can do to fix that?
What?
Get her a new ceiling fan with a remote.
Oh, yeah, that's going to cost even more.
No, it's not.
How much for a good ceiling fan with a remote?
Probably $30-$45. Wait, I'm thinking like 5-10 years ago. You might be into like $60-$70.
Wait a minute. Is this wholesale? Because you probably get a deal when you wire the Lowe's. They give you a deal on things, no?
No, they sucked. I got no deal.
Okay, so what about the installation? You see, I'm not an electrician.
It takes me like 10 minutes to freaking put up a ceiling fan.
Okay,
I'm getting ready to do it in my house.
You want to come up and install it?
If I came up there, I'd beat your ass and make you talk to me with respect.
I'm very respectful. What do you mean? Come
You're
on.
being passive aggressive and grilling the shit out of me.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Okay,
Admit it.
You want to go back to the Amish? Here's one of the problems. Okay, here's one of the problems I have with these people. Okay, so
God help.
they roll down the road with their quarter horses pulling their buggies, right? They move along pretty good, But the problem is when the quarter horse takes a poop, they don't get out and poop it with their pooper scoopers. You see, here in New York City, right?
So
you walk your dog, you got to carry a pooper scooper, a little bag. You got to wait for the dog to bend over. And,
you know what my husband says about that?
Dog privacy. You ever see a dog take a poop and you stand there staring at it? It's like, come on, what are you looking at me for?
Do you know what my husband says about that?
What?
There's no way in hell I'm going to clean up a dog's shit. That dog needs to clean up my shit.
Well, here's the thing.
My husband would never do that.
Here's the thing, Joe. Once again, you have 8.5 million people. Now, I don't know how many people actually have dogs, but I'm going to guesstimate there's probably about 1 million dogs throughout the 5 boroughs. 1 million dog owners. So that's a lot of, doo-doo on the ground, if you don't pick it up.
Not my problem.
So that's okay. So I hear you, but then understand the ramifications. So let's say you lived in New York City. I know you don't, but let's say you did.
God, I don't.
Well, you'd have to understand this. You'd have to understand why there's a pooper scooper law. You'd have to live here. But let's just say
it's your problem. Okay, you got a dog. You got to pick up your shit.
Okay, so You live in New York. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna hook you up. You live in downtown Brooklyn, Brooklyn Heights. It's a
Fuck
ritzy area.
that.
No. It's a very wealthy area.
A
I don't
Brownstones.
wealthy area
care.
over there. Good
Okay,
afternoon,
oh,
fitness. Good afternoon, Joe.
hold on.
Good
Good
night.
afternoon.
Hold on. Let me just finish this, Joe.
Hang
Just a
tight. He's
sec.
got an obnoxious point to make.
Okay, so
I
now,
like this guy.
He's
I
okay,
like
so
this
Joe,
guy. I don't
so
want to
Joe,
like him, but I like him.
so, so, so,
gotta
so,
like him.
so Joe, you live in Brooklyn, right? And you go to Manhattan every day for work. So you're on your way. You walk into the train. The train's only 1 block away, and you step in this doo doo that some guy didn't poop or scoop. Right now, you're walking down the stairs to get in the train, and you slip because that shit is
Oh,
slippery. Or wait a minute, I'm almost done. Or you don't slip, right? And you get on the train and it's packed with people,
and you
and you
stink.
dog, and you got dog. What kind of looks do you think you're going to be getting, Joe?
Well, first of all, being that I'm very careful with every step I take and I know where I'm walking and I've already got it planned out before I get there, and I'm looking at the ground, I definitely don't step in shit or trip over shit or anything else.
Well,
I'm very careful.
if you lived here in
Fitness, can
New
I
York City,
interject, please?
Yes.
I'm sure I know you've been
You
dying.
went from a theological discussion to talking about dog shit.
You know what I mean? What
Can
kind
you
of
get back
bullshit
on
is
topic,
that?
please? Please. You went from Mennonites to Amish to dog poop. I don't get
I
it.
tried to get him to stay on topic. You see where he's dragging me through?
Don't let him just keep rambling on and on, Joe. You
I'm,
interject when you feel like it. Because
I'm
this
trying to
guy
be
will blow
nice.
your ear off.
I'm trying to be nice. That's what a New Yorker does, man. They want to be dominant.
He is
No,
He beat me up
no.
once. I know this guy personally. He's a whack job. He's not
He
normal.
got the right one. He's going against his own. He refuses to accept it. I am him. He is me.
What?
I'm a fucking Yankee,
Wait a
man.
minute.
I know how they play.
Wait a minute. How could I be? How could I
You
be
know
you?
one of the same? You guys are one of the same.
Dude, I'm a fucking Yankee. I know where he's coming from, which is why I let him ramble on as much as he did.
What is a Yankee?
People from fucking New York and Philadelphia, I guess.
Really?
I don't know.
I didn't know that. Yankee.
We're Northerners. They call us Yankees, so I'm just gonna go with the name they call us.
Who calls us Yankees?
I'm a
I
Mets
don't give a
fan.
shit.
I'm a fucking Mets fan.
Who are they?
Who are they? I don't care.
They call us Yankees. Who are they?
Rednecks.
They oh.
Oh, the
Did any of you guys see this new thing that the slap boxing? The
You
redneck
guys,
started?
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's some good shit.
It's stupid.
you guys, you're a Yankee too.
Yeah,
He said you guys.
I'm his brother.
Oh shit.
Honestly.
No, for real.
Are you serious? I'm getting double teamed over here. I can hang. Bring it. Bring it.
Don't you hear the voice similarity?
It doesn't mean you're related just because you sound like a damn Yankee.
A lot of times fitness does
Wait a
talk
minute.
to
Why are you
himself.
calling him a damn Yankee if you're a Yankee yourself?
Exactly.
I thought you were on the team.
I'm
the
a damn
fuck?
Yankee too, bitch.
Fitness, I just want to hear this lady's story, please. She was talking about
The private
I don't
investigator. Oh, the
know.
private investigator.
No, I just wanted to hear
Oh,
about this.
I'm all off track.
I wanted to
And
hear about.
you derailed the whole
Okay,
conversation. You
but
derailed
there was
conversation
one thing. There was
with the
one
Easter
story.
Bunny and Christmas trees, and you derailed the whole conversation. The
Listen,
lady
fucking
trying to tell her
ark.
story over here.
one very
Well,
important detail. There was one very important detail I wanted to ask. Joe said she
oh,
was sex trafficked. Could you explain? What do you mean?
Right, that's what I wanted to hear about.
Yeah. Well, we're on the same
uh,
page. What happened? What do
I,
you mean? What, sex traffic? Like here in America? Or was it South America?
yeah,
Where?
it's
What
it's
happened?
actually pretty bad, man, and it hurts to talk about it. It's really bad. How it went down, it involved my husband and corrupt law enforcement. He was estranged for a couple of years. He came back and he tried to take everything. I was assaulted by law enforcement. I had lawsuits against them, and he and they started working together. He wanted the house, the child. He didn't want me to have alimony or child support, and they just the corruption the home invasion. Oh my God, it was really, really bad.
Joe, I'll
It,
bet you he was a redneck, right?
uh, Kinda, sorta. He was
Oh,
from
okay.
a backwoods state.
Does he
Yeah,
do the
backwoods,
slap?
a
Does he
redneck.
do the slap boxing?
Here we go. No, he's a pussy and a coward and a woman abuser, and they
Sex
couldn't have.
trafficker. So you've got
They,
sex
yeah,
trafficker.
he aided in sex trafficking. Yeah, he pretty much served me up to them.
So where? So
Um,
did they have you like walk in a corner, or they would like
no,
drop
it
you
was
off? They would drop you off places and say,
it was
do X,
against
Y,
my will and without my knowledge.
Fitness, you were
I
not
can't really
listening to
talk
the
about
lady's
this, guys.
story.
okay.
You were not
There's a
listening.
lot of
She
drugs
lived on
involved.
an Amish farm for a year. Don't you're not
What
listening to
kind
the
of drugs were
lady's
they giving you? What kind of drugs were they
story.
giving you?
Amish
If I
don't use
knew,
drugs.
I'd be able to tell you. I have
Were they
no
like not? Were
idea.
they like knocking you out? Where you
Yes.
would yeah, okay, like roofies and things like that.
Joe, do you know
Yes.
what green corn is?
Pardon?
Green corn.
Oh my God. You watch fucking Lebanon Levi too much.
I worked for
Yeah, she's a
Levi.
mother. Yeah,
I worked for that dude.
yeah, he did.
I used to chauffeur them around when it was snowing.
Yeah, he was his driver. No shit.
Seriously, that Cadillac he had, he only let me drive it. He never drove it, only I drove it.
All right.
Nah, really. Let's hear the lady's story.
Well,
I
Sounds like she's got an interesting story.
listen.
oh
It's not. Listen, I'm not laughing. It's not funny. So, like, how long did this go on where you were sex trafficked?
okay. I'm gonna have to respectfully decline to answer. I have yet to tell that story, and I'm really not ready. It
I
could
understand.
it could derail me
I understand.
because
I
there was videos and they're being sold on the black market as we
Really?
speak over and over and over again. They're still making money off of me,
could
and
so
I can't.
could I actually see you in one of these movies if I went on like if I searched online?
Yes, and if you find it, please give it to me because I can't search. I'm devastated.
Okay,
Sex
I'll tell you what.
trafficking
Give me
is
the
a terrible,
give me
terrible thing, and,
give me
and, and it's
give me.
nothing to be joked
No,
about. It's
no, it's not.
really not. Sex
If
trafficking is terrible, terrible, terrible. But
yeah,
Joe,
Yes,
you
it
sound
pains
like you
me.
have a very interesting story, Joe.
Thank you. I
I
wish I
would
didn't.
love to hear your story sometime.
Well, after I'm done with all the interviews of bringing light on the evil people that have traumatized me for the past couple of years after being freed from sex traffickers, I'll get back to my story. Right now, I'm interested in saving other people from being robbed blind and tortured and harassed and stalked.
So
You
your
know,
channel was dedicated to what? Bringing light to what happened to you, or trying to help other people from not having this happen to them? That's what your
either
channel
help them from, keep them from getting into it, falling victim of it, or help them get out because I have a lot of knowledge. I know their tactics. And, just believe that I can help them in some way. I want to believe that.
and they struck your channel because of that?
No, no, the private investigator who stole my money, um, who I hired to help me with this asshole who was going to share my story,
That's the
who
guy with the pickup truck living in the camper on the back of the pickup truck?
Jim Terry, the
I've
fake
heard of
private
him.
investigator.
I've
Yes.
heard of him in other chats. Yes, I did. I've heard of him.
Okay.
He is a terrible person. He has stolen.
Very,
He
very
has
why
terrible.
stolen.
why were you using him to investigate who?
Well, I went to share my story with some mutual friends of a friend, separate from his online platform. And he tried to sextortion me and sent me naked pictures and threatened me and blackmailed me. And then I unleashed everything. I told everybody what he was doing. And then he threatened my life and stalked me still. So I hired a private investigator to locate him so that I could have him served with an arrest warrant.
I
The
see.
law told me that I had to connect this guy to the LLC, which is why I hired a private investigator to help
So
me with the ins and outs. He
what
ended
was
up
the
stealing my
LLC?
money
No, what was
and
the
vacating.
LLC?
What?
What was the
That's like a
LLC?
license. He has an online business where he
What was the
does
name
his
of it?
thing.
Limited liability company. Yes, I
Right.
know what that is.
What was the name of it? What was the name of the business?
Mm, I'd like to keep that private for
Yeah,
now.
Okay, so how much
she's
money
spending.
did the private investigator steal from you, basically?
Well, he wanted $1,650 at first, but then I told him that I'm on SSDI. I was in a head-on accident, and unfortunately, I'm slightly
Joe,
disabled.
never pay in Bitcoin, Joe, because you can't get it back once they take it. You got to pay with a check.
I paid with
Not a
Cash App.
certified check either, a personal check. This way you can cancel it. Or
Well,
use American Express.
You
I
paid in
was
cash?
in.
You paid cash?
I paid him with Cash App, which gives me a receipt.
Okay.
But when I
They let
hired
you send
him,
$1,650 with a cash app? I thought you weren't allowed to
uh,
send that amount of money.
well,
I think
hang
you could
on, you
spend.
guys
I think
keep
you could spend.
interrupting
I
me.
think. I think you could
Oh,
send up to not.
I'm
I
sorry.
think you could send up to $9,999. I'm not positive.
I
Really?
don't know
I think
what the
so.
limit is, but
Some of them. Some of them. Not all of them. Some of them.
when
No,
he heard
anything
that,
over $600 got to be reported to the IRS.
Right.
So
Right. Right.
it becomes a problem at that point because the person receiving it don't want the IRS to know that they're getting it.
Right.
okay, so here's the deal. When he heard that I was on SSDI and he intended to steal my money, he cut the price in half.
Uh-huh. That should have been a signal right there, Joe, that the guy's
I
not.
was in fight or flight mode because I got a man threatening to kill me for exposing his sextortioning. I get phone calls, people threatening to kill
How
me, they
was
claiming
this
they've got
guy?
my address.
Was this guy in the same state as you, or in the same
No,
town as you? No.
one is in Arizona, the other is fleeing from being served with court orders from all kinds of victims.
Okay. So
The
since
private
this is
investigator is just fleeing about
right, so
freely.
since he's not in the same state, the police wouldn't see that as an imminent threat.
Right, but they have followers, and my vehicle is vandalized in a
Okay, so
manner.
when you say they have followers, is this some kind of like a religious kind of cult or
No,
sect?
it's like somebody talks shit online and they got a whole bunch of chatters,
Okay.
that believe in him and support him and do what they say. Some of these people drive trucks across the country. Some of these people, I mean, they've gone to war for him. I have
So
battled some of his followers,
so
and I'm
so
like,
I so listen. So your channel was struck. Obviously, you have another channel now because you're here on the
I got
panel.
6 other channels.
Okay, so are you?
Wow,
Yeah,
so it's no big deal.
yeah. So okay,
Exactly.
so
It was a sacrifice.
are
No
you
big deal.
you're still continuing the fight?
Yes.
Good.
Joe, just an observation. Okay, what are they saying? They have sex tapes of you?
I saw a video. Wait a minute. That we're talking about the sex traffickers. That's over. That ended
Yeah, I'm just
July
saying. I
25th.
mentioned that there's sex tapes out there of you somewhere that you don't that
That
you
are
know
on the dark
about.
web. Yes, they had one of the town junkies who the neighborhood used to feed. I did. I let her come over and have dinner, take a shower, and what have you. She came over. I borrowed her phone once because I kept losing mine. Uh, they were stolen. My
Well,
house was being broken
I
into
got
nonstop.
I
So
got an
I
idea.
borrowed one of her phones and gave it back to her. And she came over one night and showed me a video on her phone that I had borrowed. And I almost dropped dead right there.
Well,
I felt like I
I
died.
got
The
I
point
got an
that
idea.
I was
I
going to
got an
get at
idea.
was no,
I,
no.
I
The
got
point that I was going to get at, fitness, is this here. Those sex tapes aren't really a bad thing. I mean, look what it did for Paris Hilton.
Oh my God, shut the hell up.
I mean, look what it did for those other ones, the
wait a
sisters.
minute.
There.
Wait a minute,
What's
Joe.
her name?
Joe,
I mean,
Joe,
that
hold on.
sex tape, it made a lot of
Joe,
people
Fuck that.
famous.
That's
So
Joe,
there's
I got an
disgusting.
idea.
nothing of it as a
Joe,
bad thing.
Joe, I have
Okay,
an
I'm gonna have
idea.
to hang up on both of you because that's the most repulsive fucking
Joe,
thing you can say to
Joe,
somebody.
no, listen, hold on. Joe, I have an idea. Maybe we can bankroll Joe,
All right, no,
right?
fuck
No,
you.
hold on. We can set up lawyers, we can pay for your lawyers, and you take this to court. What kind of money do you think she would be able to be awarded? Because you can sue them for this.
You
Not
find the
just
fucking videos and then we'll talk about it.
is there any title of the videos that
How
I
the
should
hell
be
am I
looking
supposed
for?
to know? All I saw
I
was
see.
a phone video and I cried my eyes out and she left with the phone and the video.
Who was she?
I would think that you would, if you had a strong case, I would think that this is up in the millions that you would be able to collect for this.
I'm not interested in money. Fuck them. God's gonna take care of them.
Joe and I are. We're interested in money.
No, I'm not.
Joe, I had one other question. When fitness came up and asked you about the Sabbath, and you said it was Saturday, which you are correct. I'm a
Friday night to
Seventh-day
Saturday night.
Adventist. Yes. Do you know anything about Seventh-day Adventists?
They're bad.
Bad.
Oh, here we
What?
go.
Wait, that was
we
a
believe-
natural reflex. Pardon me.
We believe in the Old Testament. We believe the Jews killed Jesus. We believe in everything that the Jews believe in, except the Jews killed Jesus. And the Sabbath is Friday night into Saturday. You are 100% correct. That's all I was bringing out. But you just degraded my whole religion.
I didn't mean to. It was a natural reflex. I'm sorry.
I didn't say I was a Jehovah Witness. I said I was a Seventh-day Adventist, which
I
means
try not. Why did you put me on the spot? I try not to answer those questions. It was a natural reflex.
We don't believe in saints, and we don't believe in saints.
Damn it! Don't ask me questions like that.
Do you believe
No,
in aliens?
you just blew my mind. You just killed my whole
I
religion.
think the leaders are misleading the flock.
All
The
churches
leaders are much like Mormons.
church isn't misleading the flock. Every church is misleading the flock.
Exactly. That's why I'm not a part of organized religion. I don't think the people following are bad, or most of them don't even know they're being misled. Get out of the church.
So I'm gonna let you in on a secret. I'm supposed to give 10% tithes out of my pay to the church, but I don't give it to them. So I really, I'm really not a member. But don't tell nobody, okay?
You can tithe with your time or your money.
Josh,
No, you have to give 10% of your pay.
No.
Oh yes, it's mandatory. Look it up.
Yeah, in the Bible.
No, it's not.
Oh,
your
yes, it is.
your time is free. You give your time for free.
That's right.
To further
Nope.
the cause. Oh yes.
I was a part of two
Joe.
beautiful churches, and my church family were amazing. And they knew that I could barely afford to take care of myself. And they said that my time helping the church out, helping other people out, my work.
Adventist, you are required to give 10% of your
Well,
salary.
that's bullshit. They're
You're
money hungry then.
required, and it's in the Old Testament that you were required to give 10%.
No,
of
it's not.
your money as tithes.
You're
Yes.
misinterpreting that.
Okay.
What
Hold
if
on a
you're
second.
poor?
Hold on a second. Let me get in here for a second.
What if you're poor and homeless?
So hold
Doesn't
on.
matter.
Hold
It
on.
doesn't matter, and they don't give that money back either to
Hold
the
on.
poor and the homeless.
My church
on.
did.
Take it from you.
Hold on. What is a
But you are an
superstition?
Adventist. I'm talking about
You
the
ever hear-
Adventists.
you ever-
I'm not
you ever
talking about your church.
Why do you think I'm not an Adventist?
Okay.
Well,
I'm not
listen.
either. I'm not either. I just know a lot about it.
Okay, listen.
They're like Mormons.
Listen,
They're
you ever hear? You
No,
ever hear?
they're not. They're,
You ever hear?
they're
You ever hear the super?
Jews for Jesus. That's what they're called. Jews for Jesus.
You ever
Yeah,
hear
okay.
You ever hear of the
Studied 'em.
superstition? You ever hear of the superstition? Like if you break a mirror, you'll have bad luck for 7 years, or if you walk under a ladder, you'll have bad luck for 7 years. You ever hear those
You
superstitions?
shouldn't preoccupy your mind with bullshit.
I believe in all that bullshit. What are you talking about?
Okay, hold on a
That's
second.
crazy.
If a black
So
cat
did my
walks in
father.
front-
Okay,
if a black cat walks in front of my car,
Oh
I
my
back
God,
out
you're
at
definitely Yankees.
right.
You're definitely Yankees.
I ain't going any further. I back my car right up and out of that street.
okay.
My
listen,
father
now
was like that, and I did that shit on purpose. I played with black cats. I walked under friggin' ladders. I
Okay.
stepped on sidewalk cracks.
Now that you've made that clear. Okay, so what is a superstition? A superstition is something somebody believes that they can't prove, right?
Lord have mercy. It's sorcery. It's witchcraft. It's bullshit.
No. That's not what a
Yeah,
superstition.
yeah, yeah.
A superstition is something that somebody believes. I just gave you a couple of
Which
examples.
derives from sorcery,
which-
witchcraft, pagan beliefs, and you
Okay,
shouldn't pay any
okay,
attention to it. It's
okay.
bullshit.
Forget about where it derives from. The point is, a superstition is something that somebody believes that they can't prove is true. Like if you break a mirror, that you're actually.
Oh, here we
can't
go.
prove-
The wind
Can-
exists.
Can you
You
prove?
can't prove the wind. Can you prove the wind?
Absolutely.
Yes, I can prove the wind.
Absolutely. Go out in a windstorm and hold up a piece of paper and see if it blows away. You just
There you
proved the
go.
wind. It exists.
Can you see the air?
Yeah, if you're in the middle of the fucking in New York City, you can. It's all smart.
Go to
No,
the
you
desert
can
and wait for a
feel.
sandstorm. You can see the
You
air.
can feel the air. You cannot
No,
see
you
the
can
air.
see it. Go to the
I
desert.
know
and
where you're going with this.
Or go to
Go-
Antarctica when it's snowing and tell me you don't see the air.
You can see what's blowing in the air.
Okay,
What
you
about
can see the
cannot
sand in
see
the
the
desert.
air.
You can see the
what
sand in the
about when it's
desert.
cold and you breathe and steam comes out of your mouth? Is that
You
the
can
air
see the
freezing?
steam in the air.
No, that's the air freezing because of the water coming, the moisture coming out of your
You're
mouth.
seeing condensation.
That's carbon dioxide.
Yes, yes, and the air is freezing it. Correct.
I know where you're going with this. I'm a fucking Yankee. Quit.
I'm not
Quit
calling you
bothering
that.
me.
I'm just saying. No, you said does the air
Bothering me.
exist? Of course it does. Of course
You
it
want me to
exists.
prove to you what you can't prove to yourself. Am I right?
No, not at all.
You drive me to drink.
So if a superstition,
Joe, I'm drinking right now. Don't tell me.
Why? It's too early.
What do you mean it's too early? It's never too
It's
early for a
not
drink.
5 o'clock.
Doesn't matter.
I
The
drink once a
Bible-
week, and tonight happens to be my night to drink, and
Okay.
I'm not drinking now. I'm drinking coffee.
okay, so listen, I've established that a superstition is something that somebody believes that
Sure.
they can't prove.
Yes.
That's all religions. Any religion, pick one. Pick one.
Oh my God.
Nobody can prove whatever they say their religion is based upon or what they say their God says. Nobody can prove it. Not saying it's not right, it doesn't exist. What I'm saying is all religions are a superstition. Every single one of them. That's a fact.
I have one other question. What religion, out of all the religions, doesn't predict that the world is going to end in a very bad way? What religion doesn't predict that?
I don't know.
Jewish? The
Nope,
Jews?
nope, nope.
It wouldn't be Islam.
Every religion, because religions are all one of one. They're just
Yeah.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Yes,
He's
they
No,
right.
they're
are.
not.
Yes,
He's
No,
right.
they're
they
not.
He's right.
Yes,
He's right.
they
No, they're
are.
not. No, they're
He's
not.
right. He's right.
Are.
Yes, they are.
I
Yes, they
found
are.
out the hard way,
Yes,
motherfucker.
they are.
It's just a different interpretation of something that somebody said somebody else wrote. So the Muslims turned it into this. The Jews turned it into this.
That's right.
The Hindus turned it into that, and so on and so on and so forth. The Catholics turned it into this. The Jehovah's turned it into that. It all says the same thing in a different way if you
That's
break
right.
it down and read it.
You know, if
Oh,
we didn't have to tiptoe around society right now, I'd give you a schooling on all these religions. I really
Uh-oh.
would. Because I
Why
found
you
out
gotta
which
do
ones worship Satan.
Wait a
And
minute.
I
Joe,
can't voice my opinion because somebody's going to cry.
Joe,
do you
talk slower.
do you think Satan exists? Do you? Do
Yes,
you
I do. I saw him
you
face to face.
okay, I can't
Joe,
argue with that.
Joe, speak slower. I'm writing everything down here. I'm gonna
No,
write
you're
a
not, you
book.
bitch.
Okay, I can't
And
argue
I
with
can
that.
call you a bitch because you would do the same thing. Because Yankee to Yankee, we know that it doesn't mean nothing except shut up.
Joe, what does Satan look like? If you don't mind me asking.
I saw him manifest himself in the eyes of a person who wanted me dead.
Say that again. Oh, okay, I got you. I got you. I got you. Oh, okay.
I
So,
saw somebody's eyes turn black, and they
the
wanted my blood.
manifestation could be anything. In other words, it could be.
No, I saw pure evil, and I came face to face with Satan that day. And it was then I stopped fearing the motherfucker, because he's only got a little bag of tricks that he uses in rotation with just enough time in between each use of what he uses, what trick he uses today, so that you forget about the one he used before.
Joe,
You know
So
what I do?
Satan ain't nothing, not to
I
me.
If you
I
don't
went.
fear something, how can it hurt you if you don't fear it? How
Pain
can
is
something
pain.
hurt you? No, 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 no. How can something hurt you if you don't fear it?
Okay,
If
I
you're
miss
not
everything that
scared
was
of it,
stolen from me. It doesn't mean I fear it. I was
okay,
robbed blind by my ex-husband and his fucking little corrupt little gang of bitches.
well,
They
Joe, you know
stole
what I do?
everything I ever worked hard for.
totally
Joe, you know
different
what I
story.
do? What I do when I have the demons around me?
I don't have them around me.
I wear a clove of garlic. I
Pound
couldn't say
sand
it
up your
without
ass.
laughing.
When was the last time you heard that? Go pound sand up your ass.
You know
No,
what we
I
need
wear
in
a
this
cloven garment.
conversation? We need Vicky here.
Oh
Vicky
my
could
God.
iron this whole thing out.
Oh no, Vicky would probably threaten to kill us all.
Oh my God. Let's not do that.
Vicky might be Satan. I'm just saying.
Oh dear God.
Reincarnated.
I don't fear Satan. I definitely don't, and I'm not afraid of death. Um, I fought Satan and I won, but I could only do it with God.
I fought the
Well,
law and the
listen,
law
Joe.
won.
Joe, I was wondering if we could work something out here. So
Oh my
you
God.
said that you could walk me through, like, how to install a ceiling fan. So what I'm asking you is, like, it's not really important now. I got to do it before summer comes. So
Okay, the
I
black
got a little time.
wire has a
Hey,
stripe on it. The white wire is ribbed, and the green one is the ground. All you got to do is
Okay,
find those three in the
hold
ceiling,
on.
find those three on the fan.
Hold-
Nope,
hold-
nope,
hold-
nope. You nope, 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 nope,
Hold
nope,
on.
nope. No,
Hold
I'm
on.
controlling this one. You
Hold
controlled
on.
every one. This one I'm controlling. You got three wires coming out of the ceiling. One's green, one's black, one's white. The black one has a white stripe. The white one is ribbed. The green one is the ground.
Right.
You wire those three to the other three and fucking put a wire nut on them.
You put your clamps on it, and it's all done. Joe,
What
Then
I
you
wanted to
freaking
ask
bolt it to
Joe.
the
on
ceiling.
the ceiling fan. What happened to his? He broke the chain.
Yeah. Listen.
Okay,
What I
I'll
wanted
give
to
you a
ask
little
Joe.
tip. I'll give you a little tip, fitness.
Oh.
There's a thing that holds the chain in. You screw it off, and you take that out, and you can replace the chain.
I tried.
And
Listen.
it's done.
I tried.
And it's
I
done.
fucked
You
it up.
don't need a new ceiling fan. You don't need nothing. All you need is a little piece of chain. And you
Okay,
screw
listen.
that little thing out, put the chain in, and you screw it back on, and your ceiling
Listen.
fan
What I
is fixed.
wanted to ask
And I'm
Joe.
not even an electrician, and I know that.
You
What I wanted to
know?
ask Joe. What I wanted to ask Joe was, when I'm doing the day that I'm putting this fan in, would it be possible, Joe, that you could do a live, and I'll come on panel, and you can walk me through it, because I'm really not good with electricity. I don't want to
Okay,
mess
well, you know
anything
what?
up.
Here, I'll give you the best advice I can possibly give you right now. YouTube it. Go on YouTube and find a video with step-by-step instructions.
With YouTube, there's
Yeah,
nothing
but
you
see,
can't fix.
Right?
I would feel.
If Joe, if he had YouTube, then he would realize that all you got to do is screw that little nut off, and you could change the chain, and you don't need to change the
Exactly.
ceiling fan. But I
He
guess
doesn't realize that I'm street smart. I was born and raised in South
No,
Philly in
this
the
freaking
ghetto.
fan. This fan is made in China. It's a piece of shit.
All fans are
Well,
made in China. They're all pieces of shit.
Why do I gotta get another one then?
Everything
Wait,
is made in
Joe,
China. What's not made in
Can
China?
you get me? Joe, can you get me a deal on the ceiling fan?
hey, I was born in the 70s, the early 70s, and I was raised in the ghetto of South Philly. How much further do you want to take this conversation? I'm street
Why,
smart.
did that
You want to
ghetto-
keep going, or you
what's the
want
name
to
of that ghetto?
you want to accept my skill?
Joe, what's the name of that ghetto where they're all drugged out in Philly?
Kensington.
Kensington. I lived on Kensington Ave.
No way.
Yes way. My grandpa had a house, and when he passed, my dad
You must be
moved us in.
Spanish if you just said yes way. You must be around Spanish people at some time. Because only
No.
somebody who's of Mexican descent, if I say no way, they would say yes way. How do I know that? I worked with Mexican guys for about 30 years. So
I don't chill with Mexicans.
you must have at one point, because
Joe was with the
only a
cartel. He
Mexican
worked with.
would answer- only a Mexican would say yes way to no way.
Dude, seriously, I've been away from
Not
Philly
saying-
since I
I'm
was
not saying you're
14 years
Mexican. I'm
old.
just saying you might have hung with some Mexicans at some time, which is not a bad
Nope.
thing.
Just the
I'm not saying
whitey.
it's a bad thing. I love Mexicans. I worked with them for 30 years.
I don't have any problem with them, but I've been surrounded by whiteys my whole life. Once I
I
left
like
Philly.
Mexican food. Mexican
Those
food
fans.
is a fucking shit, man.
Ew.
Oh.
I like tacos.
No, I like the
Burritos?
carnitas. Joe, you like the carnitas? The pork tacos?
Hell no.
What do you mean?
I just
hell
like
no?
regular tacos.
You don't
I
like
make homemade
guacamole and
tacos.
salsa?
Tacos. It's made with
No.
the pork shoulder. They fry it up and it becomes crunchy. They call it carnitas.
Oh, wait. I gotta remember.
The next time
Now,
you
mind
get
you-
tacos, get the carnitas. That's the way to go.
Get an enchilada sometime too. They're good for you.
Ew, no.
No, I don't eat enchiladas either. I only eat tacos. It's got to be carne asada, or the
Yeah,
cut.
that's good.
That's it. That's the only
And
two I
with
go.
the guacamole and the freaking salsa and the sour
Oh,
cream
Babette,
too.
can you believe this shit?
Gotta have the sour cream. Come on, stop it.
Freaking
Stop.
Yankees, Babette.
So Joe,
Yo,
how
What?
long have you been on YouTube?
yo,
Well, let's see. I got saved from trafficking July 25th, 2016. I was occupied for a year, working really hard. Got married December of 2017.
Right.
Um, Probably since then and before, let me see. Well, since 2014, really, but I took a break because I was a little,
Oh, so I'm
drugged
a
through
newbie.
hell.
I'm only around here 3 years. If I go back 6 years ago, the only thing I did watch was those dudes that used to eat all the food. What's his name? That guy, Randy.
I don't know, but I had a
No, the
channel since.
competition eaters. Randy, the guys that go into these restaurants, and the restaurants have competitions. You got to eat
Yeah, I
16
know what you're
pounds of
talking
steak.
about.
That's
I
all I
don't like.
used to watch on YouTube. And this guy on the other end of this phone that you're talking to, he got me into this nonsense. And it
That's
ruined
crazy.
3 years of my life already.
I've had a channel since 2014, but I've been online long before that. Long, long before that.
What do you think of those guys that do sleep streams and shower streams?
I don't watch garbage.
Those guys make money.
I'm not
Those guys
concerned with
make
money.
money. You
All my
know
needs
something?
are met.
Fitness. You know something? Remember that Ruski dude? Fitness, you there?
I think I had the pleasure of meeting him today. I didn't
No
like him.
way. Ruski?
Yep.
You don't want to
Yep.
meet that dude. That dude's a serial killer.
I
Don't
He
get
is
involved with
not.
that dude. Don't get involved with that dude. He's a serial
I have
killer.
no desire to. I met him today on
I'm
my
saying
friend's chat.
don't even talk to him. The man is a serial
Nope.
killer.
He is not.
He's got women in the basement. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Get the fuck out of here.
Who?
Okay.
Who has
Ruski.
women in the basement?
Ruski.
Who?
She met Ruski today.
Oh no!
He
Joe,
was
please.
on my friend's live
Ask him to
stream.
send you some money, Joe. Ask Ruski. He'll send you money if you ask
He'll
him.
send
I
you a
don't
lot
want,
of money.
dude.
He'll
You don't
send you a lot
understand.
of money. He'll become your boyfriend overnight. Tell
What
him
the
you
He's
need
a
fuck?
all
You're
pimp.
the fuck.
He's
insulting
a
me.
pimp. He's
You
a
are
YouTube pimp.
insulting me. I hate money.
Unintentionally, Joe. We're just joking
Sorry.
around with you.
I
But
don't like
Ruski,
money. I don't need it. I have everything I need.
I'm telling you, that dude is a serial killer. Stay away from him.
Nothing I ever do will ever be for money. And I don't talk to strangers.
You said you met him today.
I met him online. He was on my friend's panel.
I think
I
Steve
watched him.
goes,
I wasn't introduced to him. He doesn't know that I was introduced to him. I saw him come on my friend's panel and I got to see who this guy was that they've been talking about. And from what I saw,
this girl Andrea that he has been terrorizing for years now. Not that
really,
she don't
because
like him.
Andrea's terrorizing my friend Marissa.
They're all nuts. Stay away from those people. That's why your channel got struck because they're all
No,
crazy.
it's not.
Chat,
It was
you
a
see
private
channels like
investigator.
Steve's. You
I
see
don't care
channels
about
like Steve's.
Do you
There's
really
no
think I have
drama.
time to play with garbage?
Well,
I'm
if you're
focused
sitting in
on.
those chats, you are playing
I
with
have
garbage.
friends. I wasn't in there talking to that dude.
Wh- Don't. I'm just curious. Who was your friend? Which chat was that? Because I don't go to those chats. I don't go. I
Mosh and
go to
Marissa.
who is
Mosh
that?
and Marissa. Andrea happens to be terrorizing Marissa.
Oh, I have no idea who they are, but I met Ruski through the MobTube genre. And Ruski was ran off of MobTube because we came to the conclusion that Ruski is a serial killer. And
What evidence do you have?
ask him, he'll tell you.
He could be saying that just to scare people or freak them out.
Oh, no, he didn't say it. Listen, he used to run these sleep streams, right? And
Sounds
shower
crazy.
streams. No, he was trying to build subs, whatever he was trying to do. But he was bringing the drama from this Dirtyverse thing over to MobTube, and it intertwined, and a lot of crazy people got involved with other crazy people, and the normal people like me, Steve, and Fitness, we don't partake in that. I mean, we do look and laugh because it is kind of funny. Every day they're attacking someone new, and it's crazy. You should
That
go over to
stresses me
Bambi's.
out. I
You should
can't
go
watch
over to
that.
Bambi's chat. You know Bambi?
No, but that kind of shit stresses me out. I can't watch that
Go over
garbage.
to Bambi's chat.
No,
Yeah, she's good. She's
no.
good. She I'm only
My
kidding. Don't go
my
over there.
circle is small for a reason. My mental health needs protection.
Okay, my point was I was bringing up these sleep streams, fitness. When we first met Ruski, I did go and check out the sleep stream thing, and I realized that this is a profitable venture.
Yeah,
Somebody
if you're
like
into
you,
money.
somebody like you could do this fitness. Now listen to me. Hear me out. Don't get offended. Don't get upset. Somebody like me couldn't do it with my beer belly, and you got muscles. You're a good looking guy. Whatever. I'm an old guy, but I started looking into some of this shit, and Ruski wasn't doing it right. Okay, what they do is they got clickbait, and they got a picture of a guy with a sock in his underwear.
Oh,
Okay, and
come
he's
on,
doing
dude. I don't want to hear about this. I'm about to leave.
no, I'm serious, and he's
I
doing a
don't want to
sleep
hear it.
stream, and these gay dudes are giving him money. No, I was just saying this is it. It's a profitable venture.
For
I'm not,
people who love money, and money is the
no,
root of all
Joe. I'm
evil.
not telling you. I'm telling fitness. I wasn't telling you, Joe. I was telling
I don't
fitness.
want to hear it. Man,
Okay,
it's gross. It's
listen.
dirty.
I
It's bad
apologize.
people doing bad things for money.
They're not doing anything bad. They're sleeping.
Bullshit. Well, sleeping, fine, whatever.
Listen. If you're doing bad things on YouTube, the algorithm's going to pick it up, and your channel will disappear immediately. Okay, so
Bullshit.
yes, uh-huh.
No. I've been trying to strike this bitch forever, and YouTube won't hear of it.
Okay,
She's
porn bomber. That's what they do, porn bomber. And her channel
anyway.
will disappear.
Anyway,
But no, you got a very
John,
interesting story, Joe.
John, whatever you walked into sucks. Leave, run.
Oh,
John wants to know what he walked into. Well, it
oh,
was constructive until I was derailed.
so just go back on track. I'm sorry we derailed you. Go back on track, Joe.
No, it's all good.
We'll
Now,
be
I
quiet
said
for a
what I
while.
needed to say.
You didn't say anything.
Yeah, I did. Go back and rewind. I said everything I needed to say.
Oh, okay.
To Steve,
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I missed that whole part of the conversation. That's why I was trying to play catch up when I got here. I missed that whole conversation. That's why I
wait,
was
tag
asking
team
you.
partner.
No, that's why I was asking you about your story because I missed that whole part of the conversation.
Well, maybe I'll upload an interview. I've got one scheduled this week.
You said you got 6 channels?
I don't use them all. I just use two.
Oh, okay, cool.
They're just backups. If I lose one, I'll have another.
But why would you lose one?
Because I'm shining light on evil, and Satan has dominion over the world, and he's allowed to get away with all kinds of shit. And I got
And
to
what,
fight for truth and light.
YouTube takes away your channel for doing that? They don't like the
I,
religion talk, or
I
what
don't
is the
give a.
reason?
I don't
No, I'm
care. I only lost one channel, and that was recently. I've had it for a decade.
No, I'm saying, what is the reason? YouTube's algorithm picks up on the religious talk and strikes it, or how does that work? I don't know.
YouTube
I
are
don't have a
Zionist.
channel.
YouTube are Zionist Jews. They run YouTube.
You're
Zionist
right.
Jews and Zionist Jews worship Satan, so
You're
they
right.
have power from Satan to let the garbage flow and strike good people.
Well, wait
You,
a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. So you lost your channel. Where did you last have it? Go
Up
look
your ass.
there.
Joe, Joe, if you take your show
Dick.
over to Rumble, if you take your show over to Rumble, the Jew Zionists do not run Rumble. You can say anything you want at any time. You can use anybody's copywritten material, and
I
they can't
know.
strike you.
And that sextortionist, I'm gonna show his naked fucking picture too.
Go ahead, I don't know if you could show nudes. That I don't know.
Ah,
That I
on
don't know.
Rumble,
Yeah,
I
that
think you
I have
can.
no idea. No, because then it would be a sex channel. No. I don't think you can.
Hey,
No, I'm gonna be like, I'm being blackmailed by this asshole who sent me naked pictures and demanded some in return. And when I didn't give him any in return, he tried to destroy my life. He stalked me and harassed me and tried to, or hired somebody to kill me.
hey,
And he
Joe,
called
Joe
me
and
and
You know
told
what you
Justine.
me,
should do? You know
Listen,
what you should do? You should take this over to Donald Trump's chat.
fuck Donald Trump. He's a
No,
moron.
no, he's got his own chat. What's that called?
I don't want nothing to do with
Truth
government.
Social.
Truth Social. Right. Truth
I want
Social.
nothing to do with government.
I'm
So,
saying,
so,
but you
so
could
wait a
take it
minute,
over there because
wait
you
a
could
minute.
say anything you want.
No, I'll
Hey,
be distracted. All these
I'm
people
sorry.
hold
fighting
on a
about.
second.
You could say anything Donald wants to hear. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
Okay,
I'm getting
listen.
on every social media platform and I'm just going to do interviews about these corrupt criminals who are getting away with just about murder. And
Listen,
You
I'm
know,
going
fill
to
me
post
you
in.
it.
know who you should look up? Sonny Money.
Nope.
Sonny Money. No, that dude. He's into this extortion, corruption stuff. Okay, you should look him up, Joe. I'm serious. He's a
You
good
don't
kid.
get it. If I go against the law, then the law will come against me again. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
going
I
against the
fought the
law.
law and the law won.
I'm not
Listen. I
trying to
stepped
take
out of
on
the
the
room for
law.
5 minutes. What did I miss in the last 5 minutes? I had to step out of the room.
I
What
don't know.
did I miss? Fill me in.
You weren't gone for 5 minutes.
I was gone for 5 minutes. You
Joe,
didn't
No,
let
you
me
weren't.
talk for 5 minutes.
shut
You
him
guys are
out for 5 seconds.
let me talk a little bit here.
All
Come
right, let
on.
him talk. Go ahead. Let him talk.
Well, now I forgot what I was going to say.
All
You're
right,
so
then
full of
shut the
shit.
hell up.
He's so full of shit.
Joe, tell him to shut the hell up then if he forgot what he was going to say.
I don't give a shit.
Let me look at me.
Joe,
Let me look at my
you're a very
notepad here.
interesting
Wait. Let me
person.
look at my notepad. I'll come up with something.
If you guys really want to tag team somebody, you should really target a redneck because they'll, crumble like
Joe,
a
No.
$2
Listen.
suit.
what are you trying to say? A redneck could take us on?
No, you'd win with a redneck. I'm not it.
All,
I
all they
just
do
sound
is
like one.
all they do is say, "Fuck yeah, yep, fuck yeah,
I'm just saying,
fuck
I'm a
yeah."
Yankee at heart. I don't have a redneck mentality. You're
I'm
not
a
going to
Mets
win with
fan
me.
myself.
You're not going
I am
to
a Mets
win
fan.
against your own weirdo.
Are
So,
you a Yankee fan?
Joe, are you involved with the women's community on YouTube at all?
Hell no.
Oh, good girl. I
No,
don't
I'm
mean
not a liberal.
good girl. I mean good. Stay away from those people. They're
I'm
very,
not a liberal. The men
So
in my family,
you're a conservative, right?
definitely, the men in my family control the women in my family. And we like it that way.
old school.
Old school.
I got you. I got that. Yeah, that's what. This might be a little personal, Joe, but what nationality
What?
do you consider yourself?
Gypsy, I'm Hungarian.
Oh, really? Cool. I dated a Russian for
Yeah,
about
I
15
grew up
years.
like the Amish.
I knew some Russian gypsies.
Oh,
There was
that's weird.
yeah, there were some cool people. No, they were good people.
Listen to this.
When
I
I was
swear
a
to
kid,
God.
anyway, they were
Listen,
cool to hang out with.
listen to me. When I lived in California, I lived next door to gypsies, right? And I'm not lying to you when I tell you this. And they wanted me to go with them to a fucking bar, and
Oh,
they
they
were gonna go.
party.
And they were gonna go in there and like steal fucking the people's money off the fucking bar top.
Oh my
Listen to
God.
this. One night, there was one of them. There was a chick. She was really into me, right? And she knocks on the door. And she says, "Hey, are you hungry?" I was like, "Not really." She goes, "Well, I'm walking down to the 7-Eleven. Do you want something?" And I was like, "Yeah, give me I don't know, give me a chocolate milk and one of those fucking microwave burritos, right?"
And a
So
chocolate milk. Ugh,
yeah, that's all they have.
ugh,
7-Eleven, right? So listen.
that's disgusting.
So so
A
she went
burrito and a
down there. She
chocolate
went down
milk.
there with another
Ugh.
gypsy chick, right? And she came back about 15 minutes later, and there's a knock on the door. So I open the door, and there's a fucking bag on the handle with the chocolate milk and the burrito. So I eat it, right? The next day I see her. And I was like, well, how much was that? I'll pay for it. She goes, oh, don't worry about it. We stole it. I said, what do you mean? She goes, well, I went in there with my girlfriend and, she distracted the guy. I put the thing in the microwave, heated it up. And I put it, that in the chocolate milk in my pocket and I walked out of the store.
They
Are you
That's
reported.
one
why I
of those
left
kind of
home.
gypsies, Joe? Are you one of those kind of gypsies?
That's why I left home when I was 13.
Listen, not money don't mean nothing to Joe.
Nope.
So she's Hungarian gypsy. Okay.
Yes, and my tradition
They,
was lost with my grandfather. Everything
Joe,
after my grandfather was downhill. They're lying, thieving, conniving, fortune telling fucking freaks. They live for today. They make money. It's gone today. Their whole world revolves around money. They're unethical. They're without morals, standards, values.
gypsies, traps, and thieves. You hear it from the people of the town. They call them gypsies, traps,
Shut
and
up.
thieves. No,
Joe,
Joe,
Joe, did you
what
ever
I was
spend
going
any
to
time
say
in
was,
Georgia? You spend any time in Georgia, Joe?
no,
Because you have to.
I bought and sold a house
just
there
one
once. I
second,
lived there for
one
a year.
second,
Yeah, I can
one
tell.
second.
I could detect the Georgian accent. You
No,
don't
it's
sound like no
definitely
Yankee to
Florida.
me. You sound like a Southern girl, one of them Southern belles.
Okay, move
Joe,
to Florida when you're 14 and live there for a couple of decades. You're going to sound like one.
Joe, can you elaborate on this, please? There are
No.
different sects of gypsies. There's not
Yes.
just one sect like every other
Correct.
so-called.
Joe,
I
you
don't know.
remember the
There's
gypsies over on like Coney Island Avenue and like Avenue H?
there's
There's
German
different
gypsies,
sects,
there's oh
right? There's
my god.
different. I'm not
There's
saying sects.
Romanian
I'm saying
gypsies, there's
sects.
Hungarian gypsies. Yes.
SECT sects. I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
SECT. Yes. There's different dialects. Yes.
Right.
I
Right.
am Romanes.
Okay.
Let me see. I am oh shit. Oh, I haven't spoke gypsy in a
Joe
long
knows a
time.
gypsy. Joe
Um,
knows a gypsy.
what? Do you understand my language?
No, 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 no. I just know that there's different sects. I'm not saying
Mesmo Pucheski She Johnny Tanako Shao.
what?
I just told you who
Okay.
I am, who my father is, and who my grandfather is.
No, no way.
Yep, Mesmo Pucheski She,
That's
daughter,
cool.
a Johnny Tanako Shao.
Wait, how do you spell it? I'm writing this down. You're going too
I actually
fast.
figured out how to spell it. Guapirida. Gaza. Oh, now I'm cursing you.
How do you spell that?
I can spell it. I can actually spell it.
The whole thing, but slow. I
Yes.
can't write this so fast. Slow.
Sound it out, retard.
He's writing this down. Oh,
Dude,
no.
I grew up with your kind of people. You're crazy.
What kind of
We,
people are we?
the kind that friggin' joke each other until, somebody gets tired or somebody gets their ass beat.
No, or
Uh-oh.
somebody gets arrested.
Yeah.
Or somebody falls down to the floor laughing fucking too hard.
You guys don't realize you ran into yourself.
So now the three of us are one and the same?
We're fucking Yankees and we joke like them. Yeah.
What is a Yankee?
You retard.
Oh, I like the Mets, I told you.
You
I
smoke
am
meth?
No, the Mets. I am not a Yankees fan.
Yeah,
Meth?
we're Mets fans. We're not Yankees. We're Mets fans.
Mets, 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 not Yankees. By the way, it's junkies now. If you live in New York, you got to say
Yeah,
it
meth
correctly.
pipes. You smoke meth
Joe,
pipes.
Joe, you got to
Wait,
say.
Joe, do you smoke marijuana?
No, I used to. I quit when I quit back in 2016.
Okay. Do you take edibles?
So what? You were
No.
smoking. You were smoking marijuana when you were hiding out in the.
No. I quit before I got there.
Oh, okay.
What were you
No, you
smoking?
said you
Anything
were
good?
hiding out there in 2014.
No.
Yes, you did.
2016. Why would I forget the anniversary date that I celebrate every year of when my life was restored? How could I forget such an important date? July 25th, 2016 was the day my life was saved for real.
Yeah. Oh.
Why would I forget such an important date? Doesn't make any sense.
Well,
Why did I seek out the Amish for safety? Because I believe that they were closest to God.
Yeah, I do too. Like I said earlier several times, I think this is the third time saying this. They're the group of people that I know that live the closest to the way the Bible says to live and God. I have never met anybody, or I shouldn't say met, but I've never known of any a group of people that lives that close up. There may be others. There's 195 countries in the world. I'm sure there are, but they're what I know is the most authentic, for lack of a better word.
I'm sorry, Babette.
So
I'm sorry. I offended you.
while you were there with them, Babbitt. I mean, I'm sorry, Joe. Did you see like any kind of like sexual abuse in the community or anything like that?
No, but you have that with every community. They don't stand out. It happens. They're human. They're bad people everywhere.
Was anybody punished like for violating, like going against the church's rules, like like talking, to the English or
If you'll stay quiet long enough, I'll explain something to you, and I think you'll understand if you don't rudely interrupt me or joke around.
Oh, I'm not joking around. I'm very serious.
Okay, so the Amish that I was saved by, thank the Lord and everything holy, they were ex-Amish. They still lived the same way as Amish, and they went to a Baptist church, which was very small and very tight-knit, and we were welcoming. So I attended a Baptist church. Come on now, you're not supposed to interrupt.
Well,
Save
hold
your
on,
questions.
real quick. They left the Amish during Rumspringa?
Oh my God, why did you shut up?
No, it's a serious. I mean, what did they?
No, please,
so
I'm
they-
about to explain to you. They
So
were
they
adults.
left after they became members of the church?
There was only one reason why they left. They left because somebody from the English came to visit them one day and read to them the Bible. The Amish are actually not going to heaven until they understand that you don't have to work to get there. It's a free gift from the Lord. You are given the gift to go to heaven. All you have to do is believe in Jesus Christ. Okay, they think their works gets them to heaven. They think if they stop working, they won't go to heaven.
Wait a minute.
Unfortunately, that's going to get them in hell.
When
So
you
my
say,
Amish
when
friends,
you say,
wait.
hold the phone.
No, you can't do that.
Hold the phone.
No.
Hold the phone.
No. You keep bullying me with that. I don't mean bullying,
So
but
you're saying that as long as you believe in Jesus Christ, you automatically go to heaven.
yes, it's a free gift. John
What
3:16.
if you're like a murderer?
Oh my gosh, there were murderers in the Bible that went to heaven.
Okay, so
And if
like,
God will
so
give
like,
them,
what if you were like a child molester? As long as you believe in Jesus Christ, you're going to go to heaven.
that one I'm on the fence. I don't know. If he asks for forgiveness and stops doing that, yes.
What if you were like I don't know if you've ever seen this. We have this here in the city a couple of times a year. What if you? I guess.
Do you have ADHD? Do you
Okay,
have
wait.
ADHD?
Wait. What if you were like a streaker? Like the.
Seriously, you could be the worst person in the world. If you ask for forgiveness and stop behaving that way, you will go to heaven.
Okay.
Okay, now stop interrupting me. You agreed to not interrupt me. My Amish friends
don't hit me with
left.
the Bible.
No, my Amish friends left their community because they know that if they stayed, they would have to stay practicing the way that they were taught. They disagreed with that and they didn't want to go to hell. So they understand that, going to heaven is a free gift. You don't have to work for it. You just have to believe in Jesus Christ. Okay, they left the community, but they kept the tradition of the way they lived and the way they dressed and the way they raised their children.
I understand.
Well,
so the thing is that when they left, until they learned that heaven was a gift from Jesus, simply believing him. When they first left the Amish, they thought, because that's what they were taught by the Amish, that they were automatically going to go to hell. That's what the Amish are taught. If they leave, they're going to hell.
Yes, it's
Right.
sad. It really is.
It is.
So I had a
It is.
misconception.
I got to tell you, I've watched the Return of the Amish and all the different Amish shows that they used to have on. I like them, and I always root for those kids that go on Rumspringer. I'm sitting there yelling at the TV, "Don't fucking go back! Keep fucking going! Don't turn around!" And it's tough because they're shunned by their family. It's an order from the bishop. If their family
It's terrible.
doesn't shun them, their family will then be shunned by the community. And if they're like, if they sell, I don't know, wood products or whatever it is that they sell, nobody in the community will buy it from them while they're shunned. So
Right?
listen, it's a very, very, very
Terrible.
strict life, which is, who's to say what normal is? I
Okay,
mean,
so with the exception of what they believe, they're self-sustaining and they get along without the government. They don't pay property
yes,
tax.
they do. Yes, they are.
They don't pay property tax.
Yeah.
And they hold their own. Their
Yes,
women
they
know
do.
their place. Their children know their place.
Let me
They
tell you
freaking
something.
will
You go
erect
to
a barn
you go to
in one
Lancaster.
day.
You go to Lancaster County in Pennsylvania, and
Been
they
there.
have the most beautiful land, and it's extremely well taken care of. They have the really beautiful farms, the Amish. Not every single one of them, but most of them do. And
I
they're
was
loaded.
there.
They're loaded. They have a lot of money. If like, let's say they don't do it often. They don't like to go to the hospitals, but if they had to, and the surgery was, like $100,000 or $1,000,000, if that community doesn't have the money, and the Amish
All
have
the
money,
communities will join in.
that's
That just
right, and they'll
recently
pay for
happened.
it. That's
That
right, and
just
they'll pay
recently
for it.
happened. They had 100,000 plus bill, and within 3 months they raised all the money and paid the doctors in full.
Yeah, well, the other thing that always everybody knows about the Amish, well, most people anyway, is
They
that
think they know.
they're able to build a fucking barn in one fucking day.
In
The whole
one day.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
the whole fucking community gets together, and and the
Like, we're
women are down there.
Grants.
They're making their a picnic lunch for them, and they got their bonnets on, and
So check this out. This is funny. So I moved to where my husband is when we got married, and then I brought him back to my Amish friends. And my friend Mary's in the kitchen cooking, and I'm playing with the children, and my husband's talking to her husband, and it just slipped my mind. I hadn't seen the children in a while, and I love those children. They were my children,
let,
but he
let
says
me.
to me, wait, this is good. He says to me, help Mary with dinner. And I was like, oh, you know what? I felt bad. I was like, next time there's a barn raising, I'll be sure to volunteer your name.
Let me ask you a question now, because
Yeah.
I've actually thought about this from time to time. Now, I don't think I'd want to do it for the rest of my life, but I'm thinking about sometime like signing up with the Amish.
What?
Well, I was thinking about maybe if I could go live with them for a while. Not for the rest of my life, but like I don't know,
Temporarily?
spend like a year with them, right? I'll work. I actually have experience on a dairy farm from when I was a kid. Is that possible? Could you get me in? You got some connections, right?
No, I can't get you in. It's a different day and time. I think you'd have to do your own research. I
Okay.
think if you want to live with them and become Amish, they would allow you to do that, but I don't think they take people in temporarily.
Okay.
Apparently, Slobberjaw thinks I need the boot.
No, don't worry about that. Let me see. Let me look at the chat here. I'm looking now.
I'm not worried about him, but you turn the conversation from something beautiful into all kinds of crazy, and now they don't see me as they did
wait a minute.
to begin with.
Earlier, before I came on panel, you were talking about this private investigator. That's not a beautiful conversation. It's a problem. I mean,
I survived it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, it's a beautiful story. I survived it enough to fight him the way I see fit, which is saving people from being his next victims. It's a victory. It's a win-win.
Right. Okay. What happened to Joe? He left?
I think he said he got a phone call or something.
Oh.
I don't have control. I can't let him back in. I think
I
Steve's
see.
sleeping.
I see. He left. Yeah, he's trying to get back in, but Steve is asleep or away from the his device.
Yeah,
All right.
he's gonna have to
Well, I'll
wait.
tell you what. Listen, if just saying, if you have anything to ask me in the chat, and I'll bring it up. What do you mean? It's all me. Steve's sleeping. Oh, Steve.
Let him sleep.
Oh. You don't have to have a megaphone, do you?
I do not.
Well, that's not good. You got a couple of pots and pans next to you. You can bang them together. Make some
No,
noise.
man. I got a head injury and I've got a headache. I can't do that.
Okay. So let me ask you this. I'm just curious, all right? It's way off the subject. So
Can we be serious at any point in time?
You drive, right? You drive car, right?
Not a whole lot. Yes,
Okay. Do you have a license to drive?
I plead the fifth.
Okay. So you're like you don't have a license to do electrical work. You don't have a driver's license. Do you have any kind of license?
Dude, I have a fucking driver's license. Seriously.
Okay. So now so it leads me to this question. So like, if you were out driving, you were by yourself. Let's say you were on the interstate and you got a flat tire. Would you be able to fix it?
I've
Like,
rotated my
not
own
only
tires.
fix it. I mean, would you be able to put the spare tire, take the flat tire off, and put the spare tire on?
I've rotated my own tires.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Good. Very
Change
good.
my own valve cover gaskets. Change my own spark plugs. Basic mechanical work. Very basic. My father is a mechanic.
Okay. Well, it goes back to what I was saying much earlier that if your father, was a mechanic or an electrician and they taught you, that's even, in my opinion, as long as the father was very knowledgeable, better than book experience and hands-on experience.
Yeah. My father was a great guy. He just did some things that I didn't agree with early on. And it took me until maybe about 7 years ago to finally respect him and fully forgive him. He had 7 girls, man. He used to kick our ass.
What, he used to hit you?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's not good.
Come on.
I don't believe in disciplining children physically. You know, I don't believe in hitting children, boys, girls. It doesn't matter. There's
No,
a lot of people who believe that it's fine to discipline your child by hitting them, but if you hit your dog, they go fucking crazy. I don't think it's right to hit your dog or your kids. Period.
yeah, I spanked my son one time and it was over a lie because I want him to know that I need to be able to trust him and believe him. And he was probably about 6 or 7. But the timeout chair worked very well. I would put him in timeout and have fun in front of him and eat ice cream and be like, hey, if you want to join the party, you got to be good. And he learned, you would think 5 minutes in the timeout chair, I'd beat that child for a solid year straight. It had the same effect. He would be so upset. And he was a good boy. I didn't have to whip him. But one night,
How old are your children now?
he is 20 years old. He'll be 21 May.
So it's the only one you have, just one?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you say
Good.
you don't like New York City, huh?
I don't like the hustle and bustle, and I don't like how liberal they are.
Okay.
And I don't like the
Well,
invasion.
well,
You guys are.
it's I can understand you're not liking not everybody in New York City is liberal, but it's mostly liberal, sure. But
Mhm.
I don't understand how you could say you don't like the hustle and bustle if you've never been here. How do you know what the
Um,
hustle and bustle is? I mean,
it
you
can't be
see it on
much
TV,
different.
but you have to really live it to experience it, no?
It can't be much different from Philadelphia, and I was right in the center of the hustle and bustle.
Well, Philadelphia is minuscule in comparison to New York City.
Mm, I don't think it's much different.
It's a lot smaller, especially the business district. It's a lot smaller.
Mm, I think Philadelphia is humongous.
What's the population of Philadelphia?
I don't know. I haven't lived there in a very long time, and it was pretty big back then. I don't know. I don't like Philadelphia either. I don't like what it's become. I didn't like what it was back then. I lived on Kensington Avenue, and it was bad back then. That was like late 80s or mid 80s. Yep, mid 80s. Sister was born in
Looked
82.
it up in 2021 had a population of 1.5 million.
Jeez, that's too many.
Yeah, well, when you say hustle and bustle, you have to imagine and understand that New York, having 8.5 million people, the hustle and bustle is a lot more hustle and bustle here.
Yes,
I'm not saying there's no hustle and bustle in Philadelphia, for sure there is, but it's on a New York City is on a whole nother level.
I bet.
But
I bet.
I don't see it. See, you see it that way. I don't see it that way. I
Because
never
you were
use that.
probably born and raised there.
Yeah, well, virtually all of my life, but not most of it, not all of it.
I lived the city life, and it was fun when I was young. I did go back. When did I go back? 2000. Because I was traveling with work. I didn't live anywhere. I didn't need to. I only had 2 weeks off the road with my job. And then occasionally it started to be a weekend here, a weekend there. And I got tired of spending money in a motel. So I had family in Philly. Back in 2000, I got an apartment and chilled there and remembered why I left.
Yeah, well, quite frankly, I'll be leaving the city within the next 3 years, and I won't be going to another city.
Right?
Uh,
I I like the distance in between the houses. I live in an upper middle class neighborhood, and there's a lot of distance between our homes. We're not on top of each other.
right.
It's a very nice, quiet, safe neighborhood. I've got everything within a mile. Everything.
Yeah, the problem is, like, hold on one second. I'm plugging my
Mm,
headphones in. The problem for me, and that's kind of an area or situation, is it's 2 o'clock in the morning and I'm hungry. I don't feel like making food. I can't order food there. Everything's closed. And
yeah.
even when everything is open, from what you're describing, you probably don't have a wide selection in different things, places that'll deliver to you. You know,
Actually, I do. I have a very wide selection. I
what
don't
time
like
does
fast food.
everything close? At 9, 10 o'clock at night?
Um, on the weekends, 11. Yes, weekdays 10, weekends 11. Then you've got your fast food, and then your bar food. Um, there's like on tap. There's what it is that wings place. It's a restaurant bar. Mostly restaurant bars stay open beyond 11,
Right.
and of course
Yeah.
Taco
Well,
Hell.
if I want to get a little like Indian food, that's not happening over there, is it?
Not after 10. No,
What about Chinese food?
not after 10.
Yeah. Well, see, that's a problem for me.
Well, then
Not, I
order
don't.
it
I actually
early.
listen. I actually don't order out often at all. I used to, but not anymore. I would
No, you
say.
get
I would
older.
say 95% of my meals I cook, but
Yep.
there are times, like I said, 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm hungry, and I can just order something to eat, and it'll be here in 15, 20 minutes, whatever.
True that. Every street corner you got a pizzeria.
No, I don't eat. I don't really eat pizza too much anymore. So
Now this side of you, this calmer side of you, I can appreciate that. You had to get a feel for me, didn't you?
I'm very calm. I can. Yeah, I'm very calm.
You weren't this way all the whole time we were talking.
I was laughing my head off.
You're
I was.
harassing
I
my
was.
shit.
I was sitting here smoking a joint, and
Oh my God, why?
is that bad?
Yes. If you don't have a
Why?
medicinal need, a legitimate medicinal need, you shouldn't do it.
Well, maybe I'm self-medicating.
If you want to call it that, but I shouldn't tell you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. That's none of my business, but that's
Well,
just how I
you
feel personally.
you used to smoke weed, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so then
did
why did you smoke it?
because I was an asshole.
No, you smoked it because you liked the way it made you feel, right?
I didn't need it. It made me
Okay,
high,
okay, but you did like the way it made you feel, right?
I guess.
Okay,
Put me in a zone. I'd get into my work that much more or whatever project I was on. Yeah,
right.
I did.
So
But
I use marijuana to. You just mentioned it. You put yourself in the zone and do your projects. I use it before my workouts, right? So no, I'm very serious. No,
I believe you.
I'm very serious. If you looked at my channel and you scroll down 30 or 40 videos, there's many videos demonstrating me doing different exercises. I'm a personal trainer, so I work out 3 days straight, take a day off, 3 days straight, take a day off religiously, and I have since I'm like 14, 15 years old. So I use marijuana kind of to put me in the zone before my workout. But it can't be any marijuana. It has to be sativa.
Look at the chat. Why is he saying that?
Who's saying? Is it just saying?
Yeah,
Let me
the
see.
last comment.
Hold on a second. This lady is a keeper, dude. Well, come on,
Why?
man.
Why would he say that? Because I can hold my own? The
No, I don't think
streets
it's.
of
I don't think
Philadelphia.
that's. I don't really think that's what he's referring to.
What do you think he's referring to, perv?
Oh no, 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 no! I'm not thinking anything like that. You're married, right?
Damn right I am, to one
Okay,
of the
so
best men there ever was.
that's it. That's it. He's thinking maybe there's an opening there for me, but you're married.
I
you
wouldn't
know?
marry a Yankee if my life depended on it.
But I thought you were a Yankee.
I am. Why do you think
Well, I don't know about you, Joe. I don't know.
Cuz every day would be a fight with you.
Oh, very easygoing. Very easygoing.
Nah, I don't know about that.
Are you a good
I'm
cook?
a damn good cook. Most of
Oh,
my
there you.
meals are cooked at home.
That's a ticket right through my stomach. That's you got me. You get me through this. Yeah, calm as calm could be.
No, I'm not single.
Happy wife, happy life.
No,
Right?
I don't believe in that shit at all. That pisses me off. Women out there pushing their weight around, talking about happy wife, happy life, like you control your man. I do not control my man. He doesn't control me, but he controls everything that surrounds our household and anything that protects me.
Okay.
No, you don't have to make me happy before you're happy. That's bullshit. That's those liberal, crazy women.
I like the sound of this. Tell me more. I like this. This is this. You're different. You're different than the women I've been around.
You shouldn't have harassed me straight up, Margaret. You'd have learned that I'm actually one of the good ones.
Well, I listen. I was just kidding around with you. I wasn't. If you listen, if you don't take anything that I said personally,
Nah,
if
I can't.
if I said anything that was out of line, I apologize. It wasn't.
You're all good. You're just testing my skill, getting a feel for, my knowledge and wondering if I'm, what we got 9 out of 10 people telling lies online every day, all day.
It might be more than that. I
It
think
could
it's
be.
probably. I probably think it's like 99 out of 100.
I think it's 9 3/4 out of 10. Every 10. It's 9 3/4, maybe.
Well, how do you get 3/4?
I'm just making that shit up. Because some of the time they're good, most of the time they're bad. Maybe.
Oh, unless you're talking about like three quarters and referring to like a guy like Ruski is like three quarters of a human being.
I don't know him and I don't want to know him. I don't like him. I saw him today and he started a problem and I never said a word to him. I just heard what he said and knew that he was not my kind.
Were you
He's
on
not to
panel
be
with him?
trusted. No, thank God. No, I was in my friend's chat. I was on their panel later, but he went up before I did. I had no intentions, but then something happened and I wanted to calm the storm. So I went up there after he was gone and I did my best to calm the storm.
All right. Well, I don't want to insult the guy or say anything bad about him. I'll just say he's a little unusual.
He's not my kind.
Anyway. So what brought you over to Steve's today? This is the first time I've ever seen you over here.
Really? I pop in and out of his chat sometimes. Because my husband works nights, I'm generally sleeping around this time. But last night I got a lot of sleep, so I'm awake right now. I pop in and out from time to time. I met Steve through a friend, a mutual friend, Motor City Maniac.
Yeah, I've heard, yeah, I'm familiar with him
Well,
somewhat anyway.
I didn't meet him. He was on his panel and I got to see some of his streams and thought he was nice and wanted to talk to him more and asked if I could interview him one day. And he said yes. And this is actually the first time I've been on his panel.
Yeah, when I first saw his name, the last part of it, Maniac, Motor City
Right.
Maniac, and I was like, he seems very calm for a maniac.
I think it's just a name.
Well, there's a lot. There's a lot in the name, in my opinion.
Uh, Exactly. And ever since I was little, I've been watching people. I've been to college now. My favorite class was human growth and development because it helped my skill. I've been watching people since I was little, and being that I'm the youngest of the first five, I got to see my older brothers and sisters do things trial and error. And I got to see it four times before it was my turn, as I grew and tried this, that, or the other. I knew how not to do things four times even if I didn't know how to do them, I knew how not to do it. So I kind of learned, from other people's mistakes more so than I did my own growing up throughout my teenage years and yeah, right up until, about 8 years old.
Okay,
But
I'm gonna have to get off this panel pretty soon, Joe. Do you have what what does Steve call it? A spanner over here, a wrench?
I do.
All right. Well, I'm going to jump off panel here, and
I don't know what kind of
well,
power my wrench holds.
it's either that or this. I got to go make a cup of coffee. So if you'd like, I'll come back. I'll just mute myself. It'll take me 3 or 4 minutes to make a cup of coffee.
Well, go ahead and
And
do that. I've got probably about 30 more minutes before I've got to get my chores done and some other things.
okay,
And then
so
I'm going live later tonight.
let me go make a cup of coffee, and I'll come back. Yeah. So if you drop your link, I'll come over and check it out.
Right on.
See what your channel's about.
Maybe we can goof off. I planned on showing some evidence and getting really dark and deep, but we could turn it into a fun chat.
Okay, cool. Well, let me go make my cup of coffee. I'll be back in like 3-4 minutes. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right.
Take your time.
Okay.
Dinner time was your favorite class at school? What school were you going to? Are you welcome to do what? You're welcome to do whatever you want, provided it's legal and not offensive and doesn't harm anyone. And why would I not marry a sports fan? Well, I have one. He's into his team. I can't. I'm using my phone. I can't back out of this screen because I'll get kicked off the panel, and I can't come back in. So if I switch screens, it's going to kick me out. If I were on my laptop, that'd be a different story. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you're nice, you don't make me look like a damn fool. The world's watching me, and I'm trying to set an example. If you guys throw me off track and get me caught up in a crazy conversation, you're going to blow everything I got going. I'm trying to save people, not look like a nut. You know what I mean? Yes, you're welcome. As long as you don't friggin' derail me over there like you did here. Yeah, I don't drop the link in my chat because I don't want to get porn bombed or harassed. I'll need your email address. If I were to pass out a link, I generally do it in text or an email so that I know who's coming up. Drop it like it's hot. Drop what? What are you talking about? And where did Babette go? Because you guys derailed me and got me all in defense mode, and you know. Well, at least she got to see the other side of me. I'm not trying to hide anything. You know, I like to have reserved myself before, showing all of me because we were having a really serious conversation before that. Babette's sweet, and yeah, you guys derailed me, and I think we ran her off. I hope that's not the case. My link. Yeah, I'm paying attention to what? You asked about my link. I can't back out of this screen. I'm using my stupid phone. They claim it's a smartphone, but I don't think it is. If I back out of this screen and get my link and drop it in the chat, that's all I can do is drop it in the chat. I can't back out of this screen because I'll get kicked off the panel and then I can't come back into the panel. I can't drop my link. Oh my gosh. I can't. Do you have a wrench? Go to my channel, get my link, and drop it in the chat. Now, the link to the StreamYard is what I'm talking about sending by email. Oh, okay. Now I get it. I just connected two and two. You guys, I have a friggin' head injury. Come on now. When he comes back, he went to make some coffee. He'll be back in a couple of minutes. I don't know how Steve can sleep through this. Hang tight. I'm going to mute myself. I got to blow my nose, and I don't think you want to hear that. Hang tight. Okay, I'm back. My ears popped. I just popped my ear trying to blow my nose. Okay. Well, if he trusts you, you know. Do you have a wrench? I'll ask Fitness to drop the link, but if you have a wrench, you could also drop it. Right? I don't trust nobody. And he's been through hell too. I know he's been through hell. It's really hard to come across people you can actually trust. And I just don't give it up. Nope. And take everybody with a grain of salt. Believe none of what I see, or is it what? None of what I hear and hardly any of what I see? I'm sure I changed that. I think it's half of what you see and none of what you hear. What do you suppose that clicking noise is? Or is it raindrops? I know it's on Steve's end. It's nature of some sort doing something. Ah, you would go to my channel, go to my about, press and hold my link, and it'll copy. Then you come back over here, press and hold, and it'll say paste, and you hit the paste button, and then my link will show up. I have to use the little girl's room. I'll be right back.
Hello out there in TV land.
What's going on, all you crazy YouTube people out there in YouTubeville?
I feel like I'm
Crazy
on TV.
motherfuckers. What?
I feel like I'm on TV over here, Joe. Do you?
No, not really. I think
kind of feel like
Yeah.
I'm on TV.
a lot of people feel like that. No, I just feel like I'm talking to people that I can't see in person.
Yeah, I guess so. So you said you're doing a live tonight. What's the name of your channel?
Oh damn, it's I can't remember. It is. Can you drop my link? Can you go to did I type in the chat? Here, I'll type in the. If I type in the chat, you can go to my channel. You can click on.
I don't know how to do that because if
Oh no, I can't type in the chat.
I can type in the chat, but I don't know how to drop a channel while I'm online. I mean, while I'm on panel.
I'll tell you what. When we get through, I'll go and get my link and bring it here and drop it in the chat. If I change my screen right now, I'm on the phone. If I change my screen, I'll get kicked out of the live stream and I won't be able to get back in.
Yep, true.
So when I'm leaving,
what time is your live going to be?
I'm not sure. I got to get my chores done first. I wanted it to be 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, but I think that's going to be too soon.
When you say chores, what do you got, like cows to milk?
I wish. I wish I had a farm. Oh my gosh, my yard isn't that big. Just dishes and thaw out something for dinner and odds and ends. And I'm very slow these days, slow moving. So it'll take a little while.
Why are you slow moving?
I was in a head-on accident.
How long ago?
2016, March.
How fast were you driving as opposed to the person that hit you head on?
I wasn't hit head on. I hit a concrete barrier that was parallel in front of my truck. It was I want to say 20 feet before the turn. My boyfriend had just died, and our friend hung himself the week before. I was crying. It was dark. My lighter fell. I reached for the lighter. I missed the turn, and the front end of my F-150, the engine was in the cab. The front of the truck looked like a horseshoe. I wasn't wearing a seatbelt. There was no headrest on my seat. The airbag deployed after the fact. And I think I was already in a state of shock before the accident.
Well, wait a minute. Go back to where you said that your boyfriend had died,
Yes.
and that a friend hung himself?
The same week, actually, yes.
That's a lot of death. You got a lot of death around you.
It was bad.
Where was your the friend when they was it a guy that hung himself or a girl?
Yes. It was
Where did he
actually
hang
his
him?
friend.
Where did he hang himself at?
In his garage in Florida, he was embezzling money. It was my boyfriend's friend, not mine. Well, he kind of was a little bit, but I didn't know him as well as my boyfriend did.
Well, why did he
But
hang himself in the garage? He must have had some fancy car in the garage he loved.
no, there was no, he lived alone, but he was from Pennsylvania. Both of them were from Pennsylvania. They were both down there for less than a year. They worked for a very high class restaurant, very fine dining. And his friend was embezzling money. Don't know why. I don't know if he had a drug habit or.
Embezzling money from where? The restaurant?
Yeah, yeah.
How much money?
I have no idea.
So
But
he hung
apparently,
himself to keep from what the law was going to catch up with him. So he hung himself.
yes, yes. The pressure was
Well, why
kicking.
in the garage?
I don't know. Because the rafters, I guess. He wanted to make
Oh,
sure. I don't know.
okay, that makes sense. I thought maybe he had like a Rolls Royce parked in there that he loved and he wanted to die next to his car. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, you said he was
No,
embezzling money. When I hear embezzling money, like I don't know, for whatever reason, my mind goes right to the millions. You know what I mean?
right?
So you're embezzling millions of dollars, and you hang yourself in the garage. Maybe and I'm putting the pieces together here, right? And the law's you're hanging yourself because the law is catching up to you.
I think
Like,
he was skimming over the years that he worked there, almost a year. I think he'd been skimming like every day.
well, how much money do you think you're talking about here? Roundabout.
I don't know. I'm thinking $200 meals is a fine dining restaurant. People go
So
in, a couple, spend up
so
$200 a meal.
$200 a day.
I don't, maybe, I don't know.
So how many days a week did he work?
Right?
I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna do the math for you. So was it a
Probably,
5-day work week or a 6-day?
possibly, 5-day work week, maybe 6, who
Okay,
knows?
so we got 2 times 5. That's $1,000 a week he was clipping, right? So we got
Possibly.
52 weeks in a year. That's 52,000. How many years did this go on?
He was down there for just under a year.
All right. So when you say just under a year, would you say like 48 weeks?
Possibly. He was from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania.
Okay, I've heard of Mechanicsburg. I've actually been through it. It's not far from Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, and Chambers, Pennsylvania. Chambers,
And they call it
Chambers.
Pennsyltucky.
Okay, now. So let's say it was 48,000. So you mean to tell me that for $48,000, the police are coming after him and he kills himself because he's going to get arrested for stealing $48,000. That's kind of weird.
It is, isn't it? Maybe there was more reasons. I don't
How
know.
old was he? How old was he?
I want to say mid-30s.
Was he married?
No.
Children?
I know that he had a rough life because I drove him to the airport in Florida, Jacksonville, Florida, to go back to Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. He was gone for 1.5 days. I picked him up with my boyfriend at the airport a day and a half later,
Isn't
and
Cha-
he had,
isn't Mechanicsville near Chambersburg?
I have no idea. I think it's near Hershey.
And it's no, it's not. I think it's the other way. Isn't it also near Shippensburg?
I don't know, but I know that when my boyfriend lived in Mechanicsburg, he worked for Hershey.
Do you know Shippensburg?
It sounds familiar. I can't place it.
Can I tell you a quick story? So I stayed in Shippensburg, right, for one night, right? It was December 24th, Christmas Eve, right? So
Hmm.
I'm staying in a room in the hotel on Main Street, right? And I wake up Christmas morning and I'm exercising in the room. I got the window open a little bit and I hear this clickety click, clickety click, clickety click. So I look out the window and I see there's an Amish buggy rolling down Main Street.
Nice.
Yeah, now I can see like there's a guy and a lady in there. I can see they had like a blanket, like a blanket over their laps to keep them warm.
Right.
And A couple minutes later, here comes another Amish buggy, and another one, and another one. They were everywhere. And then I noticed, while I was looking out the window, I saw, I guess they were Mennonites. They were on bicycles. I saw a bunch of girls riding these bicycles through town. I don't think they were out on a joyride. I think they were going somewhere. Anyway, just unusual for a guy, from Brooklyn to see stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Different.
Yep. I definitely have a soft spot in my heart for the Amish.
But seriously, since you know some Amish people, if I
Mhm.
ever decide I want to go live with the Amish for a while, would you give me a reference?
I would not, because I don't know you, and if I give my word, I need to back it with all that I am. And if you destroy my name, then it's destroyed forever.
Well, I'll tell you what. You could give me a test. I told you for 2 years. I lived on a dairy farm.
You're so crazy.
I'm serious. I'm telling you the truth. When I was a kid,
I believe you.
You could ask me anything about cows and horses and pigs and chickens. Well, not so much chickens, and I'll be able to tell you. I'll answer it. I definitely have its experience. It's like like you're not a licensed electrician. There is no license to be a farmer, but I live that life. I know what it is. I know what it entails. I know what it's about. So, having done that as a child when I was 12 and 13 years old, I'll fit right in with the Amish as far as the work.
Okay, let me tell you this. I have a nephew who lives in Philly. He's 26 years old, and he changes his mind like the wind. He's one of those little soft boys who can't take care of himself this day and age. They didn't grow up like we did. We suffered hardship after hardship. You know what I mean? You grew up street smart, right?
Well, I hope so. I grew up in Brooklyn.
Exactly. So you know what it's like to fight through things that'll kill most people in life. So my nephew, he wants to move all the time when he gets tired. And he asked me if I could help him. And I was going to ship him to my Amish friends. And I talked to them and they were like, would you put your name on the line for him? I was like, I want to. I would like to. He needs help. I said, but I'm not sure. I would like to.
Old
And
school
turns
people.
out 2 weeks later, he changed his mind. And as I got to know him more, he's been indecisive about everything, and he's not taking care of himself. He's in and out of jobs. He's losing money. He's spending frivolously. He's worse than a woman.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I have experience, so I'd fit right in with the work on the Amish farm. I'm not too hip on the church thing, though. Like if I live with them, I would really prefer, when it's time to go to church, I don't
Motor.
know. Maybe I can go to town and have a couple of beers.
They don't do that. See, I wouldn't put my name on the line for you.
No, actually, I don't drink, but no. Like while they're in church, would it be okay if I went behind the bar and smoked a joint?
Quit being crazy now.
As long as the wind direction is the right way, it's not blowing towards them. They won't
I would
smell it. They
protect
won't
my
know.
Amish friends from you.
Well, listen, I was also thinking about this. Listen, I was thinking about this, while I was living with them. Maybe you can bring some seeds.
Good evening, Motor.
And
No.
way off in the back of the field somewhere, I could plant some marijuana.
See, your damn ADHD's kicking in again. Chill.
No, I'm on caffeine now. I'm kicking the coffee.
Oh, great.
Coffee is my pre-workout drink. I smoke a joint of sativa, and I have a cup of coffee, and then I do my workout. I'm dead serious about that. I'm not kidding you.
I have a lot of friends who take the ganja. They do what they do. It's none of my damn business. I just don't take the ganja. I'm not going to condemn you for it, but
Well, I just really would like to, see if I could, live with the Amish for a while.
right, Motor? Look at
but
that.
I'm going to be straight up front with them. I don't want to do the church thing, and
They wouldn't. Look at the chat.
and I won't smoke weed, in the house.
Oh my God, they wouldn't even speak to you.
If they
They
want me
don't
to
like
walk
English.
off, listen, if they want me to walk off in the woods and smoke my weed, I'll do that too. That's no problem. You know,
They
and
would.
I'll work with
Oh
them
my
all
God.
day long. You
You're
know,
starting again. You're starting again.
just don't ask me to build a barn in one day. I'm not doing any of those barn raising things.
They
You know?
would. You'd have to. No, you can't go there. Stop it.
Well, why not?
Look at the chat. Look and see what Motor said. He's
The
got a
Amish
great
community
point.
is a lifestyle. I don't think they're taking applications. No, it's not. Listen, it's not permanent. I'm figuring like I could have like a contract, like a 1-year contract with them. I live with them for 1 year,
Oh my God.
right? And then I leave.
Motor, he's a Yankee from New York. I'm a Yankee from Philly. I know where he's coming from. He's just being silly. He wants a
No,
reason to
I'm
laugh.
serious about that.
No,
You know,
you're
like
not. Most of them live without electricity. Most of them are still old school, very old school. The old order Amish, they don't have electric. They have an outhouse. They have a phone down the street the
wait,
whole community
do they have
uses.
Do they have Wi-Fi?
No.
And I'm not going. Forget it. Forget it. Forget about it.
You're so crazy. Motor,
Wow.
if you can wake Steve up, maybe you can come on panel. I don't have that power. I can't bring anybody up.
Well, if anybody here in the chat has that wants to come up on panel happens to have Steve's telephone number,
Call
you could
him.
try calling him or texting him.
But then again, he's asleep. I don't know. It depends on how well you know him. I don't know him that well. I personally wouldn't call him and wake him up.
Yeah, well, anyway. So the Amish is off. There's no Wi-Fi. I can live without the electricity. You know, I hear the food's really good there. They got good food.
Oh my gosh.
I like the work. You know,
No, you don't.
especially hay season. Oh, I love throwing hay bales.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. Well, let's see. What did Just Saying say here? He says, first of all, the Amish have every luxury life can offer. What do you mean?
They
No,
have
they
a
don't.
roof. They have each other.
They
They
don't have
have
any
stores.
Wi-Fi.
So that's poison to
The
them.
fuck you gonna live without Wi-Fi for crying? The fucking homeless guy lives under the bridge still has fucking Wi-Fi.
Oh, they have lots of money. Oh, I shouldn't have said. They don't pay property taxes. They
no.
don't. They're not governed by your government.
And they don't fucking pick up the shit when their horses shit when they're rolling down the fucking road.
Whatever. You walking in the street?
Listen, wait a minute. Hold on a
Are
second.
you walking in the street? Do you walk in the street?
Hold on a second. So here in New York City, people got to walk around with like a little pooper scooper to clean up their dog shit. Now here you have the Amish. Here you have the Amish who are farmers coming from their fucking farm, right? Why can't they strap a fucking shovel to the back of the wagon when the horse shits, pull it over, scoop the shit up, you know, put it in a bucket in the back or something?
Do you have a dog?
No.
What are you bitching about?
Not anymore.
Do you live in the country? Are you in danger of stepping in horse shit from the Amish community?
If it makes money, Amish, if it makes... Say that again?
Are you in danger of stepping in horse shit in the street in Amish country?
No, but I'll tell you what. There's horses.
Mind your business.
Hold on. There's horses in Central Park. They have horse carriage rides in Central Park, which I'm totally against. But they shit. The fucking horses shit in Central Park. You're riding along on your bicycle, and all of a sudden, that shit's slippery. Boy, you hit the brakes when you hit that shit spot in the tire. You're going for a fucking ride, man.
Is the Amish driving that horse and buggy?
No, you got these. What do you call them?
I know what they are. They're
buggy
in Philly too.
A host of buggy operators.
Yeah, they have them in Philadelphia too. So why are we picking on Amish in the country with horse shit in the street that you have nothing to do with?
I just don't like. I think they're farmers. They got a shovel in the barn. Put the fucking shovel on the
Hey.
back of the fucking buggy and stop and pull over and clean up the shit.
Don't you have enough horse shit in fucking New York that you got to worry about? You got
Think
to take
about
it to
this.
another state?
Think about this. You're a young guy, right? You're
Oh
on
my
your way to go.
God.
Listen, you're on your way to go pick up your girlfriend. You just met this girl, right? You know, you're
I
with
don't
her.
want to talk
You're with.
about shit on my shoe stories
You're
anymore.
with. Listen, you're
You're
with the girl.
obsessed with shit on your shoe.
Hold on a second. Let me give you a scenario here so you
I
can
know where
understand where I'm
you're
coming from.
going. No.
Okay, so listen. So you're a young guy. You're 19 years old. Your parents just bought you a brand new Cadillac, and you're going to pick up your girlfriend who you met a couple of weeks ago. It's a new relationship.
Lord
So
have
you
mercy.
go
It's another shit
out.
story,
Listen,
y'all.
you go out in the driveway, and you clean this car inside and out. You fucking detail the hell out of it, right? So now you're like, wow. You look at the paint is shining. You wax it. It's beautiful, right? So you get in the car, and you're driving down the road on the way to pick up your girlfriend. And you'll fucking run through a fucking pile of fucking Amish horse shit. Now it's
Whatever.
all over the fucking mud flaps. And the car smells like shit. They should pick their shit up.
Yeah, well, they don't. Go around it.
Well, what if you don't see it?
Oh, well, what you don't know is there is, might as well not be there till
Well,
the
you
next
see,
car wash.
if they picked it up, that wouldn't have that fucking problem.
Why are you obsessed with where Amish horses shit? You're nowhere near them.
Well, don't you think? Don't you think? Listen, okay, hold on. Let's do the math here, right? So you're in the Amish buggy, right? And the
No,
horse's
I'm
ass is
not.
right pretty much in your face, right? So when the horse shits, the tail either goes up or over to the side, right? So that they don't
I
get shit in
don't
the tail.
care.
So here you are, you're the Amish father, you got your
Okay,
wife,
so
you
odds are you're Italian.
got
Do you
your
know how to
little
make
blanket
homemade
over you. Let
meatballs?
me
Do you
finish.
make your own meatballs in your sauce? Are you Italian?
Yes, let me finish now.
Do you make meatballs?
I
What's the
not
ingredients?
not really. I make sausage. Well, let me finish. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So
No, I don't want to.
so
I'm going to hang up on you. I don't want to hear about your horse shit stories or your dog shit stories. It's
wait a
repulsive.
minute. Well, wait a
Knock
minute.
it off. You're acting like you're 14.
Let me just finish. Let me just.
No.
So you're an Amish guy, and you got your wife. You're in the buggy. It's wintertime, so you got a blanket over you. Trying to stay warm, and you go into town, right? So
You're
now
hurting.
you got your horses, your quarter horses. They're trotting. You're doing a good 15, 18 miles an hour. You're boogieing, you're moving along at a nice clip, and all of a sudden you see your horse's tail raise. You
I'm
know
going to
it's
hang up. Knock it off, man.
why can't they pull over?
What What are they supposed to know, the fucking horse's fucking shit schedule?
Well, as soon as the tail comes up, you know it's going to take a crap. It's going to leave its manure. Why don't they pull over and let it do it on the side of the road? That's all I'm saying.
Do you think they're sitting there watching the horse's ass?
Well, it's right in front of their face. Think about it. They're sitting in the buggy. There's a little windshield there, right?
Okay, then why don't you chase down every free wild animal that's shitting anywhere and tell them to pick up their own shit?
Let me ask you this now. Here's an interesting question.
No,
Right?
I think you're going to be silly.
No. It's not about the horse shit. So the Amish, right? So like they have to use the buggy sometimes at night, right?
Here we
Probably,
go.
probably not very often. But if there's an emergency, they got to have headlights and tail lights on those buggies, no?
The Amish that I were with, that was a debate, and the Amish that I were with explained it to me. I was like, they don't want lights and they don't want reflectors on the back. And my friend who was ex-Amish, said yes, they feel like it's material and it's English, this, that, and the other, but it's for their safety, so they should probably do that.
Okay,
And
so now,
for
here's
safety,
my
yes,
point.
they should, but to them it's materialistic and it's not of their nature, and they don't agree with it.
They should be mandated by the state to do this. So here's my point.
They're
So
trying to mandate it.
okay, so my point is this: is there's got to be at least one Amish buggy in every community that has lights on it headlights and taillights in the event that there's an emergency and they've got to go somewhere at night. Now here's
That makes sense.
here's the problem I have now. So now, in order to run the headlight and the taillights, there's going to have to be some kind of a battery, right?
Right.
Well, the Amish don't use electricity.
Exactly.
Where are they going to charge the battery?
Just strap a friggin' headlight to the horse's head. Or a flashlight.
No. These are not reindeer. It's not like fucking Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer could lead their way.
I don't know. You're preoccupying my head with problems that I don't have to solve.
So I'm just saying, since they have solar lights, I guess they have solar panels on top of the buggies now.
I don't know.
But so, like, let me ask you this, Joe. So, like, if let's just say now, I'm not going to go live with the Amish because I don't have Wi-Fi, but I would like to visit an Amish farm and maybe sit down and have a meal with them. Could you help me with that?
Yeah, you can go to Dutch Wonderland over there in Pennsylvania. What's that place you were talking about where the Amish are? I was there one time when I was 13 years old. What's the Amish community in Pennsylvania? Help me out.
Okay. Do they like Italian guys from Brooklyn?
Oh my God. You harass them and not me.
No, I don't want to harass them. I'm a good worker too.
This is harassment.
No, seriously, I'm a good worker.
How do I know what they like? I know what my Amish friends like and what they don't like for the most part. And they don't like what you're saying. Now, the other Amish, I don't know. I don't know them personally. I have no idea what they like and what they don't like and what they'll accept and what they won't accept. You have to ask them personally.
Now, I'm just saying, just wrote, they have Wi-Fi and telephones, just not in the house. Wise up. So maybe I will go then. So there is some Wi-Fi.
No, it's a wired telephone. It's a landline.
Oh, that's fine. A landline works.
In the outhouse.
But I'm just saying, says that's the guy. That's my brother. He was up there with us before. He's saying that they have Wi-Fi too, just not at the house.
I don't know. I really don't. Maybe some of them are getting with, modern times. I don't know.
Could you find out for me?
Why would I work for you when I've got a friggin' job to do for myself?
No, it's not. I'm not asking you to work for me. Could you find out? You got connections.
No, I don't. I just know my Amish friends, and they've got a full house. They've got 12 children. And my friend Mary's husband, Jonas, he is a pastor, and she raises all those children. They got 10 or 12 kids. I can't remember. I know they had a couple more since I left.
Did you ever know any Amish that were on Rumspringer?
No, I know what I saw on TV and what my Amish friends told me. It's before they're old enough to get baptized. Once they're old enough to get baptized, they can go out and do whatever the hell the free world allows them to do, as if they were English, and they've got to get that out of their system and decide if they want to be baptized or not.
Right.
They
become
have the
members of the
option
church.
to
Become
leave.
members. Right, and become members of the church.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's
So
what
if you ran
Rumspringa-
into like a few Amish girls that were on Rumspringer and they were confused, they didn't know whether or not they wanted to go back and become members of the church, and they asked you to discuss it with them, what would you tell them?
I would tell them to go home.
And become members of the church?
Yes.
But I thought you have friends that left the Amish.
Well, I just thought about that as I said it, but that was the old me thinking. I would tell them to find people that have left because they disagree with the way their religion is teaching them.
Let me ask you
I would
this.
tell them to find people that already left and live with them.
Old School Pete wants to know, do the Amish do YouTube?
I imagine some of them do.
Yeah, because even if they don't have Wi-Fi, right? If they got a cell phone, they can get YouTube over their carrier.
Well, my friends do because they're ex-Amish, but they still, dress that way. They work that way. They do intermix with the English, And being that my friend's husband is a pastor, of course he has a telephone. And when everybody went on lockdown, he for 2020, he used to hold church online, and I could participate, which was great. Because he had the best sermons. Oh my gosh!
Do you know
You know,
Lebanon Levi?
I
You ever
do
meet
not.
him?
I know of him.
Did you ever meet him?
No,
Did you ever see him?
no.
No. Okay.
I think
No.
that was a bad thing when they put Amish on TV because they did the same thing with my family or distant relatives. When they exploited gypsies and Amish, that was the worst thing they could ever have done. They convinced the dumber of our people to go on TV. Now, they did have a gypsy show, I think it was back in 2011, and that lasted for a couple of weeks. And then they came out with the My Gypsy Wedding and all that bullshit. It was terrible because they portrayed everything that gypsies are not. They portrayed single women and their daughters and these crazy arranged marriages and these flashy, crazy weddings. And everything they showed is not accurate in any way whatsoever. And they exploited the Amish the same way. Now, mind you, I was new in the church that I was attending back in 2011, maybe 2010. And I was really close to my pastor and his wife. And it took me a long time to get over the way I grew up, um, because I was really upset with the way my family. I come from a large family, and we could have been anything. And instead of helping each other out and staying tight knit, they just went. They cut corners. They went against each other. They didn't know love and protection and all of the good things that make up a tight knit family. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I'm just trying to get over, all the shit that I'd been through with my family and how bad they are. And some of them are involved in organized crime and also sex trafficking and
Like the
all kinds of
mafia?
crazy stuff. They acted like the mafia, but they were not connected. They were like a generic version, trying. So here I look at the TV one night before I'm getting ready to go to bed, and I see my life on TV, and I never thought in a million years I'd see my family on TV. It drove me insane just a bit. I had to schedule a breakdown. I was like, that is tearing me up. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to wake up and do my work at my neighbor's yard that I promised. And then I'm going down to Miss Judith, my pastor's wife, and I'm going to cry about what the hell I just saw on TV right before bed. So I did my work the next day. I went down and I saw my pastor's wife, and I told her that my family are being exploited on TV, and it really hurts me, and I can't believe it. And yeah, that was very painful to see. So TV to me, I hate TV. I hate people who are in love with stars and are starstruck and money and all the worldly things, which is why I was able to adapt to Amish so well. And
Yeah,
living on the finer things.
I'm something I'm not a total minimalist, but I'm something of a minimalist.
Oh, I'm very much so. So, and thank God I met my Amish friends because I'd lost my way. I was just fresh out of sex trafficking, and I think I was going to break down at every turn. It was my friends' children and all the time that I spent with them that brought me back down to earth and taught me how to smile again and reminded me of all the finer things and how we've got birds and the trees and the vegetable garden and cute little games that weren't harmful in any way. They didn't have video games, but we did have board games, and we played Go Fish a lot. you know it was all the time with the children that I spent that reminded me how to be or how to get back to being, because I was a mess for the longest time. But thank God I met them. Thank God for all of their children, and thank God for the finer things in life that you can't put a price on and you can't purchase. So starstruck people and materialistic people and people that are driven by money and the people that'll do anything for money, it all makes me sick. My husband loves me so much, for many reasons, and one of them being that I'm not spoiled. I don't want materialistic things. I don't care for holidays. He doesn't have to buy me things to make me happy. I save his money better than he does, and I live like I'm poor. I live like I don't have money.
Yeah, well,
You
you
know,
got to
that
have some money.
we have plenty of money, but I live and act like I have none.
Well, that's no fun.
Yes, it is. Why should the salesman get more of my husband's hard-earned money than we get for our savings and possible emergencies and,
Yeah, possible emergencies, but you can't take the money with you. I mean,
no,
we all have an expiration date, right?
exactly. One of us is going to go before the other, and the other is going to need to pick up the pieces and, regroup and figure things out. He wants to
You,
make sure that I'm taken care of if he goes first and vice versa.
right.
We don't
Well,
frivolously spend money.
you go on vacations?
No, not really, because I'd rather be home. My
You go out to eat in nice restaurants?
He tries to get me to go. I don't want to.
Do you have any jewelry?
um, a little bit, tiny bit. I don't like jewelry. I don't like. I like diamonds. I don't want to like them.
What kind of
And my
what kind of car do you drive?
one that I paid $400 for back in 2017.
And you live in an upper middle class area and you drive an old bomb car?
It doesn't look that bad, but I only go out once or twice a month, and I only go a mile
Where do you go?
to the store.
That's it?
Yep.
Don't you want to go anywhere else?
I've worked for a living. I traveled. I've been to all but 13 states. I've been just about everywhere. I've been to Alaska and Hawaii. No, the Bahamas part.
Don't you have any girlfriends in the area that you want to go visit from time to time?
I have my sister-in-law, and she is a beautiful soul, and she's 2 blocks away. And she tries to get me to come over every Sunday night for dinner. I go occasionally, but if she wants to come here, that's great. No, I've seen a lot in my day. I've traveled. I've been around. I've been to all those states working, and I was a wild soul when I was young.
How long did how long did you spend in Alaska?
2 weeks. I built a Lowe's home improvement store there.
Where in Alaska?
Anchorage. Anchorage was it Anchorage? Seward? No. Goodness, I think it was in Anchorage. It was back in 2000. I think 1999,
You ever
2000.
you ever do any electrical work in the church? I couldn't say it without laughing. I couldn't even say that without laughing. Let me try it again. Have you ever done any electrical work in the church?
First and foremost, a woman knows her place in the church, and she don't get out of line. She
Oh,
does
you see,
something.
you see, don't you see what's going on with that? Okay, so the women are subservient to the men. You have no issue with that.
They're subservient to their family and the Lord.
Well, okay, let's look at like the Jewish religion, right?
Oh, please no.
The men and the women, the men and the women, when they go into the synagogue, they pray on different floors. I don't know if the men are downstairs and the women are up, or vice versa, but and they say they do that so that the men won't be like looking at the women and being distracted from their prayer.
Old school Pete, I agree.
So
I'm sorry, what did you say?
so like with the Jewish religion, right? The men and the women they pray apart from each other. Like,
No.
yes, they do. The men are on the one
Oh,
floor.
yes, in the Amish. Yes.
The Amish too.
Yeah, but not Christians.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute now. Have you seen some of those Amish women? They're usually way overweight, and they're not they're not really the prettiest thing. I'm not saying none of them are, but most of them are not really nothing to look at. So why would the men have to be separated? They're not going to be distracted. The guy's like, like, listen, I would be distracted if I was in a church and some girl walked in with a mini skirt on and she's got a real figure on her. She's 36, 24, 36. That's not the case with Amish women. They're all covered up. They got
It's a res-
these baggy, bland clothes on, and they're all, almost all of them are overweight.
oh my
How could the
goodness.
Amish men get distracted? I don't
It's
get
a
it.
respect thing because there are young girls and they're thin. They're not all overweight. Quit being mean.
Well,
They're not
no,
all. It's a
no,
respect thing. The women and children go and do their thing, and the men do their thing, and they keep each other in check on how to, raise their families and keep their families in check.
well, but in the Amish
But it turns
family,
out,
the man is certainly the boss. No
absolutely,
questions asked.
it's understood. You grew up that way. Generations before you grew up that way.
What do you think of women's liberations?
I don't appreciate it. I think that it's a psychological operation, and I think that NGOs, non-governmental organizations, especially like Henry Kissinger and George Soros, I think that, and it's been proven, the women's lib was staged, the women's smoking that was staged, so that they could, sell more products. And the women's lib was to get the women out of the home, get control of the children in the school, and separate the families and tax both parents in the home. They were only taxing half the families. They had to get the women out of the home and make them think it was their idea to go to work and be liberal and not be subservient. So they brainwashed them and they mind controlled them. The women think that getting out of the home and working is freedom, when it really destroyed the family. And yeah, look what happened to our kids.
Well, I think a lot of the reason, or the main reason for that happening, is the economy. Even bigger than the economy, the rich are taking all the money. Whatever was left of the middle class is rapidly disappearing in America. You
Yeah,
know,
they back in 2020, that was, yeah, they tanked the working middle class.
yeah.
We're all poor
Oh,
now. We're all
this
considered poor.
has been going on for longer than before 2020.
Yes,
This
it
has
was a
been
work in
uh,
progress, but it definitely got hammered home in
so
2020.
now you have this situation where, like, I can speak for a lot of my clients where, the husband and wife both work. They make big money, but
Still,
they have kids, and because they're working well, not constantly, but they work so much, that both parents are working at the same time. The kids tend to be overscheduled. They have them after
yes,
a soccer class, and then they go to this class, and then they go to that class, and this function and that function. So
yeah, it's hustle and bustle. But, I mean, there's a way around that. Smart people will figure it out. You either work toward working for yourself. You find what sells best. What can the world use? How can you work for yourself, or how can you work in a high-paying job that is the majority of, I mean, seriously necessary. You go into a field that is in high demand, and then only one of you work, and the other takes care of the children, preferably the woman.
yeah, well, that's a thing of the past now.
Yeah,
Over.
definitely done,
I
kaput.
mean, there still are women that stay at home, housewives, but they're not. There's not very many of them.
And that's sad. And the ones that aren't, they think they're liberated and doing something great, and they make fun of us, those of us who, know our place in the world, in our families' lives. How can you prosper if you
Hey,
don't?
wait, Joe. Do you have Steve's telephone number?
I don't.
Oh, because I was going to ask you to call him because my brother wants to come back up,
He's
and
not your brother. Knock it off.
I swear to God he is.
Show me birth certificates, both of you.
I'm not going to share my birth certificate, but well, you're not familiar with MobTube. If you were, you could ask pretty much anybody in the chat in any of those channels. And speaking of MobTube, if I was you, I'd stay away from it.
Yeah, right. I know what not to do.
It's not like it sounds. It's not like a bunch of mafia people. It's just a bunch of bullshit, is what it is. Bunch of con artists.
Right. I don't have time for that.
They pose as content creators, but they're not creating content. They create bullshit.
I would think of something like a musician or an artist, a painter, or wood making.
Well,
Somebody building something.
I hear you, but to me, a content creator is like somebody that makes a video, no matter what it is. They film it with their phone or with their GoPro or whatever.
I can't adapt
A
to the
lot of
new
these, a lot of these people, what they do is they take somebody else's work off of YouTube and
Mm-hmm.
they create a short out of it. They post it on their channel.
Yes,
That's
I know a
not
lot
being
of people that
that's
do that.
okay. That's not being a content creator. That's stealing
Ridiculous.
somebody else's content. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So now you could take a you could take a video, I don't know, of a fucking tree. Okay. And some people will like it, many people won't, but you created that content. Whether it's good or bad, you created that content. You understand what I'm saying? So, like any of these channels that use other people's work, I want nothing to do with that. That's not a content creator.
Right.
They're posing as content creators, they're not. And then
Well,
you
they're
have these
lying to
then you
themselves
have
and are actually believing the lie that they tell themselves, and that's how
now
they get along.
they know. And then you have these a lot of these channels I'm referring to are also attack channels where they
Oh my
they just
God.
look go back and forth. It's
And it
actually
works.
well, it's yeah. Well, let me get to this. It's most of it actually is done behind the scenes. They talk to each other and they say, "All right, tonight you curse my mother out, and I'm
Yeah.
going to show pictures of your sister, and we're going to get everybody all worked up. The people that your subscribers, they're going to fight for you, and my subscribers are going to fight for me." And speaking of that,
Mm-hmm.
they don't really refer to them as subscribers. They refer to them as their fans or their followers, like they're a fucking cult leader. You know what I'm
See,
saying?
you see through that. Yes, that's another reason why that private
Well,
investigator
that's
was
the
out
other
to
thing.
get me
You
because I
see
was
that?
calling that shit out. I was like, you guys are staging fights. I know what you're doing behind the scenes. This
Yeah,
is
well,
bullshit.
that's the
I was
thing.
the only one calling it out. I had
See,
to go. I was fucking
see,
with several communities.
see, and I'm just saying, my brother here, we're pretty much known in that genre. They know they're not gonna fucking pull the wool over our eyes. You know what I'm saying? And so then you know what they do is when you make it clear to them that you know what they're fucking doing and they're fucking con men or con women because there's some women over there that they think they're
Yes.
fucking cons too. Then what they do is they play this little game where they'll do a live and they'll start cursing you out and saying they're calling you a faggot and this other crazy
Oh my
shit.
God.
And
Yeah.
what they're doing is they're hoping that you're listening to the live and you'll get pissed off
Yep.
and
It's
grab
a
the link and
game.
come on. Yeah, but I don't
It's
play
a
the game.
scam.
I don't play the game. I don't play
Why
that
do you
fucking.
think I got attacked so bad? Because
I
I was
don't play.
calling
I
out
don't.
their game.
Joe, excuse my language, but I don't play that fucking game. And
Mm-mm.
I suggest you don't play it either.
Nope, I can't. I
The
can't be so
way
damn
the
fake.
the way you beat those people, Joe, is whether they're in a chat, on panel, wherever it is, you ignore them.
Yep,
Because
I shut somebody down today.
when you ignore them, they become powerless and then frustrated.
And then they move on to the next target.
Exactly.
Yes. Come
They
on,
don't
man. I'm
have
from Philly.
those people over there, very few of them actually have friends. They have victims.
Oh my God.
Especially the content creators. They have
Yeah.
victims. They're all full of shit. And
And
the
they
other
have
thing that
partners
you'll
in
find
crime.
and the other commonality you'll find with these people in this genre, not this Steve I'm talking about MobTube, is that they all seem to suffer an extraordinary amount of tragedies. You
I
know, send me money. My dog died. I got hit by a fucking car yesterday. Send me money. I got beat up. Send me money.
know. In this buy a membership.
Wait. I've been cursing out this guy and doxing him, but he posted a picture of my daughter. Send me money. This is hard on my family. Fuck out of here with that fucking bullshit. My fucking car broke down. Get the fuck out of here.
Dude, we've been sniffing scams. If you were born in the 70s or earlier, you know what I know. I was born in the early 70s, so you know I know what you know.
Well, I grew up around a bunch of con artists, so
I know. I know. My dad was the best. I used to get mad at him for doing it. And another reason why I left home, because I couldn't stand the con. I knew there was a better way, and I knew that hard work paid off. Honest, hard work. I didn't like what I saw. Ever since I just wasn't supposed to be a part of that family. I knew from the time I was 1 year old that I did not belong in that family.
so you
'Cause
were
I
like the girl. What was the girl's name on the show, The Munsters? Who's the pretty girl?
Wednesday.
No. That's the other show, The Munsters. You know, with Herman Munster, Eddie Munster.
Oh yeah, the blonde. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
you were like the blonde in the family, right? Kind of,
I'm not
sort
a
of.
natural blonde.
Well, no, I don't mean I don't mean it literally, but you were
But
like,
yeah,
you know,
that different.
yeah.
Definitely that different. But I knew from the time I was 1 year old, I remember being a year old. It was very tragic how my mom and dad separated. It was so tragic. I'll never forget almost every detail that happened that night. That night was how I ended up in New York.
Where'd you go in New York?
I have no idea, but my dad went to jail, my mom took off, and my uncles and aunts took us so that my mom couldn't get us because she was a very bad woman. She was a very, very, very bad woman. And believe it or not, my dad was the best option. He loved us. He just beat the shit out of us. Made us
Well,
work really
that's
hard.
yeah, but that's not good.
No, it wasn't. It was very disturbing for a long time. Took me forever to get over. But I'm over it now. But yeah, I remember that tragic night. Where the hell was I going with that? But when my dad finally got out of jail the next day and got us back, he didn't always beat the shit out of us. You know, I was much older before he started kicking my ass. I want to say 6 or 7 years old. Um,
6 or 7. You're a little girl. You're a little
yeah, but
girl.
I was raised hard, man. I grew up real fast. I grew up real fast. But when he finally got us back, he went to New York, somewhere in New York. I don't know where. I was only a year old, year and a half, and he was the better option. Where the hell was I going with that? Damn. I was going somewhere with that. What were we talking about?
Your dad.
Oh, yeah, I knew from the time I was little. I was on the floorboard of my grandpa's truck. Grandpa's driving, between my dad's feet. He's still cursing my mom out. All hell had just broken loose, and I looked up at both of them, and I was like, I don't belong here. I knew but I still love my dad. I really do. He apologized to
How
me
how
when
old- how old were you when you left home
13.
officially? 13.
13.
You were younger than me. Well, I actually when I lived on the farm when I was 12 and 13, I hadn't left home, but I chose to not live at home anymore. I preferred living on the farm. But then ended up having to come back, and I left home when I was 16.
Yeah.
I never fucking looked back. That was
Nope.
that. That was that. I'm getting the fuck out of here. It's fucking, you know what I
Yup.
mean?
Being that I had grown up on the streets anyway, and roughed it, my whole life at that point, and I paid the bills. I worked. He made us work selling flowers in bars, every night to pay the rent and the food and the electric and the gas for the cars and,
Wait a
you
minute.
know,
Wait a minute. How old were you when you're selling flowers in bars?
or
No, I don't understand.
it was a
That,
scam. A cute little kid. Would you like to buy a flower for the beautiful lady? You know? Yeah, a cute little kid in a bar. Who's not going to give you money? You put a man on a spot. Would you like to buy your girlfriend a beautiful rose? Yeah,
what
it
state were
was
you doing this in?
Philly.
Philadelphia, huh?
Yeah, I could tell you just
The
about
city of fucking brotherly love. This is what's going on.
bullshit. That big ass clothespin they got. Have you seen the clothespin?
No, but did you know Rocky?
Uh, my stepmother did. She met
Really?
him. She was in Rocky 1.
She was in Rocky 1. Rocky Balboa. You know
Yes.
where he's from, right?
Philly.
No. Sylvester Stallone, the guy that
Oh.
played.
Probably New York.
Yeah, he's from Brooklyn. Bensonhurst.
But
You ever hear of Bensonhurst?
no. I want to say yes, but no.
Well, it's I actually call that neighborhood the Hearst now. It's like the Hearst.
Do you know where the pet shop was? Where his what the hell? What was her name?
Where
Adrian?
on Coney Island Avenue and
No.
Avenue U and Avenue
No,
U.
no.
Yeah, I know the pet shop.
No, not there, ding dong.
Oh, what do you?
Where Rocky was filmed. The pet shop across the street from the gym. That was
No.
between my uncle's house and my house. That's where Kensington ran into Front Street. It was right on the corner where Kensington ran under the L. Yeah, my uncle lived down the street.
I've been to Philly a few times. I remember once I took a girlfriend there on a motorcycle ride. We went to one of those Philly cheesesteak places.
Oh, Pat's Steaks or Geno's?
I'll tell you what really left it. What I remember about that trip wasn't Philadelphia at all. I wasn't impressed with it. It was that Philadelphia is 90 miles away from New York City. I made it back to New York City in an hour on my motorcycle. I was fucking flying on the Jersey Turnpike.
It should have been at least an hour and 20 minutes.
I was ripping the fucking Jersey Turnpike up on that bike. Flying.
Yeah, it's not what it used to be. I used to love their food, man. Oh my gosh. I could take you to some places in Philly where it's still the same.
Excuse me.
It's not. It's more or less mom and pop's places that have been family owned and operated for decades.
Yeah, old school pizza is scripted drama. It's happening here in the UK. Fake beefs with fake hard guys. You know, old school Pete, I thought it was just unique to MobTube, and I realized that it's not. It's all over YouTube. You've got these, you got to look at the reality with social media, right? So if you have a con artist or a sociopath or a psychopath or a narcissist, they use social media, not all of them, but many of them, as a tool to manipulate, potentially millions of people at once.
Yes.
Right. So
let me tell you about this.
I'm hip to their fucking games. Excuse my language.
Yeah, and it's only when I let my guard down do I get in trouble because somebody got me to trust them, and I'm like, damn it, here we go again.
Fuck those people.
Bastards. Check this out. There was a woman who came into the community that I was a part of, or found myself in, exposing this private investigator fraud bastard, used car salesman. Anyway, this woman comes in pretending to be a man, and she says her name. He says his name is Anonymous, not Anonymous. But she makes everybody believe that she's a man. And then we find out that she's not. And so I backed away.
Listen, Joe, take my advice on this. Don't ever give any of these people your telephone number. And don't ever email them either.
Right.
You know
it. They can fish.
I'm not saying like Steve, but I'm saying any of these genres where you may be involved on some level where there's, it's mostly drama. And you know that you're being lied to. Do not communicate with those people offline in any way, shape, fashion, or form.
You know it.
Remember that. Seriously.
Amen. See, now I was only using the internet to expose government corruption and so on.
Well, I don't know how. I don't know. Well, you do what you want to do, but
not anymore, though. I've been distracted.
Great food, better than Manhattan. Not tourist traps. Great food. I guess he must be referring. I'm reading the comment. Must be referring to Philadelphia. Great people.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there long enough to find out. Who the fuck is this? The real OG Nanny G. You see his fucking. You see his comment.
You feel the vibe.
What the fuck? Come on, guy. What is that? What is that?
He's disgusting.
The fuck.
He could be serious. Maybe he does eat cock soup. Who knows?
What do you think? Do you think he eats the helmet or the hose?
I don't even want to touch that.
Is there any difference in the price?
Ow, my head. Oh my god. Ow, my head. Oh god. Like you should even pay this motherfucker any attention other than making fun of him. Racist? Where you get the racist from? You're eating cock, dude. How is that racist?
I wonder, does he put like mustard on it, like a hot dog, or does
Ow!
he, a little relish, a little fucking onions on there? Or how does this work?
Chili and cheese? I don't know. Where do you get racist from?
They're just trying to start shit.
Why am I laughing? Because you said something disgusting. Cock soup? We're laughing at you. We're not laughing at your comment.
I would be willing to bet this real OG Danny G probably probably has something to do with MobTube.
Who knows? All you got to do is mention something about their evil, and they just pop up like fucking.
No, actually,
waterfall.
I'm pretty sure I know who it is, and he knows I know.
Is it friend or foe?
Friend.
Oh, so he's just pulling your leg.
Well, I don't think he's pulling my leg. I think he's talking to you.
He ain't talking to me because I ain't listening. I'm just laughing at his crazy ass.
He's a Viking. You guys must be insulting him somehow.
I
Viking.
don't go on the attack. I just go off what you give me. You eat cock soup? All right, let's make fun of that.
Hey, listen, different strokes, you know. That's what hits your palate, you know. And, you know. I still would like to know, is there any difference in the price, you know, between the helmet and the hose? I mean, you know. What do they have? You ever have Rocky Mountain oysters?
I don't do seafood. I do.
No, that's not seafood. Ever spent any time in Colorado?
Yeah, working.
Well, you don't know what you don't know what Rocky Mountain oysters are.
Hang tight. I gotta mute you. I'm gonna choke like a mug.
What are you smoking weed over there now?
Oh my goodness.
Well, wait a minute. You're coughing over there. Are you smoking weed?
No, I'm smoking a cigarette, but I was choking on my own damn slobber.
A cigarette?
Okay. Yeah, I smoke cigarettes.
Okay. What was I going to say? Let's see.
Hang on, I'm not quite done clearing my throat.
Rocky Mountain oysters, Joe, are actually. I'm not making this up. Google it. They're Bull's Bowls. In Colorado, they call Bull's Balls, and they serve it in some restaurants. They call that Rocky Mountain oysters. I shit you not. I'm dead serious. Nothing that I would eat, but I've seen it on the menu. And I lived in Denver, Colorado for 3 months. So I've seen it on the menu and always passed. Let's see. What does it say? You give cock soup, I want meat in it, facts.
Okay. I was in Winter Park, Colorado, right around the time the JonBenet Ramsey thing was going on. I went with about 13 friends, and we went skiing.
Well, you know what I used to do? I used to drive over to Estes Park from Denver, which is probably about a 50-minute drive, if I could recall correctly. And it's like this giant, like, I don't know, national park, I guess it is. And you can go in there and drive around. There's like, you know, all kinds of roads, and you drive around your vehicle and you check out the animals. Well, anyway, in the town of Estes, we're on our way one time, and there's, I shit you not, like a shitload of elk hanging out in somebody's fucking lawn. So right. I see there's one bull, and it's got his harem of you know, female elk, probably like 20 female elk and one bull. So I'm like, I tell my girlfriend, listen, I'm gonna pull over. I'm gonna get the fucking National Geographic shot, right, with the camera of this fucking elk, right? So I pull over. I get out of the fucking truck, right? And
crazy.
I'm walking over slowly. I cross the road, and like I'm right on the edge of the lawn, and this buck turns around. He looks at me,
He wants a piece of that.
He puts his head down and he starts stomping his fucking foot.
That should have been your cue.
What happened was I wasn't paying attention to what was going on behind me, but apparently another car.
You got caught in between.
I heard another car pull over, right? But some lady had apparently got out of the car and she was like behind me with her camera, using me as a fucking shield. And all of a sudden, this fucking thing starts fucking charging me. So I turned around, and there's this fucking lady. I fucking bowled her right over and jumped in the fucking truck.
You're terrible.
What the fuck? I didn't even know she was there. I turned around and run, and there she was. Boom! Down she went. Fucking camera went fucking flying. What are you
I'm
gonna
just
do?
making fun of some people. Recently on the news, it was like they got eaten by the lion because they wanted to take pictures. I was like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen? Dumbass.
Who the fuck would climb into the fucking line, over the moat, whatever the fuck they call it? You got some sick people out there. Some crazy
if I
fucking
see a
people.
lion, I'll go to the damn zoo. I ain't going to go in their backyard and act all stupid and want to take a picture.
Yeah, well, I think, you know what? So anyway, I'm like, I tell my girlfriend, I jump back in the truck, right? We take off, and I'm like, I got it. I got the National Geographic shot, right? So it was one of those disposable cameras, right? So I take the film in to get it developed. Excuse me. And we get the film back, the pictures, and all I caught was the fucking hooves. That's it. The fucking, like, I didn't even, because
you made me blow a booger.
as soon as that thing fucking started charging me, man, I hit the fucking button, but the camera was down. I was fucking turning around and I was running, man.
What the hell, man? Yo, your friend's fucking talking crazy shit.
What's he saying?
Where'd this guy come from? What the fuck's his deal?
Ming Fanny Wong say he liar, a bullshit.
Yeah, you made me blow another booger.
What the fuck?
Oh my
Americans. Ooh.
I gotta mute you. I gotta blow my nose.
What are you doing? Cocaine over there now? You're blowing your nose. You're coughing. I don't know. Something's not right over here.
Oh man, my nose is either stuffed up or runny. There's no in between. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm forever trying to blow my nose. Can't freaking breathe. What the hell's wrong with your friend? He don't like Americans.
so long, old school Pete. Enjoy your TV. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? You never know with these people. Eat some potatoes, you mad bastard. Now, where the fuck does that comment come from? What is this guy? Did you take it? Listen, real OG Danny G. Did you take your fucking medicine, or did you take too much of it? What's going on with you?
He did say that. I was like, "Where's this coming? Eat some potatoes, you mad bastard." Is that right?
Oh, be more specific. How should they be cooked? Should they be baked? Should they be mashed? Should they be boiled? What are you talking about here? What kind of potatoes? What kind of fucking potatoes we talking about here? Huh? The red potatoes? The white potatoes? What are you talking about? Are these organic potatoes, or are they just the regular shit? You gotta be specific. Be specific here.
Be Pacific.
Yeah, be Pacific. David Wong. Mr. Wong. Mr. Wong. This is, you know who this is, Joe? This is Mr. David Wong. Mr. David Lung Wong. Lung Wong, they call him.
All righty then.
That's why that's why he came up with the cock soup. You know what I mean?
He's got an obsession with that.
Lactose free. I don't think that's him. You think so? He says he's the Chinese guy from the Bimbos chat.
Who's the bimbo?
The bimbo. Well, you don't forget her. You don't want to know her. She's a psychopath. Just stay clear of her. She'll come. If she gets mad at you, she'll come to your house and she'll put fucking flyers up all over the neighborhood. Oh yeah.
Ow, my head.
She'll fucking flyer you to death. She threatened to do it to me. I got news. I told her, you come in my neighborhood and try that. I guarantee you won't even get out of your fucking car. Yeah, she won't even get out of her car if she comes to my neighborhood. I guarantee it.
What do these flyers say?
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know. But they were basically accusing somebody of being something. I don't know whether that
Oh,
person
shit.
was that or not. Let's assume that they were that. She's putting
Oh,
flyers up all over the fucking neighborhood so people can see
shoot.
this shit. Yeah, this is some of the games these people play.
It's insane how they go real life, isn't it?
Well, that's not real life. To
Well,
me,
I mean, they
real life.
attack you in real life.
You get in my face, real life, and we'll see what happens.
Exactly. They're pussies. But their idea of going real life is like calling your cops and
Oh yeah,
calling
no,
your neighbors
exactly.
getting your family fired from jobs,
Yeah, that's what they do. That's the game that they
embarrassing your
play.
kids at their school.
And any kind of people that play those kind of games, they're very they're evil people, and they lack confidence. They're not they're low achievers. I think
Get used to
they're
it.
fucking they're vermin, to be honest with you.
Yes.
That's what I say. They're fucking vermin.
Exactly. And you got to get used to it, man, because there's more coming. The generation behind them, they're teaching. There's elderly people doing this shit. There's parents doing this shit. There's
Listen,
kids doing this shit.
I don't mind a little drama from time to time, a little drama, but that's all that they offer. And it's just, it's just one lie after another. It's unbelievable. Some of these people, they claim they used to be gangsters or they're related to gangsters, and yeah, shut the fuck up already.
Yeah, I got
You know what I
some
mean?
nephews. Yeah, I got some nephews in Philly, and they're talking, I'm homeless, help me, auntie, help me. So I help them, and then they don't want to get a job. They won't take a bus. They won't take a train. They're like, oh, I don't ride a bus. They won't get a job, $17 an hour at McDonald's. And they're like, Auntie, you don't know what it's like being in Philly. And I'm like, you little bastard, I grew up
Well,
in
you know what
Philly.
they do too? You know what they do, Joe, is
I had it way worse.
listen, you know what they do? Very few of these people actually has a job. When I say very
Right?
few, I'm talking about, I would
A
say
fraction.
out of 25 content creators in that genre, maybe 3 of them have a job,
Right?
right? And then you have, I don't know, probably 5 of them who live at home with their mommy and daddy, and then
Mm-hmm.
they hide behind that by saying, "Well, I'm taking care of my mother." Oh, shut the fuck up!
Yeah,
You're
okay.
waiting for her to fucking die so you can get the fucking house because you don't fucking work. You don't have fucking anything. Everything that you have was given to you.
Exactly.
Let's be fucking real. And now it's not enough. So you got to come on YouTube, make something of yourself that you're not. Then come up with all these tragedies. Send me cash apps. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck, what are you fucking kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah,
This guy,
you're gonna get real far with me like that, I tell you.
they rely on them cash apps. It's disgusting.
Yeah, well, I think many of them, I don't know necessarily, well, I think the reason why many of them rely on the cash apps is actually for drugs, whether it's weed or pills or powders or whatever the fuck it is that they're using.
Oh, so I forgot. Oh my God, I was telling you this story about this crazy lady who pretended to be a man. When I found out that she was a woman, I distanced myself from her. She joined in a group of people that I was friends with and am no longer because they suck too. Well, we found out she's a man and I stopped talking to her. I'm like, that's deceptive. I don't appreciate that. Well, this is like a year ago. She It turns out she's got like 7 or 10 accounts, and she's been catfishing other women pretending to be a man. And oh my God, she's been doing a lot of damage, claiming that she needs money for her fur babies. Turns out she's got a drug addiction. Claiming this, that, and the other, just scamming the fuck out of people. And somebody just figured her out, found out all her information.
Another commonality, I'm sorry, that you'll find with most of these content creators is they'll come right out and they'll tell you, I have no shame.
Ah,
Not understanding that an educated person, when they hear that, what the people who have no shame have no
we'll do
fucking have no conscience.
Exactly. They'll do anything for $1, and if it means
Right.
killing your mother,
And then when you point out that you're onto their game, oh my goodness.
it's on
If
like Donkey Kong.
if it's a narcissist, if the content creator is a narcissist, first they block you, and then they will go, once you're blocked, they will go on a rampage and call you every fucking name in the book, and I just sit there and fucking laugh at them.
That's their friggin' scam. If you respond, well, if they let you see that they're doing it and you happen to respond, then they got a war, a back and
Listen,
forth. And I'm like,
th-
I don't
th-
do the back and forth shit.
listen.
I'm
Then they got
over it.
there's a content creator, right? So it's this when he first started his channel, right? He comes out with the story. He's telling us, yeah, I was going out to the discos one night trying to pick up girls, and I wasn't making out, so it was like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I went into this club. And he says, I meet this real winner, right? So I bring her out to my car. And she's going to give me a blowjob.
Yeah.
And he goes, yeah, she's giving him a blowjob. He reached over to grab her snatch. I don't know who the fuck does that. But anyway, I guess he thought he's Donald Trump. I don't know. But he says she had a bigger fucking rod than he had. So he ripped her fucking wig off, threw her out of the fucking car. It was a guy. It was a fucking transvestite.
Wow. That's
These
crazy.
people are fucking gone.
This dude in the chat, I think if we ignore him, we're going to piss him off way more. But look at the crazy shit he says. Fucking hilarious. I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
He's probably drunk as a fucking skunk.
Smear campaign onslaught. Okay.
Yeah, well, did you ever hear of Tony Pizza?
Nope.
Oh well, poor guy. Apparently, he got according to him anyway, he got run over, hit and run in a car. He was walking his dog, and some guy hit him. Somehow the dog didn't get hit, just him. And
Aw.
he ended up in the hospital, and he's all fucked up now. Excuse my language. And he did a live. I guess it was yesterday, and he for the first time you couldn't see him on the screen. He was he wasn't showing himself on film. I was in there in the chat, and I was like, well, listen, geez, you're a victim of a crime. That's a hit and run. So why don't you go to the state where you're living? I looked it up. Go to the victims crime compensation board. And he's like, oh, they don't do that here.
Oh, shit.
You want to know the truth of the matter? I guarantee you. He didn't even trip and fall down. He wasn't even hit by a car. It's bullshit. He's trying to get people to sad fishing, right? Trying to get people to feel sorry for him and send them money.
It's a scam.
Oh, it's a scam, all right.
Oh my
it's a
God.
fucking lying fucking lowlife.
Man, it's no holds barred these days.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
just saying. I'm sure that is a Bambi simp.
What does that mean?
The guy that's leaving these stupid comments, this real OG jackass, is probably from another content creator's chat room.
I think he threatened us with like Suge Knight.
Shut the fuck up with him. Fuck him. Fucking kidding me.
Oh man, I think we could bust some serious balls.
Well, maybe we should I don't know, unite. We could
Just bust balls all day long.
you want to be my co-host?
You want to be mine?
No, wait a minute. Now, Joe, you said that the man runs the show. Right?
My man, not any man.
Okay, well, I'm still a man. You'd have to be my co-host. You'd be
we could go back and forth.
Well, you could be like my Ed McMahon, the female.
You want to come on my show tonight?
I might. You still got to drop the link. What's the name of the channel in case I don't get the link?
I don't know.
Joe Valhalla. You don't know the name of your own channel?
Joe Valhalla.
Joe Valhalla. Hey, just saying. Can you go look that up? I can't do it now.
I can't. I'm on the phone.
No. I'm talking. I'm just saying. If you're still here, could you look up Joe Valhalla? Spell it for him, please.
JOVALHALLA. Valhalla.
And just saying, you know how to drop a link. Go to the channel, go to the info on the channel. You know what I'm saying, and then click copy, and then drop the link in the chat.
I tried to tell him how to do it earlier.
You don't know how to fucking drop links? You got to be kidding me. Just saying. What the fuck is the point of having a wrench if you don't know how to drop fucking links? Come on, get with the fucking program over here. You're supposed to be a fucking YouTuber.
Bleach. Oh, let him be.
Come on, just saying. Go over there and find the channel, drop the link. This is what
Send
you do.
him money.
Listen. I'm just saying, this is what you do. Type in Joe Valhalla in the search box, right? Click search. Once you click search, those three little dots on the top right of your phone, click those and scroll down to channels. Click channels. Then go back to the original and you'll see a list and you'll see her channel.
I'll tell you what. How about we get off here? I take care of my shit. I'll set up the live stream. Well, once we get off here, I'll drop the link in the chat myself.
Okay, cool. All right, that sounds good. I'm gonna go do a quick workout. About how long before you do your live stream?
Probably about 8:39.
I'm gonna ask my mother if I can stay up that late. I think she'll let me. It's a school night, but I did my homework already, so I don't have any tests tomorrow either.
Yeah, I'm not going to go live if you're not going to be there because I had a whole thing planned, but I didn't do the work. So I can't really go live with nothing. I had a purpose, but I don't anymore because I didn't do the work. And I got to break out the laptop, but
is that the link to the channel there? I'm just saying, is that the link to Joe's channel? I think that's it.
Yes.
You're just observing. That's the link. Thank you very much, Pat.
Yep. Thank you.
All right,
Pat! I know Pat. Pat!
Okay, well, listen, Joe, I'm going to get off the live here. I'm going to grab that link. I'll subscribe to your channel, and I'll look out for you to come on 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Okay.
I'll stop by. Are you going to have free donuts and coffee or anything?
Virtual. I'll need like an email address or something because I don't post my link to the live stream.
Say that again. You'll need an email. I'm not. What did I tell you earlier, Joe? Don't give anybody your email. Don't give anybody your fucking telephone number. So if I can't come on panel, I'll be in the chat room. That's all.
Well, I'll drop the link and then I'll delete it because I don't want to get porn. Well, I'm going to get porn bombed, damn it.
Okay, well, listen. Okay, you know what my avatar looks like, right?
No.
You can't see it? You can't see my avatar on the screen right
the brain injury's crushing one of my eyeballs.
Okay.
Or the head injury.
All right, well, you know my name is Fitness After 60, right?
Yeah.
So I'll hit the link. You'll know it's me when I come on. Before I come on, there's a picture. My avatar is like a picture of my arm and my shoulder, basically. I don't know why you can't see it on your computer screen.
It's my phone screen.
Your phone screen. Yeah, I'm on my phone too. But yeah, I'll come on, and I think if Just Saying's around at that time, he'll probably stop by in there as well.
Do we have a mutual friend?
Do we have a mutual friend who
has our number or email?
No, nobody here has my email, and nobody here has my number. Many of them have tried to trick me into doing it, and it ain't gonna happen.
Okay, can you make up an email? I'll give you one of the emails that I use.
You know what? I really don't want to get involved in all of that.
I know. Yeah, right.
All you just listen. Just drop the link, okay? And you know, like I said, I'm Fitness After 60, and you know. Anyway, listen. What I'll do is I'll go into the chat room, right? Before I hit the link, I'll say hello, and I'll mention something that only you and I would remember, and you'll know it's me. And then you drop your link, I'll grab the link, and then you can delete the link. Or if you're not sure about who you're bringing on after you bring me up, just don't let them on. Just let them sit backstage. Make them show their face before they come on, so
Hey,
you don't get porn bombed, right?
can I see your face now, or do you not do that?
I don't want to do that.
I don't either.
No, it's like, listen, YouTube tells us to, to guard our privacy for a reason, right?
Mhm.
So, as a content creator, you really don't want to do that, in my opinion, unless, you're into game that these people are in. That same
Nah,
fucking con artist fucking bullshit.
fuck all that.
No, I'm not
No, I'm
into
on a
that
mission,
shit.
and that ain't it. All right, we'll just go that way. Talk in the chat. I'll drop the link, and you'll
Well,
show me.
it's already in there. Pat Pfeiffer dropped it, so I'll grab it. I'm gonna step off now. So it was good talking to you, and I'll talk with you later on. All right, Joe?
Right on, right on. Have a good night, man. If I don't see you.
Oh, I'll be over there. If you do a live, I'll show up. I promise.
All right, we're just gonna talk shit and bust balls.
Whatever you want to do, it's your show. I'll follow your lead.
Your co-host.
Well, I don't know. How about you be co-host to me on your show?
We might could try that or pretend.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's something different, right?
I don't know. I've got a lot of people out there who have no faith in me. They'll see me as a pussy. And being
Uh, tell them I'm your bodyguard or something. I don't know.
all right.
All right, all
I
right.
got a lot of bullies, and they suck.
All right. I'm gonna drop off here, and I'll catch you later on, Joe. Okay. Good
Sounds
talking.
good, man.
Yeah, good talking with you. Thanks for the laughs, and I'm glad that I got you to laugh a lot. That's a good thing.
You
Right?
did from moment one, I swear.
Good. Okay. All right. All right.
All right,
Ciao.
man. Take it
Ciao.
easy.
You too.
Bye.
Ciao.
Pat, I had like a whole thing planned out tonight, but I've been talking to this cat for a couple of hours now. I didn't get my work done. I planned on exposing some criminals, and I have a lot of evidence, and I was just going to show everybody a little bit of a taste of it. But I didn't do the work, so now it's just going to be a free for all, and we're just going to cut up. Do you want to come up on my stream? Later, fitness. I would love to have you up on the panel if you'd like to come up, Pat. Yeah, no. I'm just saying, you are not the boss of me. Right on, but if you want to come up, that's cool too. I'm thinking about 8:30 or 9, but I kind of need to go so I can get my chores done. Excuse me. And yeah. Yeah, tonight's drunk 30. I didn't drink all last week. And generally Monday night is my night to drink because the weekend's gone. I've spent time with family. We did all our things, and yeah, I can kick back and relax, and yeah, Monday's my night. Really? Yeah, especially after what just recently happened, right? Man, that sucked. But it seems like well, I don't want to even speak too soon. I'm not so sure that everything's worked out. Um, I think there's still a lot of I think if we stay away from the drama, it'll work out for us. Yeah, were you in that chat today? I got a chat. But I didn't care because I handled it the best way I could and threw water on the fire. It was terrible. Right? I hear you. I'm just saying I better get going and yeah, I might tell you about it if we can have a private chat, Pat. I'll tell you about it, but I don't want to do it publicly because it'll start that bullshit all over again, and I really don't want to take on fights that I don't have right now. I've got enough, you know what I mean? But be glad that you slept through it. Yeah, it's just one more pile of shit that you missed. That's good. But I'm going to go. I won't be able to come back up on this panel, but I want to get all my chores done so that I can kick back and relax and not worry about that. So you guys have a good night if I don't see you. But if I see you, awesome. I'll see you when I see you. I'm a little scatterbrained. I'm thinking my list and at the same time. So, yeah, let me get going. You guys have a good night, and I'll see you either tonight or another time. And yeah, I'll post that live as soon as I can. And with that said, I'm out. Don't wake up Steve. He's sleeping. I'll see you guys in a minute. Bye.